Okay, let's see how we're faring. Okay, now it's recording. Everything is slow. Let's see what we're doing with the live stream, whether we're connecting. So let me know if you hear us. It says we have an excellent connection. Alright, image is showing up. Alright, or maybe it's not. Okay, we're going to try and bring our producer on. Let's see if we can do that. And, okay, so there's that god-awful ring. Okay, why is he not responding? Jesus Christ. So you can always call me. Okay, so this is not working, obviously. And we'll see if anything does. So now he says, what the fuck? He says, alright. So that's a good way to phrase it. That's interesting. Okay, here we are. It says Aristides is unavailable. Alright. So I'll let him know that. You register as unavailable. Register as... Fuck this. Unavailable. Unavailable. Aristides. Okay, Aristides. Okay, this is so exciting. And call me instead. Call me instead. He accidentally changed something. He says, hold on. Well, something's changed, alright. The picture's not coming up on the... T-Take Berry says, God bless these authentic and transit dependent uphold. Well, I want to say thank you to everybody who's showing up. Okay, hugs. T-Tank. And Barry. And Eric Cradle, he says, I can hear you, but the thumbnail is short. Okay, yes, that's what I see. Okay, so we're going to try and figure out what's going on with that. We're going to try and reset the page. I hope that fixes it. It says connect live streaming. Crystal brother. He hears us, Crystal. Okay, thumbnail's not showing up. Let's go to studio. Let's see what's going on in studio. What about OBS? Thumbnail is short. That doesn't make any sense. What the fuck happened with the thumbnail? Okay, let's see if we can bring that back in. Thumbnail. This is just to put it mildly disconcerting. Everything is tripping off. Okay, so we have nothing that's going right today. We are under heavy occult assault, as well as the electronic assault. Let's reset the page, see if this works. Okay, and we will do our best to try and move on with production. The nun in the graveyard gone black. Yes, of course, because we're under heavy occult and electronic assault. It's the same thing, really. All these people who claim they know everything about computers, they really don't know shit, because nobody really knows what's going on these days with cyberspace. Cyberspace has taken on a life of its own. Back! It's back! Thank you. Okay, so... the nun in the graveyard. Come on, Amy, it's me. Jesus Christ, it's Halloween. I'm in drag. I'm a nun. It's not that difficult. It's not rocket science. The nun in the graveyard. That's cute. Doug, your picture would be the correct way to refer to that. Doug, the picture of you in the graveyard. It's short. We have multiple emergencies going on. I'm still trying to deal with our producer having changed something, and we can't do anything until he shows up, and that's been going on throughout the day. A lot of accidents have been happening, a lot of things going wrong. What I'm going to do now is share with you how grave the situation is after a number of resupply runs that I had to conduct, and these are all necessities. I'm not even getting anything fun. Also, I had to purchase medications, the boric acid and saline solution for my nose. So that's a necessity. I use that in the irrigation bottle is what it's called. It's not a neti pot. It's an irrigation bottle that I'm using. And that's to pump that combined with my steroids up my nose. And of course, okay, we received 75 United States dollars from Stephen Myers. Happy birthday. Thank you. God bless you. My God, does that help. Credit to Stephen Myers, and yeah, we're going to need more, and we're going to ask all of you to contribute whatever you can afford. Let's go over to, he says, I don't know, try to call again. Why don't you call me, Aristides? Call me instead. I guess it's best that I try and call him. All right, and the problem is, of course, sometimes these cross calls really screw things up. There we are. Okay, bring everybody on, please. Yeah, just bring everybody on immediately as soon as everything starts.
Sorry, I just...
Don't worry, we're under heavy occult assault. I don't know if I
miswiped something or accidentally blocked the call or what. It just... we're on now. Okay.
Yeah, just drag everybody on and understand that we're under heavy electronic and occult assault. Everything has been going wrong.
Well, I think that one was somehow fat fingering something on the stupid phone.
Believe me, it's all connected. Trust me on this. It's all connected. That's part of the occult nature of the assault.
Controlling my fingers?
You would be surprised. It's not controlling them. It's basically, it renders you unable to control them and prone to accidents. An occult assault can do that. Believe me, I've seen people put this into practice, so I know what I'm talking about. Quantum mechanics, once applied, is you'd be amazed at what it can do. Basically, the command goes out to cause chaos, and believe me, chaos gets caused, and then people dismiss it as, oh my God, I made a boo-boo. I'm in error. No, it's not. Trust me on this. When you learn to accept that, then there's less errors. Then there's less accidents. But yeah, right now, just bring everybody on, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Yeah. Poor Amy Como, we'll see how long she can stay awake. And because she falls asleep really quickly. And aside from that, let's see what else is going on in my world of just accidents that, are nonstop. Okay, so, yeah. After that, make certain to add a few other people that don't show up on the list, of course.
Yep.
And okay, then we'll see if we can get some conversation going where I can take a short break to tend to some very short break, just tend to some final things.
Greetings.
Excellent. So please catch us up on your scenario, your situation. Heather Holman has joined us. Matter of fact, we'll let ladies first. We can hear Brendan Zoget. So we're going to assume everybody else can hear him. Everybody let us know. Let's see if we can hear Heather. So dear Heather, say hello.
Hello.
Excellent. And we're joined by Amy Como. Thank the goddess. So Amy Como, say hello.
Hello.
Yes. Good. Now, you sound okay. Say a full sentence.
I am here.
Yes, you are. And how awake are you feeling?
I'm doing it. I got up.
Excellent.
I had weird
dreams.
I just had weird physical stuff happen this afternoon, shaking cold.
Yeah.
It's 60 degrees today. 60 degrees.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure. Is that like cold or warm for Vermont? That's warm for Vermont, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really warm considering the other day was like 20 degrees.
Yes, yes, yes. But you got cold and shaking? Well, that's like, or do you have a fever? Do you have a thermometer by which to check if you have a fever?
I don't know. So I think it's probably just like lymphatic stuff because I did the sauna yesterday. I went and sat in the sauna.
Okay. Yeah.
And so it's probably just like I hadn't done that in years.
Right.
So it was really, I used to do it like 3 times a week.
Where is this sauna? It's not in your home, is it?
No, but it should be. I did mention that maybe we want to build a little sauna spot.
That'd be neat. Yeah, since he's Mr. Fix-It, Mr. Handyman, yes.
Yeah, he's very talented, and I would like very much to have some place where I could go sweat to just pull stuff out.
Toxins, purge toxins, yes.
Yeah. So I think that this afternoon when I kind of crashed at like 3 o'clock. Not at all able to do anything, and then that's when I sent you that note earlier. I was like, I'm gonna take a little nap, but I'm doing better. I'm not shaking anymore. I had a lot of water.
Yeah, and so let's share the good news with people where we can about things in your life. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's test Heather first. Heather, give us an update on your own status report, your situation, please, as well.
Oh, I'm gonna have an X-ray to make sure the MRI isn't dangerous. They scheduled an X-ray to check to make sure that it's gonna be okay.
Great, that's wise. Good.
Yeah.
Good. And so that being said, what other situations are developing?
No, nothing. I can't walk.
You can't walk?
No.
What does that mean? Are you saying
I can't stand up? I can't walk. My knee is like hyperextended out of place, and so I can't really stand up. I can't walk. I could just sit here.
Jesus Christ! I'm so sorry. Well, you're not paralyzed, however.
No, it hurts. It's not paralyzed. Then I couldn't feel anything.
Oh my God. Well, it could be worse. There are conceivably someone could be paralyzed and still feel things.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm just so shocked. I'm so terrified for you. I definitely want nothing but the best for you, and to see this happen to you is yeah. And what there must be other what would you call it? Things going on? Like, has the doctor mentioned anything else in aftermath of this accident?
No, I'm just really depressed.
Yeah, of that I have no doubt. I can imagine. Yeah. Such being said, now, I just want to know, yeah, anything we can do for you in terms of moral support.
No, just being here is enough support. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I mean, you're supporting us with your presence. It's
Thank you.
Yeah, really. So, Brendan Zogid, a status report, please, an update on your situation with the home and work.
Oh yeah, everything's going well, but like right prior to transmission, my blood sugar dropped. So
Oh my God.
I'm out for the count.
You mean, like, did you go home?
No, I had to stop to eat my my lentil soup, my millet lentil soup.
Right, at work?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay, so, how do you transport that to work? Is that in
A thermos.
a thermos? Okay, cool. Is that warm then? Still warm enough?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you have a good thermos, it stays warm.
Okay, good.
But I don't have any sugar to bring it up immediately, so I'm like, basically, yeah, you're right. Everyone got hit right before transmission.
Thank you. So
Sounds
you
like-
heard that. You heard
Yeah.
that. There was a massive occult attack. And even
Yeah.
though
Because
nothing-
usually this
yeah.
doesn't happen to me.
Yeah. The way it impacts myself is always electronically. But please explain to us so that we understand your situation. are you diabetic?
No, not at all.
Okay. So when you say your blood sugar drops, you mean you just felt very weak, enervated?
Symptomatic, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, definitely I understand. And
I definitely have hypoglycemia. That's been diagnosed.
Okay. Okay. And to be
Yeah.
hypoglycemic, could you explain a little bit about that condition to our listeners?
It's a situation where your blood sugar can drop, not necessarily to diabetic levels, but it can drop enough to affect your ability to do functions, basic functions like walking or like standing up for long periods.
Right.
So, Yeah.
Oh no! I mean, it's awful. It feels awful, and at the worst, when you don't have food or something, all you can do is lie down, and try to recover yourself to the degree that you can go search for food. So yes, help us convince Aristides, the engineer, with a rational and logical mind, that yes, occult assaults, they're like this. I mean, they're widespread, and they impact us all through a chaotic element. Yeah, just introduced into our lives.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, believe me, Aristides, there's just too much that was happening at once. And it's one of these things that, as I said, I'm immune to magic in the sense of extremely direct attacks, but then things can get completely chaotic in the environment around me. And that's what happened the moment I got up. The moment I got up was late in the day, too, considering, I was trying to catch up on sleep. I'll probably sleep much better after the show's over tonight or tomorrow morning. But my sleep's been kind of thrown off as a biorhythm because I went to see Dr. Epstein yesterday, and I will catch everybody up on that. No bad news, but she definitely confirmed, basically, in her own way, by speaking, of course, in allusion, meaning hinting at or alluding to just some of the words she dropped. And this is not even intentional. It's simply, you have to remember, Russian women are extremely pragmatic, and they grow up in an environment where medical murders are a reality. So she pretty much acknowledged there was an abortive assassination attempt just by some casual remarks that were not necessarily confiding in me. And yet I do want people to know my relationship with her has reached at least a comfort zone where, she was telling me about what her daughters are going to wear for Halloween. One of them's going to be a witch, and the other one's going to be Elsa from the second movie, is what she said, which I had to look up. Elsa from the second movie. Oh, when I think Elsa, I think of the old franchise of Werewolf of the SS, which was some blonde dominatrix. So I had to change that to an E, Elsa, and then I found that Frozen franchise. You see, she's a parent, so as a parent, she's familiar with these children's films that I would not be familiar with. So, because, even though, well, let's put it this way, it's not necessarily the fare that the Blood Boys are raised on. Disney films are the like, though I'm not antithetical to them. So, with that being said, that was cute. And again, the comfort zone there, she did mention, I'll go into it soon enough. I mean, we don't need to go into it right now, but when Aaron Tice joins us, hopefully he does, we'll dive into that. Right now, I want to say hello to Mary Sini Helena Kiskonen, and I just want people to know that things have been happening in my environment where just everything has gone wrong, even to the point where on Russian Hill, we had a cable car breakdown, which is very unusual. We had the San Francisco Municipal Transit Authority here, and, dressed in very archaic uniforms, trying to fix the cable car. So that alone shows you the amount of things going on. We don't have the long convoy trains of Waymos at the moment, thank God. They were a bane for a while, going up and down the street. But for those of you who don't know, those are driverless vehicles that are developed by, of course, all of the Silicon Valley moguls that live in area. When we spoke of San Bruno the other day, where those explosions took place, where PG&E assassinated, literally assassinated. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is something that the courts decide it was an assassination, hold PG&E responsible for it, along with hundreds of other deaths, making PG&E a mass murderer. everyone calls them Murder Incorporated, but because there's no option to the monopoly, they are allowed to continue to function. And of course, they send drones over my home. Quite literally, this is not paranoia. I'm not fantasizing. They send me emails to my address specifically. No one else gets these emails, including the people upstairs do not get these emails. They say 1242 Green Street. Upstairs is 1240 Green Street. But they send me an email specifically for my address that they're going to be sending in aerial reconnaissance, or basically safety inspection drones, which are not practical in the city. It's like you're risking the drone because, first off, we've got, Brendan can tell you, we've got nothing but an electrical grid of fucking cables all over the sky, over the residences. To send a drone in here, you've got blades that could hit those electrical cables. It is not only impractical, it's downright fucking dangerous. It could potentially start a fire, because if it hits one of those cables, we've got trees entangled all around those cables. So sending a drone in here is not something anyone would rationally do for a major utilities monopoly. So help me out there. I'm sure as an engineer, Aristides would have some insight into what I've just described as well. So please join with Brendan for a few moments to discuss that with people while I add things up. Yeah.
What was the particular issue? I'm sorry, I'm still like kind of.
No worries. No worries.
Settled. The drones, trees are sending drones. They keep telling you they're sending drones. Have you seen that drone? Have you seen drones?
No, I have not, because I'm usually gone when they show up. It's like they just give me a warning. It's gonna be we're sending a drone. We're sending a drone, and and of course I'm not gonna hang out my door and wait for it like they probably think I will. They probably think I'm going to, hang out and wait for it so I can shoot at it. Okay, I've successfully transferred the money out of one PayPal account. So let me try the other. So, Heather, were you going to say something, or was that Amy? One of you ladies?
It was me. I said, pretty much just shoot the drones down in Vermont.
Tell us
shoot them down.
Yes, tell us about this.
I'm not to say. They just show up with the state police drones and they get shot down, and then they don't have a drone anymore.
Yes, and that's expensive. That's a loss of money.
That's just the way we are here. Like, I can't imagine that the state police are so stupid that they think they could just send their drones over people's land.
Thank you. It is bad. By the way, I do want people to know I received $95.51 just now from Brooke Hagberg in Canada. Goddess bless her. And this, of course, is without my listeners, I would indeed not be alive. So I'm going to transfer this right away, and we'll continue to ask for more money. But I do need to see how much it will add up to in the bank account, and we can calculate it from there. So while I'm transferring it to my bank, by all means, I do want Brendan Zogit to share a little bit more about his work situation and his home, especially your home. What's the situation status report there, Brendan? Let's see if he can respond. If his sugar drop hasn't. He's away from keyboard. Okay, so we will go back to the lovely Amy Como. Catch us up on the She Shack and what you were showing me the other day. Tell us all about that. Whatever generally you're willing to share about that. Catch people up on, the potential for a wedding. I don't know if you're willing to share that little financial news you reported to me. If you're willing to share that, by all means, that would be welcome.
I mean, we're just keeping on and doing what we can and making plans, and it is fun. And I understand that Heather's had kind of the downturn and all of that, and I want to know if this is like a common thing. Like, Brendan's mom works for Social Security, and we had some issues originally with the payments, but then it completely came back, boomeranged, and we ended up getting more money. So yeah, I mean, things are pretty good. Like, the money people are showering us with rain. It's wonderful. And the thing that I've been into for the last week is there's I know you were talking about the Greenwich Mean Time and the islands that separate the U.S. from Russia.
Yeah.
And I have been doing a holistic attachment summit, which is based on Greenwich time.
Uh-huh.
So I've missed the last 2 days of all these talks that are only available for 24 hours. And because it's in England, I'm having a lot of trouble like catching up and like finding time in my day to look at some of these videos, these interviews with these people who are really committed to making this idea of attachment theory common knowledge amongst psychologists, amongst counselors, social workers, like that. I mean, of the ones that I watched today, I watched a ton today because I noticed that the last 2 days had expired and I wasn't able to watch any of the ones I thought I was going to be able to. So today I like watched all of them for today, and then was able this morning to catch one from yesterday. But I find it really fantastic that there's so much effort going towards the idea of attachment and how we use our communication in therapy with these therapeutic relationships to really expect people to be healthy. Like, I think it's so wonderful that they've gone so far as to develop these systems, these family systems. There's one woman was building on the work of Peter Levine, who did somatic experiencing, which his thing is dance. He uses a lot of dance with his clients.
Wow.
And that's how I was introduced to the somatic work, was basically through dance, and also some really specific movements to help open up the joints in the body, particularly like your neck and your shoulders and your hips, like the main places where people tend to collect stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've been trying to participate in that. Tomorrow is the last day. I'm really, like, it's so difficult to not engage with them, like to just sit and watch like 5 hours of talk, because that's basically what it is, like interviews, and they're calling them master classes, and you can purchase the whole thing if you're interested, or if it's something that you do. But I was fascinated with the reading list. Like, the reading list looked so juicy, and I of course haven't been able to read anything because we're busy. Like, we have a lot going on. We're building the she shed. We worked out the ski resort. So the last year I worked at the ski resort here was more than 10 years ago, and they have built a brand new monstrosity on the mountain. It's like this mecca of hotel guests, and it's just disgusting. The old hotel, the last season I worked there was the last year with the old hotel. And it turns out when they tore it apart, my friend has like all these buildings that he's renovating and turning into housing, and he has all the old hotel stuff. So we're going to be able to build the she shed with some doors from the old hotel or some windows, which I thought was awesome. When Tokyo told me that, I was really excited that the old hotel is sitting over at our friend's house in bits and pieces. So
is that Tokyo kind of breathing in the background?
No. Do you hear somebody breathing in the background? What's going on in the photo? Like, whose grave are you at?
It is Halloween, honey. It's a time to visit graves.
The fact that they shut it down right away must be important.
Oh God, yes. I'll get to the story behind that soon enough. It's if Brooke joins us, she's the one who wanted to look at the Blood Boys. Both today's image and the photograph that was set in thumbnail, or rather embedded in thumbnail of live stream with the latest episode before tonight's. They both have to do with Brooke's request, but then we've got to find out whether or not she's even going to come on. You know, I'll eventually share the stories if she does not. But she's been meaning to come on, and she is overwhelmed with chaos because of the incredible occult assault from we know who, Vinnie Barbaric / Peter Moon, and there's a lot of things going on right now that that you're aware of, but we can't really talk about publicly because the enemy is monitoring, you know, to pick up details. So we have to like keep silent on certain subjects unless I bring them up organically, and at that point, of course, there's no point holding back. But you are pretty much aware of some of the things that have been going on lately. I've kept you in the loop. But as for the stories, I'll get to them. It's as with every photograph, it's worth 1,000 words. So the breathing, not that I'm complaining, it's cute. It's from Heather. I think she fell asleep. I think what's going on.
Yeah, I'm sleeping.
Yeah,
she's been through a lot.
Yeah. I think she's snoring. She's breathing lightly. Yeah.
Hello.
You're so cute. Wait, did you fall asleep? Like?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's so cute. I thought that was Tokyo sleeping next to Amy. Interestingly enough, Amy cannot hear you breathing the way I could. So that's but there we have that. That's
yeah, I'll mute.
No, it's okay, honey. You don't snore. You don't snore. You're just breathing. It's just breathing. Once I know what it is, then at least we've got that, you know, settled. Then that's fine. So there we have that, and as Amy said, you've been through an awful lot, and we're so worried about you as always. So, dear Amy, continue with you know, what's going on in your life and the usual frustrations. Feel free to vent and cathart. You know, there's a lot going on with you, and it requires a lot of exposition. So continue.
You're so fun. I really don't think there's all that much to talk about, because I feel like I'm really on top of things at this point. Like, except for like crashing really hard this afternoon. But again, I think I might have overdone it yesterday. Just sauna was really hot, and I didn't actually like do the proper like cool down. I just left. They didn't have a shower. Like, it was like a $20 sauna, which was nice. It was nice and cheap. Yeah. But
who goes into those? I mean, aren't you concerned about the hygiene of such places?
Oh, I'm not. No, I don't. No, I don't let people bring fear on to me when I'm like trying to go to a spa. Like,
yeah.
It's really
no,
like
good idea.
I can, and it's like they're available. I'm happy about it. Like, I had been into this place years ago when they had a yoga studio, and I was asking them if they wanted teachers, and they put me in touch with this woman who was supposed to be in charge of the yoga studio. The yoga studio is no longer there, and this woman was like, I'm used to making $300 a class, and she was telling me, well, you pay $10, and what's the attitude that along with that, you know, like, to have somebody have a discussion with you about like offering service.
Right, you're kind of glitching. So, you see if you can, you know, get closer to the mic or something like that. I mean, it sounds like you're close to the mic, so I'm not quite sure what's causing the glitch. If you could,
I haven't moved. I'm sitting in the same place.
Okay.
I'm not. I'm not connected to the.
Okay, but while you check the environment around you and your position, so to speak, which I think is, like you said, you're sitting in a good space. What I'll have Aristides do is remind everyone of the upvotes, and I want to personally welcome, if at all possible, everybody in the chat room. Before Aristides does that, want to thank, of course, Eric Cradle, who came in right after T-Tank Berry. T-Tank Berry and I had some exchanges of communication. T-Tank Berry contributed 100 United States dollars through the mail slot. Very strangely after that, It was basically when I came home, of course, I saw it there. I did not really move it because there was no need to. I left it near the door and just thought, no one's going to stick their hand through the mail slot and look to see if it's there. It's pretty secure there in any normal world. But my world is not. Anyhow, I took it away and stashed it in my wallet and used it to buy supplies today. But that was, I stashed it in the wallet after I heard somebody messing with the mail slot next door. And it was not the postman. It was 4 a.m. in the morning. Matter of fact, it was around the time that I was speaking to you, Amy. I believe we spoke around that time, Pacific time, which was more like about 7 a.m., 8 a.m. your time. Do you remember this recently? Amy?
I'm here. Hold on. Yeah, I was just going to go get my phone. I'm going to have to sit in the car in order to charge.
Right.
It's staying in my bag.
So, don't forget to tell people about your adventure of almost freezing to death and waking up dead as a popsicle the other day in your tent. You can share that. I mean, your life is an endless adventure.
I really am, like, I'm sleeping better than I have.
You're glitching, so wait till you get to a better space again. Better cell area.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I'm glad she's sleeping better, but I'll have her describe what happened. Now, when it comes to, oh God, our current situation, 4 a.m. in the morning, somebody started, it couldn't be my neighbor, even though he goes in and out, starting around that time, believe it or not, more like closer to 4:30 a.m., 5 a.m. Actually, to be realistic, more like 5 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. is when he starts, meandering around. Remember, what he has access to is not what I have access to underground, because of the fact that many of these houses were connected by an underground series of tunnels, because we are built, all of the buildings in this street, above a old Russian cemetery, which of course is integrated in terms of narrative into the bypassing little go-cars that tourists rent when they take tours of San Francisco. And so aside from that, for the 49ers, that not the team, but the actual gold diggers, and I don't mean women trying to marry 49ers team members, I mean the actual people who came to look for gold in San Francisco during the gold rush, obviously the biggest business was whores. They had to set up bordellos to service all of these men who were digging gold up and earning money, killing each other, and all the rest of that Barbary Coast activity that we all know and love. And so because of the bordellos, there are tunnels that were integrated into what was already a complicated system with houses being built over the old Russian cemetery. So what I have access to underground is different from what my neighbor, or the man upstairs, basically the manager of the building, though he denies it vociferously, he's, for all intents and purposes, a relative of the landlady, basically the boyfriend of her actual relative. And he starts messing around in the basement he has access to, which is just an ante room. It's spelled A-N-T-E, ante meaning before, the before chamber of the actual basement. So he has access to that, and he uses it. It's large enough where I guess it suits his purposes, and he fills it up with junk. I had always left it empty at the insistence of the landlady. He will be going in and out of that starting at about 5 to 5:30 a.m. in the morning, but he would have no reason to be messing with his own mail slot. And somebody started messing with his mail slot, and I took that $100 bill from T-Tank Barry and made certain to stuff it in my wallet before somebody started messing with my mail slot. And that was, again, at 4 a.m. in the morning. This is the first time in my life I've ever heard something like that. Again, I was bringing up, we could talk about it with Amy if she's relocated to a better place. So, Amy, how are we? Say it.
Is it better? Can you hear me better?
Yes, I think so.
Am I coming through?
I think so.
It's not too loud?
I don't think it's too loud.
Okay.
But by all means, let's see if you can say a full sentence. Tell everybody about the exciting morning you had the other day, which was just yesterday morning, when you and I spoke around the time someone was messing with my neighbor's mail slot, and you basically had, woken up frozen and had to thaw yourself out by putting wood in the fire in the man cave, and
That's the thing is, like you can't really tell what you're going to get up here. Mm-hmm. Like we're on the border, and like southern Vermont sometimes gets a lot of rain and flooding, but up here it's just like a crapshoot. Like you just don't know. And it got down to 2 degrees the other day. And I was like so impressed that like I really didn't notice it like until morning. I woke up and I was like, oh my gosh, it's frosty. It's frosty. Yeah, I know. I went and cuddled next to the wound. It was fine. And then today it's 50 degrees. Like sweaty. Like it's not even close to normal. This is not a normal ever.
Yeah. I think you were better off where you were. I think you're better off where you were before. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Jesus Christ, your sound, especially since you stayed up to join us. I want people to be able to hear you, especially if you engage in conversations with us. So did you? Yeah. Is it any trouble to move back to where you were before? It seemed to be probably better off there than where you're at now.
There's no.
Where are you now? In the car? In the car?
Yeah, I got in the car because I can charge the battery in the car.
Okay.
Let me, you know what I can do is I'll go in and
You
grab
sound better
the
now.
other.
Whatever you're doing now sounds better. Whatever you're doing now, stay where you are. And, oh my God, maybe you were laying back in the car while talking or something? I don't know, but whatever you're doing now, stay in that position. Are you standing tippy-toe on your head or something fun?
That does sound like fun. I don't know if I've got today, but let's try to get me to do some handstands for the show another night.
Yes, soon enough. But maybe you can explain to people.
Well,
Yeah.
I wanted to mention that last night you tried to get everybody on the call, and I could tell it wasn't going to work. Like everything I tried to do on the Skype.
Yeah.
Was giving me grief. It was like flashing. It was like taking a full 30 seconds to move from the thing that I'd hit.
Yes.
Like I could tell that it wasn't going to work yesterday. Like the Skype was not cooperating. I understood that it was not going to, we were not going to get to talk. Like I was trying to stay in it as late as I could, but then I could tell the Skype was just not cooperating at all.
Yeah.
So I gave up. I'm sorry.
No,
sounds like you guys.
Yeah, go on.
We're trying to get people in later, which is, I'm just a sleeper. I don't necessarily have the ability. I mean, I used to. That's the thing is, I used to be like pretty good about like staying out till 1 or 2 every night.
Yeah. But there we are. So thank you, Amy, and thank you, Brendan, for rejoining us. And we'll get back to Amy's bizarre
Amy,
situation.
where's that magic money at? you still have it, right?
that
lose that thing.
Yeah.
Actually, Douglas let us know what the money was actually representing.
Yes.
But then my cousin in China, I sent it to him, and he said that it was what you said. It was feng shui money, that sometimes the Chinese will just leave it in highly trafficked places like a bathroom. Mm-hmm. And I don't know where it is. Tokyo put it somewhere. It's somewhere. We didn't throw it out.
Okay.
But that's what my cousin in China had said also. Like, I guess his family took a look at it and was very surprised. And as we were, like, the guy who left that RV is not Asian, and he's not the type to even, have an interest in that. Mm-hmm. So, We don't know where it came from. It could have been anywhere, though. It could have been anyone, anywhere, because there's been several people who've stayed in that RV.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it could have been anyone, anywhere. Well, I was asking him where he found it, because I didn't find it. He found it.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know if it was like in a book or something, like because we pulled everything out before we drove it or dragged it to the road.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And he thought maybe it was in the bathroom, but like the bathroom situation in the RV wasn't functional. Like we just had a bunch of stuff stored in there.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like it was like the bathtub was all full of books. So it wasn't, feng shui it was too. It wasn't happy where it was.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's on display somewhere.
Well, obviously it's working. It's working for you.
That's right. By the way,
that incredible?
yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting, and I've never had that happen before.
Mm-hmm.
I've never found strange money like that. I think that I do think that we've changed course. I think that there's less there's less capacity for these assaults to do any real damage, because when you're aware of it, it's easier to decide that this was not the whole distraction of like taking down Douglas's or getting in the way of us being able to talk to each other on Skype. Like, for me, it's the harder you come for me, the brighter I'm going to shine. Like, it just makes me more resilient. It makes me stronger. And part of it is that you have to really recognize that it's not caused by you. Like, you're not a part of this. Like, you're not, like, I want to say, like, as the time has gone on.
By the way, the quality of sound has finally improved by leaps and bounds, by orders of magnitude. So do continue talking. I'll be back in just a few moments. I want to tell Aristides that he's got his camera on, and we definitely see things. Yeah, we definitely see things, but we don't know what we're seeing. It's all shapes and blobs. Strangely, I believe he has tape over his camera, but despite the fact that despite the fact that you have tape over your camera, we see shapes. It's just like blobs.
It's
but
like if you shine it like at something bright, like a light, like
it
still comes through somewhat, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, that explains that. Yeah, but while I've got Aristides talking, honey, let's let Aristides tell everybody about the upvotes and subscriptions, and I'll be back in just a few minutes, okay? So I'll just take care of some things, and then when I'll come back, I'll make the money announcement of what we've raised and what we need. And basically, we're going to go for 300 United States dollars now. We've raised quite a bit with these wonderful last few contributions from the lovely Brooke Hagberg in Canada and the wonderful Stephen Myers, our brother from another mother in New York City. And we will now only require 300 United States dollars to make the rent. I'm hoping I can get 100 United States dollars from my gang brother Beaver. But of course, it's always iffy because, like I said, we're like real brothers. And we don't really like each other. We're just kind of stuck through backstory and obligation. And we feel less and less obliged to each other as we get older. And move away from all of the activities we were involved with. I believe it was Heather Holman who asked me why my gang brother Beaver doesn't come on the show, and I kind of started going into that narrative. Maybe I'll continue it later in tonight's episode. It's one of those things that it pretty much came down to, like I said, he doesn't want anything to do with me if he can help it, and honestly, it's one of those things where we've dealt with each other so much in the past. It's like let's just put it this way. He doesn't really welcome my calls. It's it is what it is. And I'm the one who usually initiates conversation with him. And at this point, at this phase in life, wasn't always like that. But things tend to land a certain way. And That's what's going on in general with him right now. But he knows so much about me, and that, you know, he feels anything interacting with myself at this point would be redundant and just stuff he doesn't need. So he's on his own trip, and it's not necessarily a pleasant one at this point in his life. It's mostly taking care of his mother, who's on her way out, but, you know, of course, is not obliging and is taking forever to die. So it's and there's no love in that whole Cantonese family spectrum, which I can again go over later in the episode if people are interested in that culture of Southern Chinese, Hong Kong centric, the Hong Kong culture. It's just not a loving culture. It's not. It's like think of Komodo dragons. Maybe it's not that bad, but it's pretty fucking close. So all that being said, I'm gonna go mute. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Aristides got to take over during that time, and okay, take it from here.
Yep, sure. So we should have said this earlier, but as soon as you get here, hit the thumbs up, upvote. This is very important for the algorithm purposes. There are people who put in downvotes. You can't see them. There's no number next to it because YouTube often hides that these days, but they do affect the algorithm, the searchability of the program, or the likelihood it would appear as suggested content. So always hit that right away. And make sure you're subscribed. There's a subscribe button nearby. And sometimes they do unsubscribe people, allegedly. And please turn on the notification bell so that way get a good reminder when things start, or sometimes they start at strange times when he's got to restart things. So please do all that. And if you're feeling ambitious, since you need an account to do all that, as far as I know, you can go under your account settings and create subchannels under your main account without an additional password or anything. They're all under your main account. Each of them is capable of a upvote of its own, so it's kind of like multiple personalities. And so people typically use them for to partition different types of content, etc. You can just make just some dummy channels if you want, and name them whatever and use them to upvote. But if you're going to chat in the chat, which we're told we should pay more attention to by a friend of mine, please switch back to like your main account, or the one that you want to get to know us with. Sometimes we do have randos that pop up in there that are suspicious. So we don't want to, we want to know who you are and say hi, and don't be weird. It will be all right. So that's about all I could think of. After the program uploads, if there's any comments that are positive or supportive, or from Douglas, please upvote them too, if you're listening to this after the fact. And I think that's about it. So, Amy, are you there?
Here. I am here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I am noticing that there is glitches. I did hear you glitch out on this phone, so
it's
I don't know.
Probably you. Probably.
Yeah.
Aristides.
No.
Well, if Amy, if you're having,
I can one more thing. I can go move the other connector closer, which might help. It might take me a minute.
You're doing it okay. I mean, you've been sounding okay. So,
Brendan?
yeah, I said you could let it charge, and I can talk to Aristides for a second.
Very good. All right. I just got to go get the
power banks, the solar
thing.
power, because that could be something advantageous for you guys. It's when you get back into that thing, reception, I will tell you about them. They're quite useful. I have one for my outdoor audio equipment.
Okay. Solar cells.
Or what if
it
it's
looks like Aaron's here.
What if it's nighttime? Do they have like one of those hand chargers like they do for flashlights that you gotta just like sit there and squeeze it, so you can be sitting there, squeeze in the
Battery.
stay on the air.
Good luck charging a phone with that.
Marine battery.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
So it charges the battery, and then we run it.
What?
Yeah, so maybe
Solar.
Aaron Tice has joined.
I gotta go get.
Yeah, she's
back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Amy's gonna be
Yeah.
back. Okay.
Amy's
good.
trying. Amy's trying with her phone. Yeah.
Oh my God, yes, she is out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, it's like I don't think how would I say it? We gotta get Amy to be a better at descriptive phraseology. She's not very good at describing things, and I don't know whether this is reticence to describe where she's at or what's going on, but we'll see. We'll work with it. Aaron Tice will work with us right now, and I want to welcome him aboard. Dear Aaron, how long are we gifted with your presence tonight?
I will do my best to stay for close to an hour.
Okay, good. Yeah, we'll try and take advantage of that by having you, speak as much as possible. We'll definitely address things together. I think that we've been through a lot in the past few days, and I don't know how your day's experience went. Certainly, Amy agreed, as well as Brendan Zoget, that we are under heavy occult assault. And even though I have a high tolerance myself for occult radiation, so to speak, my environment can be impacted, and especially my electronics. As a matter of fact, when we tried to get on tonight, Aristides suffered what he felt was just a casual accident, like he thumbed maybe the wrong button and wound up resetting his Skype. But no, it's too synchronistic with so many other things that happen electronically. Even my photograph of myself and Drag as a nun in a graveyard embedded in thumbnail of tonight's live stream was totally taken out of frame. It was taken out of frame. If you can imagine that means I had to go into the online broadcasting software and reset the photograph into, it's with everything that's been going on, that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Well, the picture sounds awesome. I have to see it. I didn't see it yet.
Okay, yes, I appreciate that, and look forward to your review, so to speak. And but it's like what a day, and it's not like have been awake very long. I literally got up in the middle of my sleep rhythm because everything was interrupted by having to see my doctor in the middle of my slumber period yesterday. And then coming home, speaking to everybody, yourself included. Amy could not join us because her Skype was completely discombobulated. She tried very hard to join us. But all that being said, you get the idea. It's the entire environment for everyone's been in a flux. Brendan Zoget felt it physically, and certainly Heather Holman was involved in an automobile accident, as you're probably aware of, and you know that was more like a prelude to all of this. But with all that going on, have you been in any way impacted, or are things kind of stabilized for you? Just
well, the days are crazy. The days are busy and long.
Yeah.
And I think, well, let's put it this way. Since COVID happened, I haven't talked to anyone that said, oh, these last 3 years have been great, or this last year has been awesome for me. I don't think anybody has an easy go of it these days. There's the 1%ers that maybe think they have it well, but they're typically not happy. But I really don't run into people that don't have the uphill struggle battle all day, every day lately. So I think it's just the assault on humanity these days. But it brings me back to, do you remember, I'm still stuck on this episode or two. It was August or September of 2020 or 2021 where you talked about bootstrapping humanity.
Yeah. Okay.
That still rings with me. I still feel like the occult world is trying to bootstrap humanity to their will.
Yes.
And the Kings of Edom are at the hull.
Yeah.
And I think we're all dealing with those effects. I think we're dealing with chaos. There's storms that shouldn't be, and catastrophes, and we're in an election year. It's just insanity.
Yes. And God knows it's only a week until election, and it's not going to get any better afterwards because nobody's going to accept the results, or at least half.
Yeah, and you know what's funny about that is I used to get really absorbed in that.
Yeah.
And then if you really there's very few people that highlight this, but if you really look at like the policy changes in different regimes, there's not a lot.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of rhetoric, there's a lot of media clips, there's a lot of, Congress clips, but in reality, the laws don't change a whole lot except for the large corporations. So you had brought it up with Ayn Rand and her evil nature.
Yes.
But, this is a soulless capitalism. And I do believe capitalism could thrive, but not without morality guiding it.
Yes. Yes.
So we are in the throes of an evil, amoral capitalism taking over because the lobbyists rule. There's no way a vote can outrule a lobbyist. Like you can vote for whoever you want. Once they get in, the dollars from the lobbyists buy the policies. That's my opinion.
Well, it's your opinion, of course, is not without merit. Indeed, it's simple fact. So it's not really an opinion.
Right,
you need to rephrase that as an observation. That's fair. That's fair.
That's fair.
Yes. So, Amy?
Free market capitalism, isn't that kind of the story of Hong Kong also?
Oh yeah, definitely, but then again, take a look at what I said about Chinese culture. Give me a second to just speak while I'm changing my sweatshirt because the temperature drops precipitously at night in San Francisco, and as I said, you've got a pretty heartless culture when it comes to Cantonese speaking Chinese, and they're not your average Chinese person. So your average Chinese person speaks Mandarin Chinese, which is the national language both in Taiwan and in mainland China, but the writing systems are completely different and they lead to a very different culture or mental processing. But that having been qualified, Cantonese language is actually the most difficult probably one of the most difficult languages in the world.
Yes. For
most people, it's impossible to learn. But without going into the details of that, the culture, bizarrely enough, is... it's reflected in the language. It's a brutal sounding language. It may sound sing-song, but it's not poetic, and it sounds very guttural. The word for it is like there's this harsh tone to it, and it reflects their philosophy of life. And they basically raise their kids to succeed. If you have a family that cares, they show their care through forcing you to succeed. But there's no love as we understand it in the West, generally speaking. And as a result, the people are somewhat stunted in their development, usually emotionally. And my gang brother Beaver is one of the exceptions to that rule, but at the same time, hasn't really helped him too much. He's kind of like the outcast or black sheep of his family, but bizarrely enough, and I noticed this with my lycanthrope friend as well, a few doors down the block. They're kind of like, as outcasts or black sheep, they're kind of like the go-to people seek out for wisdom in their family. Like when they have problems and seek counseling, then they go to them to vent and get their opinion. Of course, my gang brother Beaver's at the point where he no longer wants to give that. I noticed that with Brendan Zogut's situation, he does not have that phenomenon. He's literally probably the most intelligent and emotionally sensitive person in his family, but none of them seek him out for anything. So with Aaron, I don't know if you've ever had that experience. I mean, your family is a fairly, different background and rarefied enough where, you kind of went out and struck out on your own is my kind of impression. So I don't know what you're willing to share about that.
I did, The problem with family is, well, it's the nature of the human being.
Yeah.
So as soon as there's dollars at stake and people can sniff out an easy life, there's like sharks in the water with blood. Yeah. So I don't really attach to dollars, but nobody I've ever approached for information or knowledge has ever charged me anything. It was always like, whatever you want to give. And that seems to be the divine way.
Yes.
There's never been a dollar attached to it because it would almost desanctify or unconsecrate the information.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But when when there's money at stake and people are tired of working, the siblings cease to be siblings, and it's just a horrible mess. And it's every family deals with this. Like literally every family in the world deals with this, whether it's $50,000 or $5 million. I've never known anybody to not deal with this. There's greed and avarice, and I won't mention the person who talked about it, but like the major issue with the world is avarice. I think the whole goal of humanity is to overcome their avarice. Like, can we just get back to sharing a meal with our neighbor and not being greedy or coveting what they have? Like, let's just all enjoy and want everybody to have more than us. Like, that's how I live my life. I want everybody to have more than me. I want to share everything I have. And it's just not the typical sentiment in humanity, especially among politicians. I mean, these trading apps now are like, you can trade on the stock market following these politicians. Now they're making $177,000 a year, but they're worth $50 million. So I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, I appreciate that profoundly. So let's go back to capitalism for a moment, because that was brought up by both of you. What I would say is that I appreciate what JIÄNGJIÄH is saying, because that's the way it was for a long while. For the longest period of time, when it came to the Democrats or the Republicans, the difference in terms of legislation, in terms of policy, was really so minuscule that you could just say damn both their houses and dismiss politics in general. The government was, in a sense, just on autopilot and just kind of functioning on its own. But as I said, there was a period of time, and Brendan, George Edward Knight in particular, remembered this in extreme detail. Aaron probably remembers what I've said about this. It got to the point where I became convinced by my observations that this is something I don't even find arguable. It's simply, to me, incontrovertible, that after a period of time, with the situation with Ross Perot, when he took the votes away from the Republican Party as he did, and that's really what brought Clinton into power, at that period of time, you had this kind of convulsion that took place, and things began to change in politics pretty radically. A lot of people on the right, or just conservative people, really began to feel that this was an existential crisis, and they expressed such, and we had essentially the birth of the Tea Party, even though its roots lay in the moral majority before it. We had it kind of like radicalize, and it's only gotten more and more radical, this kind of rightward swing. But what was interesting, as I said before, was I felt that they had reached this kind of balance where they were just going to switch the office with each other, just as an agreement. We had Bush Sr., he couldn't make it to the president, to be president again, because of Ross Perot. And then he made certain that his son got in after that. He thought in terms of a dynasty. And but it wasn't the son that people expected. People expected it was going to be the one that was the governor of Florida, Jeb Bush. But it turned out to be the idiot from Texas. And then once that was in, and then the Clintons came in, it was, or the Clintons came in, before Junior Bush. At that point, things became very, very, how would I say it? Different. The policies actually began to be variant enough where you saw differences in the in the government. Say, for instance, with the Clintons, when they were in charge before Bush Jr., they were greedy enough, or how would I say it? They were cynical enough and conniving and Machiavellian enough where they did not really want Al Gore to win. Because if Al Gore won, they felt that enough things would happen during his presidency, whether it would be 4 or 8 years, that no one would elect them when it came time for them to run again after his, for Hillary, when it came time for Hillary to run again.
Well, how could you run against the guy who invented the internet?
Well, that brings us back to yeah. I mean, that's a whole different tangent. For those of you who don't know, for those of you too young to know, Al Gore at one point displayed what I could only say is either he had such contempt for the American public, or he was so insane. It's by the way, I would have voted for him over Bush Jr. anyway. But that wouldn't stop the fact that if he truly believed what he said, he's stark raving mad. That's yeah. But he said he invented the internet. Just
Yes,
you
he
know,
did.
for the kids who are too young to remember this,
Yeah.
and yeah. And then after he lost the election, he went full Taliban. I mean, he grew a fucking beard and he looked like he looked like a member of the Taliban and
Oh,
shit.
it was so bad. It was so bad.
Oh yeah, and he got all bloated. He got all bloated and unhealthy looking. It was just
And
so.
he's telling everybody to cut their carbon footprint, yet he's riding in 5 Escalades and 3 private jets. So
of course.
You gotta love the irony there.
Oh well, it's total. He's totally divorced from reality. In that sense, he was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, so he was always disconnected. It was. That's just one of the things that, again, I only would have still had voted for him because under the Clinton administration, we had a surplus. This is the important difference. We did, for the first time in generations, under the Clinton administration, which, again, was never really voted in. The only reason they got in power was they never won the election. They only got in power because of Ross Perot continually taking the votes from the Republicans.
And he did that multiple times. But I wanted to ask you about this. I was under the impression, I could be completely wrong, this is all memory of random facts. Didn't Clinton defund many aspects of the military? No, I'm not against this. I'm just saying.
No, understood. This is why he was hated by the military. This is true. As a matter of fact, they hated the military so much that the men around them carrying the nuclear football, they gave the order not to wear their uniforms.
My God. So it was real. Okay.
Yeah, it was quite real. And this is why the right felt that there was an existential crisis with this. By the way, so people understand, articulation is not advocacy. I myself, at the time, really landed on the side of the right. At that point, I could easily have gone in the direction of so many of these other...
because he left us defenseless. Clinton left the nation defenseless, from what I remember.
It was that was certainly what many people concluded. That's what many people concluded.
Okay.
And what he not that I'm saying it wasn't true. I mean, if I remember correctly, my understanding was he took away the first strike option. In other words, he wanted to take away, at least under his administration, he said that there would be no first strike option, meaning that if we felt we were threatened, we would launch a nuclear wave first. And he did not want to be the president responsible for any potential mistake in that regard. So he said, we will only launch if we are struck. So which of course is obviously a very bizarre position to take. It's not really one I would take. So it was seen as treasonous, and it may well have been.
Sure.
Yeah, and but he was like, but I can also, at the time, I did not sympathize with it. His anti-military stance, and at this point in my life, I would. But at that time, his anti-military stance was such that he was the first president in a long time who had not had military experience. And in the old days, the idea was, with notable exceptions, or the few exceptions were actually not notable. They were really innocuous presidencies. We've had a few presidencies in the history of America, which has not been that long, where the presidents did not have military experience. But generally, you had to be someone with military experience, or you were not considered fit for the presidency because you're the executive commander-in-chief of all the armed forces. So you're considered the leader of an empire in a Caesarian, meaning a Caesarian sense. Caesar is the anglicization of the correct pronunciation of Caesar, is that where we get the term Kaiser or Tsar comes from, the Caesars. But for the American Caesars, the presidents, they are supposed to be just that, Caesars. They're leading an empire. and therefore should be like the Caesars, generals essentially. But so even Nixon had World War II experience in the military on the front lines. He was working with a organization known as, it had some stupid name like FART or something, or it's literally, it was some bizarre ass acronym, but it was like military transport. It was Military Transport Command. And so he was flying supply airplanes, or involved with supply airplanes. All that being said, so Clinton was the first guy in a long time who was president who did not have military experience. Beyond that, he truly despised the military. And at this point in my life, I'd be far more sympathetic to that attitude than I was then. And at that time, of course, this led to
yes. Yeah. We all grow it. We all grow into that, right?
Yeah. Well, we all grow. Yeah, we all grow. And if you're, a person generally should be changing with growth, but it doesn't mean you always should. But yeah, in general, as we grow older, we begin to process differently. But yeah, at the time, one of the reasons was he started defunding the military a lot. That's how we wound up with a surplus. See, so
yes, that's what I remember. I remember having a surplus because so many military programs were defunded.
Yes,
and as I was younger, and the propaganda of patriotism was very strong at that age.
Compelling.
Yeah, it's very compelling. So when you are confronted with that, you are immediately against it, typically, because you want a strong defense. You feel you want a strong defense, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, I remember those feelings. And if you remember, the person way ahead of his times was Michael Savage. He was talking about that at the time. He was extreme right, too right, and completely off the scales right. But he talked about a lot of these things before they were popular. And now you're so far left or right that there's nobody that can actually sit at a table, share a meal, and talk about it and figure it out together, unfortunately.
Yeah, and when it comes to Michael Savage, that's a whole nother rabbit hole. Just so people know, he lived in San Francisco. So
yes, he did. Oh my goodness, I forgot that. Yes, he did. Yes.
So I knew him to a degree. This wasn't like, we were regular talking buddies. I would run into him and actually, be able to speak to him personally. And used to call into his show. But
you did? Oh my goodness! I listened to his show all the time as a young man.
Okay, so you might have heard me. I would call in. That was yeah. You might have heard me.
I probably did.
Yeah, I called in a number of times to the point where the staff got to know me. They knew when I called, but there came a point where he literally could not understand what I was saying. He was mind blocked in the sense that it had to do with our relationship began to, if we could call it a relationship, it was accurately one in the sense that I had a conversational relationship with him that was both casual on the street, so to speak, but sporadic. It's not something that was common. I would run into him maybe every few months, something like that. But he was extraordinarily wealthy. Just so people know, he owned a yacht in San Francisco's harbor. So it's like, he's not somebody who would relate to where I was coming from. But I would speak to him, of course, about geopolitics more than anything else.
Which he loved. He loved geopolitics.
Yes, he did. But that doesn't mean he was sensible about it.
No, he was a botanist foremost, I think. And then he found the triggers to keep forwarding himself.
Yes. Yeah. It was, let's put it this way. He would claim that he was an herbalist, as if he were just traipsing about in the fucking tropics. He had been to these Southwest Pacific Islands. So he had actually spoken about that. And in the Southwest Pacific Islands, he began to ply his trade. But his original name, you must know, was Wiener. You knew his original name was Michael Wiener, right?
Yeah, I remember that. I forget it as often as I can.
Yes.
I do forget it as often. So,
Go on, go on.
I can't remember if I think I saw him.
Yeah.
Do you remember when like malls were a thing?
Yeah, of course.
They're dead now, but I
yes,
believe
sadly, yes.
I believe I saw him broadcasting from a mall in New York, and so he was quite the thing. But that's back when terrestrial radio was a thing. I mean,
yes.
It was before Howard Stern took it to internet radio.
Yes.
With satellite and everything else. But yeah, terrestrial radio was the thing to be.
Yes.
And Michael Savage made quite a name for himself.
He did at that time. And then what happened was where my personal conversation or ongoing, shall we say extended, sporadic conversational relationship with him, where it ended was at one point when I called in and was trying to explain to him about China in Africa, because I spoke of China often, and I was speaking about Taiwan supporting what was then the nation of Lesotho. And the communist Chinese were supporting South Africa, which are a post-apartheid South Africa. And he could not grasp for the life of him anything I said. I had explained it to the person taking the calls. You'd have to explain what you're going to talk about to the person taking the calls, and if they figure you're incoherent, they won't let you through. So I had explained it to the person who was taking the calls, and he understood what I said completely. But once he turned me over to Michael Savage turned into a Vinnie Barbaric. He was at a complete loss for understanding what I was saying. And I said, I don't know why this was so difficult for him, because he was trying to talk about minerals in Africa, trying to talk about China, and I'm explaining to him Taiwan supporting Lesotho, which is this landlocked nation surrounded by the rest of South Africa, which was going communist, whereas Lesotho was supported by the Taiwanese. And he was just completely blanking out, and he finally hung up. And that was when everything ended in terms of my speaking with him. But it was after that, again, very Vinnie Barbaric like. He started.
Look at his name.
Yeah,
Look at his name. Savage. Barbaric. Savage.
Well, yeah, true. But in the case of Vinnie Barbaric, that's his real name. Whereas with Michael Wiener, Savage was just a pseudonym because he kept saying members of the men and women of the Savage Nation. That was his big thing. Can you imagine if he used his real name?
I remember.
Yeah, men and women of the Wiener Nation. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he couldn't use that. So, but when it came to he after that, he pretty much told some gay guy who called in him and baited him. A gay guy called in and baited him, and basically, remember, the guy is in San Francisco. Here's Michael Wiener. He's in San Francisco.
He was in San Francisco,
the
yes.
Mecca.
I forgot that.
Yeah.
I remember it now that you say it, but I had completely forgot that.
Oh, yeah. We're talking about the Mecca of gayness. And
yes.
Michael Savage was homophobic. There's no other word for it. And it finally got to the point where it was shortly after I broke off conversations with him. Again, this arc or the spiral, very similar to Vinnie Barbaric, he began to disintegrate. And one of the things that really got him off the station that was his mainstay was a gay guy called in and baited him, and he said, "Why don't you go get AIDS and die, you pig?" And once he said that, the guy who was the producer said, "Whoa!" And immediately they shut him down. They cut him off the station. After that it was Sean Hannity all fucking day. Just replays of Sean Hannity until they could find somebody to, ways to work around him. He was their mainstay, but they couldn't handle him after that. It was just
super aggressive. That's like really aggressive for radio.
Oh yeah. Do you remember that incident?
No, I don't remember that. I remember him being dropped from most stations and switching, but now I know why. I didn't know why.
Oh, okay.
I didn't care to know why because he got so aggressive. He was so angry. He became so angry. It wasn't something I desired to listen to anymore because I think he became paranoid, and I see this a lot in people that hit 70.
Yeah.
He was sleeping in different places every night with a pistol under his pillow, and like the paranoia really set in.
Yeah.
So his aggression really came out in his conversation. And there's nothing cathartic about listening to somebody that's so aggressive and paranoid at the same time.
Thank you. And so you were healthy enough to recognize that. And so there we go, a very similar spiral to Vinnie Barbaric.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it was because Michael Weiner was this kind of, and he wrote books, but you also remember he was Jewish and he was pro-Zionist. He was very much pro-Israel.
And I won't divest into the subject, but if anybody reads the Protocols of Zion, you'll understand what that is. Like, you should go Google it, read it, and just figure it out for yourself. It's self-explanatory if you want to do the work.
Right. And just to qualify,
the original release of that was in Behold a Pale Horse. Yeah. Which they no longer publish it with that aspect of it. You have to buy an old version that's hundreds of dollars.
Correct.
Or download the PDF to get it. And all the documents that Douglas gave him are edited out too.
Thank you. Tell Aaron about that. Yeah, so go on, Aaron.
Before Brendan touches that, don't forget your thought, Brendan. I want to hear that, but I have to reiterate this. William Cooper was the first one to talk about aliens, or at least get published talking about aliens. And then he recanted. And this is, if you're a new listener, if you don't remember the story, Douglas is the reason.
Yeah, that's right.
William Cooper recanted this story of aliens. Yes. And on top of that, I saw myself with my own eyes and ears the video on YouTube where William Cooper said, "I'm sorry for talking about aliens. It's not aliens." Yes. Now, this is the same thing that JIÄNGJIÐ always said, but he never had to recant because he knew from the beginning. Yes. So William Cooper recanted what he had written, and they have pulled it from every part of the internet. It is not available any longer. And Brendan, go ahead with your thought.
Yes.
Oh, it was just because of Douglas, basically.
but also the documents. Yes.
Yeah. Well,
yes, the documents.
Yeah, maybe you didn't tell him directly, but you definitely gave him the documents. So.
Yeah, no, I told him directly, and I gave him the documents, and those were what he included in Behold a Pale Horse, complete with redactions. And then, as you said, then they redacted that, or rather, you just cut it.
Yeah, after he died, literally the later publications just completely omit the protocols and all the back. Basically, they called it like an appendix, but it was actually part of the book. It was just all basically everything that solidified his statements. Yes. So of course they're going to take that out. Yes. Right. And then the one page where you wrote on it, essentially, you or Aquino was writing on it, Order of the Trapezoid.
Tell him about that. Tell him about that. Tell him about the writing from Michael Aquino directly, and also my notes, my notations. And Michael Aquino. I gave him documents that had Michael Aquino's notations and my own. And that was published, and then you can see it on the PDF, correct, Brendan?
Yeah, we have it. Yeah, we have the PDF with that in there,
Yes.
Where he's talking about there are Nazis in the military, and then that was Aquino's writing, saying that they're all aspects, kind of like the J.P. Farrell version. Yeah. Where they're saying this is all paperclip stuff. So it's like his spiel, Aquino's spiel about that, essentially, his disinfo. Yes. And then there's your notes saying Order of the Trapezoid to explain why they're all dressed up like Nazis. Yeah.
Yes.
So it's published. It's there.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, the Order of the Trapezoid practice a satanic inversion magic. So they dressed like the enemy. So in order to perform the rituals and try to combat Nazism, they would dress as Nazis, but they weren't.
But whoever wrote the expose, quote unquote, was saying that I just saw all these Nazis in a room and they're part of our government. Yeah. So
there we are. So
but you basically told Bill Cooper by putting that note on there. Yes. You were explaining to him that they're not, and it's the Order of the Trapezoid. And like you just said.
Thank you. That's what I was explaining to Bill Cooper, and his whole life. He loved me because I was half Asian, and his children were half Asian. His wife is Asian. Right. His kids are half Asian.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So he had this great affinity for me, and because I was in a sense, he had that father-son kind of vibe going with myself. Aristides, you were going to say something?
Oh, Nemo had is bringing up in the Skype chat. You mentioned a video. Someone mentioned a video that got wiped out, and he's wondering what the name was.
Yeah.
So I don't remember what the name was.
Privately. I'll send it to you privately. We'll not speak of that at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, that's perfect. And if you could send it to me privately as well, Brendan, that would be great.
Yes.
Well, I don't have the video. We're just trying to recover it.
Okay.
Oh, what he means is he'll send the name of the video privately. Okay. Yeah. And what the other thing to emphasize, though we don't want to overdwell on it, and thank you for bringing Nemo's question to our attention, Aristides. But the other thing, though we don't want to dwell on it because we've gone over this before, was that William Cooper, for those of you who don't know, because as the years go on, less and less people know who William Cooper is. Just remember this important fact that back when they had bookstores, and bookstores had to maintain inventory, and the most stolen book, bar none, at the top of the list, the most stolen book in the world at any given time is the Bible, because people feel they shouldn't have to pay for the Bible. And so when it came to the other second most stolen book in the world.
Behold a Pale Horse.
Yes, it was Behold a Pale Horse. You know, I don't know if that's the case any longer, but it was for years. And I mean, years.
It's not anymore, but I don't know if you remember this, but I remember messaging you on Facebook before you were shut down from it about Bill Cooper, and you copied and pasted your Dietrich on the situation with Cooper, because I remember when he died, and it was horrible because Fritz Springmeier had a similar scenario. He didn't die, but he's gone. Yeah. So you had kindly...
Well, they straight up just showed up at his house. Cooper just straight up offed him.
Well, the sheriffs of that county showed up and offed him. Yeah. So with Fritz Springmeier, who wrote the Bloodlines of the Illuminati, he did tremendous groundbreaking research, and some of his information still stands tall. He basically was infiltrated by somebody who had just robbed a bank, and so he was charged with aiding it. Yeah, implicated with aiding and abetting, and went to prison. I don't remember how many years. Yeah. So he was in prison for I don't know how many years. At the time he was in prison, I went to his website and ordered his book, and his wife, who's now his ex-wife, had mailed me his book. And that was back then. So I don't remember how many years ago that was. But so these are the things that happened that, you know, if you're not paying attention over the last 20 years, or 25 years, things happen very quickly and you'll lose track of them.
Yes. Yeah. And just so everybody knows, the person who fingered William Cooper was Alex Jones. And
that's the part you pointed out to me so eloquently with your
and
Facebook
his last
post.
Transmission of Hour of the Time, where he did all of that. He exposed Alex, and he said, they're coming after me, and then this is happening sometime in September.
Yes, he did.
His research.
He did.
That episode is completely scrubbed.
Yes.
And the pieces that are left of it are totally illegible.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Originally, it was 3 episodes. It was
Well, one of the crucial episodes is gone. They try and obfuscate by leaving the other 2 or something.
Yeah, no, it's awful.
But one of them is definitely gone.
Yeah, no, it's the same as when Henrik Palmgren interviewed me in a 3-hour interview and cut off an hour and made it a 2-hour interview so nobody could understand what I was saying. So, that way. And the Nicole Froelich did that as well, who Brendan Zoget,
and
called
the
her out.
Bulgarians. It's it's a
the
pattern.
Bulgarians. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and the Bulgarians, and and Nicole Froelich and the Bulgarians were, of course, they were ambushes set up by Vinnie Barbaric. Yeah, ambushes set up by Peter.
He's the worst secretary ever.
No, well, he's just the enemy. He said it was the enemy. Now you might remember, Aaron. I brought this up before. We'll get back to capitalism. I want people to know I have not lost that train of thought. But
and the MUFON, he set that up too, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And of course, while he was on the MUFON, Aristides can attestify to this. He was attacking me on the MUFON.
He's 3 for 3.
Yeah, no, it went on and on. No, every interview he set up was an ambush. And don't forget, he was attacking me on the MUFON interview where he's saying, everybody's walking away, Douglas. Nobody's listening to you, Douglas.
Right.
Everybody's leaving, Douglas.
He said that on there.
Yeah, repeatedly. And he kept saying repeatedly, I am going over to the enemy. I am going over. Remember when everybody left, all of these people who, like, Daniel Arola, Peter Moon said repeatedly on record, I'm going over to the enemy. I'm going over to the enemy. And, for those of you who don't know.
He wasn't lying.
No, he wasn't. He was always working with the enemy. But he was always working with the enemy. That's the point that needs to be made there. So I do, again, emphasize to people, we're trying tonight, before we get back to capitalism, we're trying tonight to raise funds for my rent, because I had to do several supply runs, including prescription medicines that are not on my formulary. In other words, insurance doesn't cover some of my prescriptions. That includes the boric and saline solution that I use for my irrigation bottle, that I then combine that with the steroid solution that I flush up my nose. That cost me $150, and that put me back in the hole. Thanks to people contributing tonight, we're still we're much better off, but we still want to make it to 300 United States dollars if possible. So we do want people to know we need 300 United States dollars. Try and look at it from the position that I was in. Here's part of the problem I was dealing with that certainly Brendan can testify to. Vinnie Barbaric had this idea of the contract he wrote with myself as a marriage contract. And he said that on air several times. We have a marriage contract, which meant he put himself in the husband's position, and he felt he didn't need to give me anything. It would be like a wife who the husband is got control of the property, that everything's under his name. That's how he interpreted the contract that he had written. And you could, thank you. Yeah.
And he straight up said, like, oh yeah, Douglas and I are in a sort of marriage.
Yes.
Sort of marriage. He said it. Yeah.
Yes.
One of our episodes. It's hard to go back and look through it because it's painful to listen to him talk, and it's super boring. Otherwise, I would have like a whole list of shit he said. It's voluminous. Yeah,
when I was talking to Amy about, for instance, when he was talking about the implant, my implant fell out, and because I felt Amy would take copious notes, and what Amy said was, when it came to Peter Moon, she just stopped listening. After a while, Amy, who's just famous for notes, she just stopped listening when Peter Moon was on. But just another example of his attitude towards whoever he felt was a wife or a partner, which is what he considered myself to be. He would discredit the victim. You might remember, Aaron Tice, when Peter Moon talked about that $1,000 or $700 speeding ticket Paola Masson got. Do you remember that? We were talking about that for months. Yes. And you probably don't know the details behind it, but she shared with me that basically the policeman stopped her, and he told her to get out of the car, and he proceeded to attempt to rape her, and she basically took him to the ground. She kicked his groin. She basically left him in agony, and after that she got this $700 speeding ticket. And that's when Peter Moon never brought that up. Even though he was made aware of it by her, he never brought that up. And he refused to press charges against the officer. He said,
I would pay $700 to not get raped on the side of the road.
yeah. Well, there you go with that. Well, she didn't. She did not. And she's a totally different individual. But that's because, of course, she had the power not to get raped. It was like he was.
Well, I'm a slight male, so I'd be a little worried if he was a beefy dude.
Understood. Well, she didn't fucking care, and he obviously was not expecting her vampiric strength and her agility. It's mostly the fact she's so spry and wiry and was able to take him down. First off, for those of you who don't know, a Kevlar vest, if you're wearing a full Kevlar vest that is not even SWAT level is like out of this world. SWAT level Kevlar with a steel front and back trauma plate. Theoretically, you can kick down a door and some idiot inside can shoot at you with a shotgun And we, even at point blank range, we'll give it about 20 feet at the minimum. Or, yeah, you don't want to try this, but you'd probably survive without anything other than heavy bruising. That's how powerful SWAT level is. But when you're wearing a uniform over the vest and it's still modified for that, with the front and back trauma plate like I was wearing, with other extra accoutrements like Kevlar padding in front of the trauma plates so that bullets don't ricochet and hit you because of the trauma plate, you're talking about something very heavy. And that combined with all your equipment, it's like, this is the reason why they call them, you know, the modern knights. I mean, you are armored and you have all the disadvantages of, you're not going swimming. So, right. So when she knocked, you know, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. You know, this guy was confident, but she knocked his ass down. Once he was down, she kept kicking at his groin. And that was it. He was too embarrassed to arrest her for that. Do you see what I'm saying? So he wrote up the speeding ticket.
The ego is huge there.
Yeah, so he wrote up the speeding ticket after she had taken off because he had her license plate number at that point. So he had her license plate number, probably her VIN number. And so at that point he wrote the ticket. When she went home to tell Peter, he refused to press charges. And it's very similar to what happened with, I don't know if you remember this, the other day when after lymphatic work, which Amy Como can testify to, is one of the most nauseating things in the world. Is you're trying to purge toxins, somebody works on your lymph nodes, and believe me, Amy, you can share briefly what happened to yourself. I mean, like, it damn near killed you. You had to, yeah.
Well, I was foolish. I didn't understand, like, because it's not a very strong touch.
Yeah.
It's really light and it's really just in the top layer of the skin.
Yeah.
So I didn't think it was really even doing anything. And he tried to tell me, the guy was like, you can't plan on anything for tomorrow. And like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm getting on a plane. And that's exactly what I did, is I got on the plane and then I was sick and like just ruined my trip to visit my friend. I ended up staying in a hotel because I felt so bad about just being in her bathroom.
And vomited.
Well, yeah, it was terrible. It was just, for me, I had multiple car wrecks and I'd had surgeries, lots of surgeries. So my lymphatics was full of stuff from, you know, anesthesia, all the meds that
Toxins.
I took. I took tons of pain meds for like the first 8 months. I was just zonked out. I couldn't walk and I had to watch these kids. I was a babysitter at the time and I was hobbling around on the cast and I took all kinds of pain meds to get through my day. And all of that just came right out with the first lymphatic drainage massage.
Yeah. But you vomited multiple times, correctly?
Oh, it was green. It was terrible. It was like not a color of anything you want to see ever again. But it was
Technicolor.
No,
Oh, shit, you went full Pazuzu and shit?
it was gross. Well, I got on a plane after we had the first lymphatic drainage session. And that was the dumbest thing ever. Like, I was like visiting a friend in New Orleans. I was living in Albuquerque.
Let's put it this way. You're in good company. Myself, Brooke Gibson had the same experience. Brooke Gibson had a lymphatic massage. She blames not hydrating herself enough, but she wound up as sick as you were. And when V, my cosmetologist, did the lymphatic massage on myself, it took several days. It was a delayed effect because of my system is so different, but my physiology is so different. But then I vomited on myself while lying down and was afraid I was going to choke to death in my own vomit. Now, then I called the paramedics. And so, Aaron, you probably heard this. And then what happened was the motherfucker said, "What were you doing?" And I said, it was, you know, after a show, I was drinking in the morning before I go to sleep, which I always do because that's when I go to sleep. That's my nightcap. Then he started shouting I was an alcoholic. Do you remember my relating this story, Aaron, recently?
Yes.
Yeah, he told everybody at the hospital. We were on divert. San Francisco was very busy. Kaiser had to put me on divert, so we were taken to St. Francis, which is going through some very radical change because they're purchased by UCSF, so half of them are hopefully going to be fired anyway. But they wound up denying me care and said, oh, well, you know, like I said, this yellow nigger son of a bitch, Asian Indian doctor comes in and tells me, well, I'm told you're an alcoholic, so we refuse to treat you. You brought all this on yourself. And I said, aren't you going to take any blood tests? You'll find I have no alcohol in my bloodstream that's discernible, I assure you. And he said, now you're just being an improper patient, and, you know, we're going to have to ask you to leave. I'll call security. And that was it. I was kicked out of the hospital, which they can do that. For those of you who do not know, they have the legal right to do that. And then what Peter Moon did the next day when I described this was he discredited me by saying, oh, I want to tell my story. And when I interrupted him, because I knew I didn't want to hear it, he said, no, you must let me finish. And then he tried to make himself sound like the rational person and said, oh, I have a neighbor who's a paramedic. I've known him, and he had a 30-year career, and he would never do that. Do you remember him saying that? He would never have done. And so what he's saying is, this paramedic would never have done that, so you're obviously lying. And that's what he did to Paola. When Paola told him about the cop, he mentioned the neighbor cop. Remember, he's always talking about the neighbor cop. Oh, I talked to this guy who's a cop for 30 years, and he's a neighbor. And basically, he told Paula that. Oh, he would never do that. He'd never stop a woman and rape her. So, she must be lying, and what she said did not happen. And therefore, he was refusing to press charges. Now, the interesting thing about this is this aspect of authority that the cult of the kings of Edom is always claiming. It's like Peter Moon is siding with authority because he has no problems with authority. He's a wealthy white male. He is not going to face the same problems with authority that a poor white male or any...
Well, I thought it was... Hang on, I thought it was black.
Oh, that's right. He thinks of himself as black. That's the insanity. He indulges himself in the fantasy that he's a pure Moor that is like... it's so sick and it's so demented that you're left, of course, just realizing you're contending with a madman anyway. So there you go with that. But the whole point is he discredited Paula with the cop incident, discredited myself with the paramedic incident. This is all because of his own insanity and need to identify with authority, which, of course, he took the side of authority whenever it came to blacks being murdered. Remember when George Floyd was murdered on my show, he was saying they're not going into the fact that George Floyd deserved it because he had been caught, selling a pack of stolen cigarettes. And, it just as if that rates murder. That rates his execution. Selling a pack of stolen cigarettes. That's this is where Peter Moon was coming from on my show, that all these low class blacks deserve to die, that the cops were the saints, well,
it depends. It depends if they had a cucumber in a plastic bag.
Yeah, there we are. There we are. Yes, and it just goes on. But all such being said, understand, everyone, what I've been dealing with. This individual has now, just so people understand, had an episode taken down in which he had said he was going to pay me all of the money that would pay me eventually royalties from the Roswell deception, and that he was going to do this by giving me all of the proceeds from the new book that was going to be published, which he never intended to publish. Indeed, he intended to copyright my story, and now that he's copyrighted it, he's claiming it's all fiction and it's his work, that it's his. But everyone, of course, that won't stand up in a court of law if it comes to that. I'm certain I could find some legal help to sue him if he were to try that. But it's obviously he's counting on the fact that I can't afford it. And we'll see what happens. Hopefully he'll just die soon enough from his successive abuse of himself by going to these witch doctors instead of seeking a conventional medical help. But just so everybody knows, we're dealing with a constant assault from him, and as a result, I'm left, again, hanging and treading water. Now, the thing that I noticed about this is there was this one fan named Niall Parkinson who was, quote-unquote, a fan, but he was probably some kind of asset. Either way, he could have just been a lunatic stalker, but he would like cry, quote unquote, at my poetry, say, "Oh, Douglas, you're always so poetic when you're at your most vulnerable," when I was writing poems about my parents or something for their birthdays. And he basically then was calling John Warrington and plotting against me. John Warrington was the person who took all the screenshots and turned them over to myself. I even published them on Facebook at that time. And Niall Parkinson was saying, you know, Douglas is so vulnerable and his life's been so hard. I must destroy him. I must destroy him. Anyone who's down, you better kick them while they're down. And Peter Moon is exactly like that. He told Aaron Tice, hey, Douglas's life has been a shit sandwich. He's had it really hard. And what does Peter do? He does everything he can to destroy me, steal my life story, copyright it, claim it's fiction, and then try to profit from it, and make certain that I can't publish anything on my own. So we're dealing with someone here who realizes my life has been hard, that I'm barely treading water, and then does his best to press my head into the water so that I drown. Not only that, he knew something happened at the hospital, something was being planned, where he was convinced I would not survive my surgery. Now,
he was confounded. He was confounded.
Yeah.
That you weren't neutralized in the hospital. But I'll jump into a couple things quick.
Yeah.
There's two veins I want to go into. So I'm old school in that I don't like to air dirty laundry, but some of it has to be aired. Yes. And I've been in correspondence with Peter via phone, email, Facebook Messenger for the better part of 10 years until this current book exploded in flames.
Yes.
And one of the things that really troubled me was, you know, I never enjoyed the Radu Cinnamar or the Repu Cinnamon.
Yeah, Rapey Cinnamon.
You know, synopsis. And I articulated this to Peter, but it never really mattered to him. Like, so he had called me to Cathart about what's going on at the time, and it was that Repu Cinnamon was found raping, you know, and he's like, well, the cult found him. I know who he is. I figured out who he is because they told me in the beginning he had 13, you know, CDs published. I know who he is. I found his music. This guy corresponds with me. He's a hardcore Christian, and he says, this is the guy. He's a rapist in this sex cult in Romania, yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, well, Peter, I never really cared for those books. I don't really follow those books, but what are you going to do about it? And he's like, well, I don't know what to do. They're my best-selling books. So, you know, if you're the Montauk Project author and you're fighting the machine of media, why would you cling to a false narrative in Romania from a rapist? Like Peter told me, you know, he got caught and he was ostracized by the cult and given this gold to make him unsightly and punished by his own kind, and yet he's still publishing his books, and he still would not publicly come on the air and actually acknowledge what everybody was finding out real time. So it's against my nature to air these kind of things, to talk about them, but that's the reality. That was a private conversation, and I'll share that because it's the truth, and Peter didn't want to share the truth with his audience who was paying for the books. And one of the last conversations was he had, you know, Romania had not acknowledged who the rapist was, and the publisher would not kind of like fess up to it. And one of the last things Peter said was, listen, I want an answer to my last email about, is he in trouble? What's the story? Is this him? It's not tied to the royalties, but I want to know. I'm really sick right now. I'll pay you the royalties, but I'm feeling better. So there is a trend here of Peter Moon, Vinnie Barbarick not paying royalties and not acknowledging the truth in his later life. I don't know what it was like with the Montauk Project, but I know that this is articulated verbally from him to me. And that's what I'll relay on that. Now, to sidestep quickly, William Cooper means a lot to me because he had an episode on the Sign of the Times where he said he would only read the words in red in the Bible, in the New Testament. And he said that because he felt that Paul was an imposter, Paul the Apostle. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, Douglas, if you've gone down this rabbit hole, but it's quite a rabbit hole about Paul being an imposter and not being a true apostle. And all of this information is completely scrubbed at this point. Now, I have a secondary source to back this up from, but William Cooper was the first person that enlightened me to this fact. Are you aware of this?
Yes, and with Cooper, I did not speak much about that with him. I believe that I don't know exactly when he came to that conclusion, but he and I were not speaking too much about the theology aspect of what he was interested in. It was mostly ufological, what he and I discussed. But what I can tell people is this is a very important point to make. It's the fact is that what we have are parallels that people may find inappropriate, but to me, they're not inappropriate because, first off, communism is what you would call an anti-religion. What Christ was obviously a Messiah. I accept him as such. And, of course, this brings us into the difference between someone like Brooke Gibson, who is skeptical that Christ was divine, but thinks of him as like this kind of like Taoist philosopher figure, somebody who was extraordinarily insightful or wise. Peter Moon, of course, just felt nothing but contempt for Christ.
Societal archetype.
Just total contempt for the concept, just the very concept of the Christ. Yeah. But when it comes to Christ and Marx, these are the strongest parallels because what happened with Karl Marx was that Karl Marx, if you ever read his original work, you would have thought you were reading Mein Kampf. Remember that Karl Marx was born in Germany. He was originally known as the Red Prussian. He would get into bar fights talking about what lazy workers the British were compared to German workers while he was pub crawling in London. So you've got this individual who was ethnically Jewish, but he was actually viewed as a product of German education. And when there's an excellent book, very thin, probably very hard to find, but I recommend it as required reading, titled Karl Marx Racist. Karl Marx, racist. I don't remember the author, but the title alone should be easy enough to find. And it's a thin book, but it's just 100% pure facts, and it's easy to read. And in it, they talk about Karl Marx, and it sounds like the precursor to Nazism. And basically, when you take a look at Adolf Hitler, a quote from my biological father is, basically, we can learn much from Bolshevism, communism, Marxism, not from the boring ideology, but from the methodology. And so he was studying the tactics of Karl Marx. And this is all very important because nobody reads Marx in the Soviet Union, Communist China. All they read is Friedrich Engels. Friedrich Engels just created the Marx myth. He took all the racist orientation, as people would term it today, from Karl Marx. Everything Karl Marx said is not recorded by Friedrich Engels. Friedrich Engels took everything and created a totally separate artificial mythology and ideology that has some Marxian tropes or elements, but it's Engelian. So when you take a look at the Soviet Union, the Communist Chinese, all these ideologies are following Engelianism, not Marxism. And when it comes to Christ, once he was crucified, then Paul then pulled a Friedrich Engels. Paul was the Friedrich Engels for Jesus Christ and created this entire churchianity, then this was what led to Gnosticism. Gnosticism was the followers of the original Christ without an ideological doctrine that was later imposed by Paul. Now, whether Paul was, from what I can understand, he was one of the apostles, but he definitely was not like the others. He was,
well, he
in a
was
sense,
the 13th, technically.
Yeah. He was, in a sense, kind of like, how would you say it? He was the founder of the church, so to speak, in a sense. Even though in the Roman Catholic doctrine, they think of Peter. And
Peter met Christ, Paul didn't.
Yes.
Paul, so I'll just elucidate quickly.
Yeah.
Paul never met the Christ. He never met Jesus.
Yeah.
He had his epiphany after Christ was crucified. He never spoke of Jesus as Jesus. He spoke of him only as the Christ. Yes. So it was almost a New Age philosophy.
Yes.
And if you look at the Old Testament, it was the law. And if you look at the New Testament, it was very much treat your neighbor as yourself and love your God. And Paul said, lest we forget the law. So Jesus took us off the law, and Paul tried to throw us back to the Old Testament. So he was technically a Sadducee, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, so William Cooper elucidated this in a profound way, which changed my life. And then I went to train with Red Elk, and Red Elk said, have you studied Paul? And I said, well, slightly. And he said, well, I could never understand Paul, and I don't agree with him. And I prayed about it for a lot of years, and come to find out, he goes, yeah, he was not a good person. He was someone who was deceiving. So that was my interaction with Red Elk about Paul. And the first person to really make it to the mainstream to talk about it for myself, someone I found, was William Cooper. So I wanted to elucidate that and bring it to the forefront.
Does my Marxian parallel and analogy sound coherent then in that context?
Absolutely, Douglas. Absolutely, it does.
Thank you. Yes, and it's just so people understand, one of the cultures that Karl Marx hated the most was Russia. He hated Russia. He thought the Slavs were, in the traditional Prussian and Germanic sense, Untermenschen. He used those terms. These were terms that would later on be identified with Nazism. And during the American Civil War, for those of you who don't know, Karl Marx was alive during the American Civil War between the states. He sided with the Confederates. Just so people know. So Karl Marx was not who you think Karl Marx was. That's why Adolf Hitler named a city after him, Karl-Marx-Stadt. That city is in eastern Germany, but it was named that by Adolf Hitler, not the communists. So, for those of you who don't know, Adolf Hitler knew the real Karl Marx and understood him, but then understood that that communism was a product of Friedrich Engels. So people need to understand that if you were truly a follower of Christ, you would tend, not that I'm preaching this, you would tend to be more Gnostic in your attitudes, whereas Christianity, in general, we can think of as almost like a Paulsian, I don't know if Paulian yes. construct. Yes.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
And
especially in the Bible Belt, in the Bible Belt, because yes. he brought the rules, and he was very patriarchal. Yeah. You know, women can't hold a subject. You know, women can't preach, women can't do this, women can't do that. So Paul was very much a patriarch, a staunch patriarch. So I just wanted to bring those things to the forefront.
And they're important.
They came to my mind, and it was something that was and these are things I haven't spoken about in many years. I researched them a long time ago, and you know, they're coming forward. But
so what else comes to your mind? Was there something else that came to your mind you wanted to pursue?
No, that was the topic I wanted to bring up because of what we were talking about. But I really did want to talk about what Peter brought to me very recently about Rāpū Cinnamon.
Yeah, Rāpū Cinnamon. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, we're talking about Radu Cinnamar, who then Peter would try to make his works relevant by claiming the Dietrich Artelect created the hologram in Radu cinemas. You remember that? A Hollow World.
Oh, it's so obnoxious, and I never enjoyed any of those books. Now I have Peter's entire, catalog because I was in dialogue with him for over 10 years, but I just didn't enjoy those books. I didn't. I grew up in New York. My father and my uncle, my uncles, my entire family grew up in Long Island. So the Montauk Project is very personal to me.
Yes.
So the person who wrote about it, obviously, is someone I would correspond with.
Yes.
So the fact that he then branched off into this, rapey cinnamon, it is just obnoxious, and it's counterintuitive because he fights all media fights him, but yet he gets a Romanian publishing contract.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just obnoxious at this point.
Well,
it's obvious at this point, but at the time I didn't quite see it. I just accepted it, and I'm like, all right, it is what it is. He's got to make a living.
He always wanted to be accepted by the media. He would only decry them because they wouldn't accept him. And but when he got a third world nation, so to speak, I mean, that's a bit unfair about Romania, but not too unfair. We have to remember it was behind the Iron Curtain. It's very behind in development in many ways, and you can see it when you're there. But when it comes to the Romanian culture, I love the Romanian culture, and their history, but Peter Moon would never talk about that. He would talk about a fantasy Romania. That is the bizarre element of it. Whenever I brought up the historical Dracula, Peter would have none of it. He wanted to stick with the literary Dracula only as an allegory for his white bat bullshit. So, but when we were speaking of capitalism earlier, which this brings us back to, and we were talking about under the Clinton administration, there was a surplus. It began to become evident because of Clinton's defunding of the military that we had a surplus, and it became very much the real dividing line between the Republicans and the Democrats, in a sense. Now, this is why the military intervened. And originally, as I said, it was going to be basically when Bush Sr. finally he couldn't stand it anymore, and he threatened Ross Perot. Literally said, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill your daughter, I'll blow you all up at your wedding, your daughter's wedding, I'll just kill you all there en masse. And Ross Perot went on television and reported this, and which is like hitting the jackass on the head with a 2x4 when it comes to the public watching this, and they didn't even blink. It's like Ross Perot. Do you remember that? Ross Perot?
No, but it makes sense now.
Yeah. So Ross Perot got on TV and said, George Bush Sr. has threatened to kill my entire family at my daughter's wedding, and that's why I'm withdrawing from the race. And everybody.
Fantastic.
What's that? You? Say that again.
I think that's fantastic. I can't believe I missed that somewhere during my childhood.
Yeah, it's extraordinary, but Ross Perot, and then people just said, oh well, he's nuts, and they just went on like nothing had happened. But the whole point was that's why he withdrew, but it was too late for the Bushes, and Clinton won again. And so when Clinton,
are we sure?
Yeah, honey,
are we sure it wasn't all those bales of cocaine coming into Mena, Arkansas?
Well, that's what I used to think. But then if you look at the Biden crime syndicate, it's billions, not hundreds of thousands. Yeah. But it makes sense. It really makes sense. And I read Jesse Ventura's book, which was very enlightening. Jesse Ventura became, I think it was governor, was it Minnesota?
Yes. Go on.
And he was a wrestler, and this isn't taught in America. I grew up in America's schools, decent school system, went to college, the whole 9 yards. But yet it took me to read Jesse Ventura's book, where he's like, I became a third-party candidate. I had very little campaign funds, but yet my message resonated so much in a state that didn't matter that I became the governor of a state that I wasn't supposed to be governor of.
Yeah.
And he explained that when Abraham Lincoln was elected, he was a third-party candidate, and we were in the infancy of our nation.
No, kind of.
So technically, kind of, not sort of, but kind of.
Yeah.
But he said, this far down the road, we should be a 15-candidate nation, not a 3-party or a 2-party, which we're really a 2-party. So we're a 2-party where one party splits the 1-party vote.
And go on. Continue.
And that enlightened me to that, because this isn't elucidated in schools. People don't realize, like, people didn't know that Ross Perot split the vote of the 2 parties.
Right.
And yet we should probably have 5 or 6 parties or 7 parties or 8 parties. It's literally 2 parties, and it's just obscene.
Let me try and put that in context with both Jesse Ventura and that concept. What people need to understand, of course, is that up until that what happened with the Clintons, and the parties actually began to look different, began to actually manifest different results. Until that period of time, I would have said, and I would have been right, a 2-party republic offers no choice. And that's the way it was throughout the majority of my life until that point. Then what happened was it was going to kind of become that, but in this kind of seesaw balance. But I'll get back to that. With Jesse Ventura, what happened with Jesse Ventura was, of course, you had this individual who not only was a wrestler, which is what people remember and like him for, he was a U.S. Navy SEAL.
Yes.
And he was a U.S. Navy SEAL who refused to join the veterans groups. He never joined. He was confronted about this on television. Why don't you join the veterans groups or veterans advocacy? And he would just say, well, I was never a joiner, but the reality was he knew the evil of the military. And guess what? They all began to deny he was a U.S. Navy SEAL. I don't know if you remember that campaign.
Oh, yes.
But the military started a huge campaign saying Jesse Ventura was never in the U.S. Navy SEALs. And, very similar to what they do with Douglas Dietrich. He was never a Marine. So I can relate to Jesse Ventura. But unlike Jesse Ventura, I'm a lot more streetwise. Despite the fact that Jesse Ventura had been a U.S. Navy SEAL, had been a wrestler, should have had some sense of savvy, there is still that cultural privilege. He was probably born not rich, but upper middle class, something.
He was used to success. He was used to success at that point.
Yeah, and
he was in survival mode with his wife.
Whatever was going on with that, he made a big mistake when he signed that contract. Now, which one was it? There was only 3 big ones in the day: CBS, ABC, and NBC. I can't remember which one it was.
Yeah.
Whichever one he signed the contract with, that's when he began to believe in conspiracies. You see, until that point, Jesse Ventura was not Mr. Conspiracy. He was just a guy who had, become a governor, was on his way towards, realistically, becoming president. And so they had to do this guy in. The military did not want this man in charge because he knew their dirty secrets and he did not like them.
And he moved out of the governor's mansion because it was poisoned with lead.
Yes.
And his wife was losing her mind, and he would not run for a second term, and he was done. He moved on with his life. And then you elucidated how, the assistant seduced him, and I believe a Satanist at the same time. Wasn't it that the case?
Yeah, it was. We're talking about Anya Briggs and Briggs and Sean Stone.
Who can resist an Anya?
Yes, Sean Stone. By the way, Aristides found the PDF to Karl Marx Racist. Feel free to share that in the chat.
Thank you. I just bought that book on eBay. Thank you so much. I did not. I could have saved $35 and $5 shipping. Aristides, thank you. You're a magician.
Oh my God, he is. You should wait for him from now on.
From now on, I will. I will wait from now on.
But hey, nothing beats a hard copy because you can actually.
I agree.
You can actually toss that around.
You can thumb through it and share it with your dinner guests.
Yes, and literally wave it in their face. But that actually has more potency, more emotional impact. It's primal, unlike a PDF.
Yes.
But but such being said, when it comes to the when you're taking a look at our man Jesse Ventura and Anya Briggs and that Sean Stone, the son of Oliver Stone, and they were working with all that. What happened with him was that when the military said we got to get rid of this guy, what really killed him and his political career, he would tell you, look, I got to put all my attention on my family. He'll say that. But the reality was he'll also, if you press him, I find it hard how he could deny it. He would have to concede that his career was destroyed by the major mega corporation he signed a deal with, because they told him, okay, but for the next 5 years, you can only work with us. And he said, yeah, because he was such an asset, he couldn't imagine them.
I believe it was Viacom or something like this, because they owned all those smaller channels like... he was on TLC or History Channel or something.
Okay.
Excuse me.
All of his contacts were through Vince McMahon. So he was obviously in high contact with some of the high-level media conglomerates.
Yeah. And they conspired against him. And what happened was when he signed that contract, they never used him for anything, and he was obligated not to work with anyone else. So he was effectively gagged. So he was
True TV, Turner Broadcasting System.
Turner. So Turner gagged his ass. And
Ted Turner. Oh, nobody's talked about Ted Turner in a decade.
Oh yeah, Jane Fonda left him for a Christian. Remember that?
Yeah. Oh, Ted. This is the Ted Turner dynasty days. This is like. Yeah. This is dynasty days.
Yes. Ted Turner brings back. That's for us oldies. We're all ancient here, rocking in our chairs. Yes. And but with Jesse Ventura, when they gagged him for 5 years, that killed his political career. After that, he believed in conspiracies. Then he got involved with the TV series Conspiracy Theory. And what happened was they said, we got to blow this guy out of the water, because that became the most popular series. Everybody was watching it. He was making a comeback. And so they assigned Anya Briggs, a hit woman. And now there are those like Max Spears. Max Spears would tell me he'd swear up and down. He said, Anya Briggs has left a trail of bodies across North America and doesn't remember any of it.
Wow.
He said they just call her up and, give her the trigger word, and she goes out and does her thing. And she would tell me directly, I wake up in the morning and there's messages from the light workers, the white hats in the deep state, and they tell me what to do. She would tell me that. And my first ever Skype call lasted for hours and was with Anya Briggs in New York City. And I'm here in San Francisco. And it was shortly after that, my cosmetologist, over at the old salon where I used to rendezvous with her, she basically said, hey, some girl came in here looking for you. I said, who? She said, crazy bitch. And she started describing her. I said, that's Anya Briggs. She physically described Anya Briggs. Anya Briggs had come to San Francisco, stepped into the salon that I was using with V, asked where I was on the lookout for me. Now, the good news is I'm in a impossible position to stake out. It's very difficult to stake out my residential neighborhood because it's just very inconvenient. And, it's almost impossible to set up a sniper here. You'd have to, buy one.
I like that book that Aristides sent, says withdrawn, with a giant red stamp on it, withdrawn from the Toronto Public Library. They, threw it in the trash.
Oh, of course. Oh, of course.
Talk about communists up there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you go.
That's beautiful. That's a nice touch to that.
Yeah, no, that validates it. That validates it. Yeah.
Not only did they throw it away, they stamped it. Talk about bureaucracy.
Thank you. Yeah, but at any rate, what was that, Amy?
I just need to say goodnight. I want to implore everybody listening to please donate to Douglas. It's the end of the month.
Yes.
And also, at some point in the future, I'd love to hear more about Aaron Tice's encounter with Red Elk.
I can do that. I would love to do that. Yeah.
Excellent.
It's just interesting. And I feel like I'm leaving you to just the guards here, but I know that somebody else on this call should join in order to keep the balance here. We need some women on this call.
We certainly do, and we certainly appreciate the fact that you stayed up to participate with us, Amy, and we love you dearly. Stay safe and stay well.
65
and
degrees.
Amy, I drove past Mel's Hole with Red Elk.
You drove past where?
Mel's Hole. Do you remember the story of Mel's Hole?
I don't.
Oh, Mel's Hole is great. You should Google Mel's Hole. It was a gentleman who owned property in Washington State who found this hole that never ended. And basically what he did was he lowered a fishing line for thousands and thousands of feet, and it didn't end. And he was a fisherman, so he would put lifesavers at the end of the line to know if it was dissolving. And basically everybody who ever lived there would just throw all their garbage in it. And the Mel's Hole story is absolutely fascinating. If there's about probably 9 or 10 hours on YouTube or in archived websites. And if you listen to them all, you will absolutely enjoy it all. And it was quite a story. And I drove past that with Red Elk pointing to the road that went to it. I was about a mile away, but it's all, contained by the government at this point. So Mel's Hole was quite a fascinating story. I listened to it live, real time, way back in the day.
Did you ever participate in a sweat lodge?
I did not, but I did other ceremonies with Red Elk.
Very cool. Yeah, it's such a gift to have Native elders, and
it really is. And they're all gone now. They're all gone.
So sad.
And there's plenty of people who think that they're Native, but they're just so intermixed that it's very diluted. But out west, I mean, it's such a rush to save the languages. I mean, I know there's Native schools just to preserve the cultural language so that the young can learn it and use it.
Yes.
Maybe with like the Navajo and stuff and Hopi.
Yeah, well, I certainly...
In California, they're all gone.
Yeah, I'm so sad.
Well, it's the end of a generation. So Red Elk was in Inner Hyoka, and it was so basically they were appointed by continent. I think there were 12 through the world. And at the time I met Red Elk, there were only 9 left. And the message Red Elk got was that they were not going to be replaced. So as they pass, like there's not a replacement for them. And they're technically the story keepers, the secret story keepers of each continent. So it's a very sad time, but it's a very new time. So that's what I know of that.
Yes.
Well, thank you, and good night, and I will check back with you later. Okay?
Yes,
awesome.
honey.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
We love you dearly. Okay. Blessed dreams. Sweet dreams, honey. Yes, and so hopefully she'll visit us. We'll see how long the show lasts tonight, but otherwise her and I will try and speak privately soon enough, as we did early in the morning, and today, or yesterday by now. But the thing I wanted to say about the capitalism, and of course we'll go back through Jesse Ventura and the presidencies, is that Jesse Ventura, when he became Mr. Conspiracy and the series became such a hit, then they shut him down by assigning Anya Briggs as the psychic for the series. So she showed up in like the 3rd or 4th season, and that was the season that took forever to upload, so to speak. Basically, by the 3rd, or if there might not have been a 4th season, I'll ask Aaron what he remembers. I mean, I believe it lasted 2 full seasons, and then by the 3rd one, it died, I think. And what happened with that 3rd season was that it took like literally 2 years before they published half of the episodes, and the other half were totally scrubbed and never released. I mean, is that your memory of it as well, Aaron? Something like that?
That's my memory of it, and that's accurate as far as I know, because it's been so long.
We're 3 seasons. It says it has 3 seasons.
Yeah, but you can't find the 3rd. It's just like you can't find the episode about Paul the Apostle from William Cooper.
Right.
But again, we're all in our rocking chairs reminiscing about times gone by, because, you know,
They can scrub whatever they want.
We live in a dystopia where this is 1984, where, as I said, he who controls the past controls the future, and he who controls... I tell
people this. Marina Abramovich, 10 years ago, you could Google her. Now you cannot. And you could easily Google Lady Gaga's influences 10 years ago, and now you cannot. Like, the information that we used to have is gone, and Douglas elucidated on this in the past. Like, we are told that China throttles Google, but we're not told that the U.S. throttles Google. But it absolutely equivocally throttles Google.
Ours is almost worse because there's no black screen. Like in China, it just shuts it off. Out here, it's like it gives you nothing. It doesn't even let you scroll down anymore. You remember when you used to get like, you had the selection to go to like page 10. You can't do that anymore.
No, you can't. You cannot. So it's horrendous.
Well,
the information is scrubbed completely.
Well, here's the problem. It gets worse. You're stuck with going deep dark web, but then all you run across is Ian West. All you get in deep dark web is, we got the ice
what
wall.
Happened. I think that was deliberate because look what happened. Now everyone is, in that soup.
Yes.
It's a deliberate soup.
Yeah. So they're basically in the Q soup.
Yes. And,
the white hats are coming to save us. We can just hang out and drink our beer and cheers. The people that are special are coming to save us.
I mean, oh my fucking God. It's like, that's the worst. Anyhow, but just to put it into perspective for people, let me give people just a short tangent here about communist China during the time of Tiananmen Square. And I remember once when I was bringing this up about the idiot that, I can't remember who it was. There was like, I'd have to go back and look through my notes. But when I was working with Penny Bradley, the time I used to have her on here, and then she said, I want to interview you on this other channel or something. So she brought me on some other channel. And, she was trying to use the stupid one I never use. What is it? The antithesis of Skype is Zoom. And everyone's using Zoom. And I said, that's communist Chinese. And of course, when I brought that up, people didn't know how long Zoom's been around. Zoom was around at the time of the Tiananmen Square massacre. And
I did not know that.
Oh, yeah. They would not allow any information to come to the United States about that. They gave the orders of all their outlets in the United States, close down any news coming in from China. But the man who owns Zoom is a member of the Chinese Communist Party. And I remember bringing this up, and some idiot in her audience said, I looked the guy up, and he's just an ethnically Chinese U.S. citizen. And that's a fucking lie. It doesn't matter that he's a U.S. citizen. He's a member of the Chinese Communist Party, as well as being ethnically Chinese. So he's basically a foreign agent who is...
Yeah, they tried to pull that with the CEO of TikTok.
Yes.
They were like, are you a citizen? And he's like, no. And then they're like, are your children citizens? And he's like, yes, we are. And then he copped to it and said, we're all dual citizens.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And
they had to press him. They had to press him, but he had to admit it.
Thank you.
It was under oath or something. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. And my point with that.
And then they do a layer further, and they were like, we're actually from Singapore, so we're not communist. But you know how they work. It's just you have money, you can move anywhere.
Oh, of course. Yeah. They just relocate their agents to different cities so they can say they're Singaporean, etc. No, but
they're communist. Yeah. Chi-com.
Now, such being said, when it comes to Tiananmen Square and what happened, for those of you who remember, you remember tanks. Now, ask yourself about Communist China's form of riot control and why it's so primitive. You have students, unarmed students. This isn't a moral question. I'm not bringing this up as a moral outrage. You have unarmed students, and they send in artillery battalions. They send in tanks. They send in special forces heavies. And they wind up just mass executing all of these students. Thousands died in a military massacre. And you might say, why are you surprised when communists act like communists? What people don't understand is that communist China has no concept of graduated escalation of force. And they are the same way with our
it's
information.
not even tactically logical.
Thank you.
You're saying.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
It's like an artillery round versus close proximity people. It doesn't make sense.
Thank you. No, this is like, no, they couldn't even use, this is why, remember the guy standing in front of the tanks? They couldn't even fire their weapons because they would wind up destroying government property. So you're sending in artillery units that cannot fire, tanks that cannot fire, and basically the tanks wind up just running over the students with their treads, and they had to finally send in the special forces and just say, just kill them with, because the
like at that point, revolvers would have worked better.
Yeah,
like,
that's what they resorted to, was machine guns and revolvers, and
or like rifles, like regiments.
Yes, and but the point is that they have this military response because they have no sophisticated counter-riot police forces. They never developed that level of distinction where they ever thought anyone would rebel. It was simply an alien concept. In communist China, the concept of people rebelling was so alien, they never developed riot units. So when it comes to their censorship, it's extremely primitive. And it's the same way. It's just the screen goes black, and it's like, if you're really unlucky, it's like you're under arrest. Comes up onto your screen, report to whatever, it's a Terra, or stay where you're at, we're coming for you. But Aaron, before I make my point with America on that, go on. Yes?
Well, the thing that I never heard about was when you talked about the execution vans that showed up in China.
Yes, and
that blew my mind. I had never heard about that.
And did you notice how Peter Moon was so, like, you didn't even bat an eye? Like, that was meaningless to him?
Didn't bat an eye.
Yeah.
And after you expose that, Douglas, they stopped touring that the body slices thing.
Yeah.
They expose had to park it somewhere in a museum. Because you exposed it that all those bodies were Chinese political prisoners.
Yes. So Aaron Tice, you might remember I talked about how all of remember they had all these anatomically preserved human bodies where the skin was off and you could see their veins and shit was touring the US, and I said, yes, they're all Chinese political prisoners that were skinned alive and embalmed. I remember I pointed that out, and then that combined with the execution chambers on wheels, and none of this was Peter wouldn't bat an eye. There was no sense of any of this being enough to provoke any emotive response like good God or oh my God. There was nothing there. And but the point was about that is that the Chinese respond in these ways that are bizarre and obviously overkill. But when it comes to the United States, understand your average cop is taught escalation of force. And your average cop is not that well armed, comparatively speaking. If you go to foreign countries, the police carry fully automatic machine guns, and they're just slung over their shoulders casually. Police in foreign countries generally are machine gun carriers.
Oh, the Brits had full-on MP5s, and they were holding them, it was an act of, what would be the word, threatening. It was if you made a wrong move, they would shoot you for sure.
Yeah, they were brandishing, in other words.
They were SAS. Actually, I found out later that all those guards around Westminster, they're all SAS.
Well, there you go. That's
because they started posting them after the Iranian attacks and hostage situation that happened in London.
There.
So their regiments, the black regiments that I saw, were all SAS.
That makes
basically Helsing.
Yeah. There we are. See, there we have it. And,
the occult version of SAS, basically.
Right. And just so Aaron understands, what we're referring to is when I was working with Teleport USA, and I was talking to the Japanese who were then basically taking a lot of what I was sharing with them when I was providing them materials that would ultimately be the centerpiece of the Hakui City Memorial Museum. They were also taking these materials, and I was interviewed by so many people. Many of them worked with media, and of course in Japan, then all of it leaked to the anime and the manga, and after that there was this Dietrichonic revolution in Japanese animation, and they began to portray some very different types of subjects, completely different from what they've ever conveyed before in their entertainment media. And one of them was this media product called Hellsing, spelled with two L's, like Hell Sing, because that drove the point home further. but the one of the departments portrayed in that anime was the Helsing organization, which was a intelligence paramilitary unit, but it was not MI5 or anything to do with intelligence or military. It was a branch of military operations for the Church of England. So that was an important point throughout that film, that this was a religious organization.
And they were tasked at eliminating
supernatural.
Tasked at eliminating supernatural threats.
Yes, supernatural threats. And yes, and so, but at any rate, the point with the Americans, your average cop is taught graduated escalation of force, which means that theoretically they're supposed to start with a baton, and if the baton doesn't work, you work up to a taser, and or rather, the taser's gone after the mace. You use the mace for after the baton. If the baton can't control somebody, actually the mace is first with the training that I remember. It's been so long. Mace, and then baton, then the taser, and then finally a firearm. So it's like 4 levels of graduated escalation of force your average cop is trained in. And then if that fails, you call in the SWAT, and they have the machine guns. My point is that the American police forces can be highly militarized, but the deployment of their paramilitary units comes only theoretically after a graduated escalation of force. There's no concept of that in communist China, but think of our media as being the same way. We have a graduated escalation of force in media that's so subtle, Americans think they have freedom of information. Just like with our police forces, the graduated escalation of force gives Americans a sense of almost lawlessness. Like they have this concept of the thin blue line. There's this thin blue line, and they feel that, well, we're free. And they feel that, generally speaking, they don't have a police presence. They don't understand that it's been so sophisticated and so ingrained in America that their police units can escalate the force at the snap of a finger, that they don't understand that that force is strategically applied surgically. It's applied surgically where it's needed, and therefore you're a lot less free than you think. I'll give you an example.
Well, yeah, Douglas, how do you know all this when you were never a police officer in San Francisco?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, of course. Yes. Oh my God. I'll tell you, when I was young, and they robbed a bank in Chinatown, some bank robbers robbed a bank in Chinatown, then they deployed the San Francisco SWAT team, and both my gang brother Beaver and I, until that point we saw that on TV, we never even knew San Francisco had a fucking SWAT team. We were much younger then, but you get what I'm saying. It was so, that's graduated escalation of force. But my point is, to give you just a personal experience, when I was dealing with my mother's ill health, and I was dealing with all of these banks that began to rip her off, and it literally what happened was that it's too long to explain, but when my father died, and then my mother's check was postponed by the Veterans Administration, because they said, I said there was this whole scandal behind that I could go into later, but the point is my mother wasn't getting her checks, and I had to deal with the banks as well as the federal government. And these banks are a government of their own. They're like a rogue state. But when I was getting her account transferred from, even before that happened, from Wells Fargo, which turned out to be scandalized and had turned out they were ripping off all their clients, and they underwent this big scandal and reformation. But at the time I was trying to withdraw from Wells Fargo and change her account over to a different bank, and it was all these reasons for it, because the other bank was working with the feds and Wells Fargo no longer had that contract capacity or something, because they were undergoing a scandal where they had ripped off all their clients. But at any rate, at the time I was dealing with them, the woman comes out, and she was Asian. I think, pretty certain, I would bet the fucking farm she was Korean. But she was wearing her identity tag backwards, like I've seen federal agents do. And she's like a manageress of the bank. And she came out, and she was asking me if what I was saying was a threat. And I knew to say no. Because, I was saying that, hey, you've got to transfer this over. And she says, is what you're saying a threat? Now, she had her finger on the button. In other words, her hand was under the counter, and she had her finger under the button. She was ready to press that button, which means at that time the SWAT would have been called. She was going to fucking swat me. In other words, those fuckers would have come in and taken me out if she pressed that button. And she was ready to do that just because they can do that. So understand that in America, without you knowing it, you can go to the bank, and if some pissed off gook cunt thinks that, hey, I want to kill this guy because I dislike him and he's standing up to us, they can press that button and you're dead meat.
This is interesting. This is new information. So I will say this, and then I do have to sign off, but I do follow a gentleman on YouTube who has exposed that most of the training for police forces is outsourced to third-party sources, which most of the government is now.
Yes.
And you've elucidated this. You've brought this to light. But the outsourcing of police training is mostly Mossad handled.
There you
So
go.
we're right back to military training of the police. Now, local handling of domestic disputes, disturbances, and petty robberies should not be handled by military training via Mossad. But yet, most of the training for our local police departments is outsourced to Mossad agencies. So once again, we're right back at square zero. I will not elucidate further verbally because it could,
for obvious reasons.
it could bode negatively.
Yes. But
everyone can extrapolate what they extrapolate from.
But your point is more than well taken, and it's vital to share that information.
And I can say from my experience with that, the people that did the background check for the sheriff's department, he was a contractor that had previously been in, essentially, he wouldn't tell me, of course, but essentially FBI or CIA. And he was contracted to do background checks for all the police departments, the sheriff's departments in all of this area where I'm at. And he was well known.
And the reason for that is he has the security clearances. That's the reason for that. He has the security clearances to look into people's documents. But such being said, just the final point to be made before Aaron takes off, and I do hope you review what I say afterwards, Aaron, because then I'll go back to capitalism and governance. But the one thing that I want to point out before you leave is that my main point is that in terms of America's control of information in a manner of subtlety that is similar to its police deployment, is its information deployment is such that you think and are given the idea that you can find anything you want, that there's freedom of information. And the reality is there's none of that, and they will steer you towards being forced to go deep dark web, in which case, once you dive there, all you get is their misinformation. There is nothing to find in the deep dark web unless you're an expert researcher trained in finding something specific. All you're going to find is QAnon. That's all you get. And they all come out of the deep dark web after swimming in that sewer of shit, saying the same thing as if they had all been indoctrinated in a re-education camp. They all come out with exactly like Aaron said, the white hats will save us. Sit still, and it's
well, I call them the armchair warriors because I used to try to I figured, hey, if I send a message to these people, they'll wake up, and they don't. Like if you say, hey, that's not the case, they just freak out.
Oh, not only that, they'll attack you.
Oh yeah, they absolutely attack. It's absolutely insanity. It's a terrible place to be. I've extricated myself from it.
Yes.
But Ray-Poo Cinnamon may actually have the answer to save us all. We don't know.
He's being facetious to our listeners. Just understand
I am
that.
being facetious because I did not enjoy any of those books. I made it
awful.
very clear to Peter that I did not enjoy
the
any
drivel.
of those books.
The drivel.
Yeah, and he's like, he explains the inner earth. He said this to me in a phone call, and I said, no, he doesn't.
Thank you.
If you want to understand the inner earth, read Eti Dorpa, and then listen to who is the documentarian who was murdered of the Masonic knowledge.
I forget.
I'll think of it in a moment, but he had a great disposition on that story, and I did enjoy your expose on the Comte de Saint Germain the other night.
Thank you.
I fell asleep listening to it.
Are you talking about Manly P. Hall?
Yes, Manly P. Hall, yes. Manly P. Hall had amazing discussions, and if you watch him speak, he's much like Douglas in that, well, Yeah, he's much like Douglas. Douglas is a deeper level still, but he would orate completely from his inner knowledge. Like, he didn't read anything. He just completely spoke for an hour and a half, and there was no like notes or anything. He would just speak, and it was fluid. And that being said, the Comte de Saint-Germain, he supposedly wrote, I think it was 7 manuscripts composing his recipes for longevity.
Yes.
And I believe Albert Pike and then Manly P. Hall held one of those in the Masonic Lodge, but no one knows. But the Comte de Saint-Germain did give recipes for longevity, because nobody ever saw him eat, much like David Lewis Anderson. So
right. The term to use would be alchemical formulary.
Yes.
As opposed to recipes, but we certainly get what you're saying. Before you go, go on.
They said one of the things was a recipe for moving the bowels, because if things sit in you too long, it's not healthy.
That's right.
So a lot of the liquids he ingested were basically to move the bowels.
Yeah.
But go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. I mean, we want to be careful with that, because we don't want people to think we're veering into Peter Moon territory with with obsession with colonics and the like. Yes.
Well, we're not obsessed with cucumbers and lubrication. We're obsessed with the truth and longevity.
Yes. So eat fiber. There you go. Eat your fiber, kids. And but yes, before you go, so I just wanted Aaron to be here while I shared with everybody what I already shared with Aaron, Brendan, and Aristides privately while I was quite inebriated. But I went to see my head and neck surgeon, Dr. Victoria Alexandra Epstein, and she was, of course, born and raised in Russia, and the reality of medical murders was every day to her. So unlike an American doctor, I got into a comfort zone with her where she was telling me even what her daughters were wearing to Halloween, one of them going as a witch and the other one going as Elsa from, she said, the second movie, which I had to look up, Elsa from second movie, and I got to the Frozen franchise, which, of course, I'm not a parent, so I don't know about these kids' movies. But she, in that comfort zone, when we got to talking about how I had wished I had been kept at the hospital after surgery, at least overnight, for observation, and I would have been less shocked and more psychologically capable of dealing with that broken nose. She just told me outright that they would have taken you out with a staph infection. And she said, I wanted to admit you after what had happened. Again, she alluded to something happening in surgery. But she said they would have taken you. Now, she's been to my channel. She knows who I am. She knows I present myself as the son of Adolf Hitler. She either does not hold that against me or really upholds to her Hippocratic oath of do no harm. When I said this to T-Tank Barry, who is in our chat, he took it as a kind of a confession, but I don't take it as such. I don't feel she's guilty of anything. I actually trust her. If not implicitly, certainly to a great extent. And I do feel that she was a victim of circumstances and somebody did attempt something. And that, if anything, she made certain that their objective was not fulfilled. But essentially, it confirms an abortive assassination, and she felt that if I had stayed in the hospital, they truly would have followed up. So I want Aaron Tice to respond to that publicly for our listeners about the JIM-Keith example, and further verify and validate what I've said so that people understand.
So, it could be a long conversation, but I'll try to sum up. So my high school professor worked on the neutron bomb. He didn't get credited with it, but he helped design it.
Right.
He also developed cold fusion. I have documentation of this, but it's scrubbed from the internet. At that point, national security showed up, took his notes, and said, you can think like this, but you can't put it on paper. And when I would visit him or he would visit myself at my family's house, there would be helicopters flying over. And he was irradiated at a certain point. He said the government bought a house across the street and irradiated his house, which created great discomfort and issues for him.
Who is this here?
My college professor, Vincent Lodato, and he's the first one that told me about the island of Dominica.
Okay.
So he's the one that kind of fueled. So I had given up studies of, conspiracy theories, but then he brought it back to me. But I had always studied JIÄNG JIĥ, and JIÄNG JIĥ was very much against the alien agenda. He said it's your government creating a third party. And then he said, I'm going to be killed by Clostridium. And he outed the CIA as having Clostridium as the #1 assassin agent. And then he, fell off the stage, went into surgery, and died of Clostridium. So yes, this is very much a scenario where you can create a victim but not have any fingers pointed. It's much like the heart attack gun.
Yeah.
So I can support this through decades of research and documentation of people that have disappeared on us via Clostridium, staph infection, or the heart attack gun, where, I'm assuming the Peacock Angel and the nanotechnology and the Artilect have all sustained our good friend Douglas in life on this plane.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Brendan, as Aaron retreats into the gentle night, let him know just a little bit while he's with us about Star Fox, just briefly. She performed a ritual which shunted or basically reflected Peter Moon's evil upon himself. Brendan was investigating a little bit about this, and if he can't speak to us now, we'll speak about it on Sunday night. But I did want people to be aware of that. Brendan's been very aware of Star Fox's contributions. She never liked Peter Moon and actually started. Yes. So can you say that verbally, Brendan, or are you away from the keyboard? Yes, he's away from the keyboard, I guess.
Oh yeah, I can say it out loud. I mean, it is
please.
Halloween after all.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's a bit of an echo. Yeah. So it seems to me that the insight from Star Fox seems to be correct. That he, Vinny, wanted to take you out via some sort of cardiopulmonary stroke, as referenced by the person in your surgery.
Yes.
And or infection later on.
Yeah.
Right. But it seems her observation is correct, that it got Uno reversed. This is like my explanation of it, or reflected, or something she mentioned called destiny swap. So destiny swap is a technique where, much like the Izanami and Izanagi technique in the anime Naruto, where they can take, basically certain members of certain clans can rewrite something that has happened in reality through the dream state and reset it to where the destiny either doesn't happen or is swapped with another party. So similar to what Star Fox was saying, that's basically what happened between you and Pete. They basically had you pegged, ready for death. Essentially, it was a foolproof plan, what they thought was foolproof, but the actions of Melik Taus, when he activated the destiny swap technique, which is one of the powers given to Shukracharya, who is Lucifer, actually in the Vedic. He has the power to give and take life and perform this technique. So the destiny swap was performed where the collateral damage that was intended for you was exchanged for Peter and his life force, or Vinny. So
yeah. I mean, they even put it in the documents. They actually inserted it into the documents. I had this cardiopulmonary problem. And then later on, of course, when my nurse looked through it, she said, there's no such thing in your documents, and never was.
Yeah.
Obviously, they inserted it specifically for the surgery because they would use that as their cover when I died.
Yes. So they had a full intention to do that, but through none other than a magical situation.
Yes.
And a technique, a cosmic technique known as destiny swap, or exchange of the spirit, as I showed here in the chat.
Well, I think
where
Yeah.
Whereas someone who is doomed to die, their destiny can be switched for another being.
And
that seems to be what happened.
To Peter.
I completely identify with that, and I truly hope that the former entity, or the entity we formerly known as Peter Moon, is listening, so he can understand what's happened to him, and then he can pass gracefully into the next beyond.
Insights, Aaron. That's what happened. That's why he started panicking.
He panicked
towards the very end. That's when he started telling us, like, "Oh, I can't." And he was telling you specifically, "I can't finish this. This can't be done."
Yes.
So he panicked at the very end when it basically, the destiny swap was enacted, and he realized it was too late. Like, you can't take that back.
No, you can't take it back. And I'll never forget those moments where, like, he was so confounded that Douglas. He was alive. Douglas is alive. He said it so matter of fact. It would be a shame for Douglas to not make it past the surgery when the book is about to come out. And it was just disgusting. It was nearly as disgusting as he would mention Sugar Daddy, and it was so off-putting the way he would say that name. I was always like, "Oh God, what are you saying?" You know. Well, we've said what we need to say tonight. I have to go to bed, but I appreciate you all. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for yours. We love you dearly.
Oh, it's always a pleasure, and I'll talk soon.
Stay safe and be well.
Yes, good night.
Blessed be thy dreams. So that was Aaron Tice. And thank you for sharing that, Brendan. Very important. And again, the quantum
insight from Star Fox.
It was. And of course,
it was an epiphany for me that, like, it all lines up because that was the exact method they were trying to use.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's just uncanny how that's how. And it's not like we're saying anything out of the ordinary, because he himself said it was a cardiopulmonary issue.
Yes, he said it was a cardiovascular issue. Combined with a cerebral issue, his stroke, it was like it hit him every way possible.
So we're not cherry picking.
Yeah.
This is what happened.
His brain and his heart basically exploded. And the only thing protecting him is that, metaphorically, at least in terms of his soul, he's soulless and never had a heart. And also, realistically, in a very real sense, he never had a brain. So he's kind of like a combination of the Cowardly Lion and the Tin Man.
That's almost giving him too much credit.
Yeah, that's true too. That's true too.
But in regards to beingness, like, you can still be a being. Like, you don't necessarily have to have a full-on spirit. But you can still be a being, and you could still suffer the effects of hell and things like that. So especially being embodied, that just no one gets a free pass from that.
Yes.
So.
So I'm saying blessed be to my darling Maddie, who is leaving us for taking her kids trick-or-treating. And, and so people do this. I remember our dear friend, Brendan here was like saying, I can't believe people go trick-or-treating. It seems like such a dangerous thing to do, inherently dangerous, but don't be scared.
Speaking of that, in Shibuya District, Tokyo, one of the wards of Tokyo, they completely banned all Halloween festivities because the foreigners were destroying the streets, causing, like, breaking into shops. So they did a flat-out ban. That Halloween is officially banned in parts of Tokyo.
Holy shit. There you go, because the foreigners just have no sense of control. They were
like flipping over cars and getting drunk. So it's like alcohol is banned in all of Shibuya because of them.
Oh my fucking God. That's crazy. That's crazy that it got to that point. I'm impressed. But you notice the Japanese don't fuck around. They don't take no half measures, and they
and they're not going to accept, like, if you go out there with a beer bottle, like, you're getting arrested. Like, they're not going to accept someone saying, "Oh, it's just one." So that's the situation in Japan completely. And Shibuya is completely shut down for Halloween.
Oh my God! Well, a shout out to Veronica Bartolini and at Codebreak 714. She's in the chat room, hopefully still, and was leaving some comments on my past channel. So yes, hopefully someday her and I will speak on her show. I think she has a little podcast all her own. We'll see what happens. Obviously, I'm still in the midst of stabilization from the latest assault, which is, of course, Peter Moon claiming that he owns my life and that he somehow made it all up. I'm suffering from a Jordan Maxwell in the sense that Jordan Maxwell had young Croatian boys. However, he was homosexually infatuated with these young Croatian boys who he would hire to help him, and then they copyright his fucking name and steal all his stuff. Shit. But yeah, in my case, it was an old Croatian faggot named Peter Vinny Barbaric.
Was he actually Croatian too? Dang.
No, that's his actual ethnicity is Croatian. What did you think he was? Oh, you mean aside from being black? That's mythical, of course, in his own mind. I mean, we all know that.
That's Chris Dean level with him.
Yeah,
I'm 1% more.
No, thank you. For those of you who don't know, Chris Dean without an A. I keep adding an A in there because her name is spelled with a Z. Christine, dominatrix, and she. Oh, tell everybody about the 20. Tell everybody about how the 23andMe. Tell everybody what's going on with 23andMe and how they're.
Oh yeah, 23andMe completely shut down and is now selling all of their details to insurance companies or basically the highest bidder.
You tell them it's not their details; it's your details, your DNA. Tell everybody.
Yeah, everyone, all their customers' DNA, and guess who the founder was married to? Sergey Brin of Google.
Yo, son of a bitch.
Imagine that.
Well, tell people who Sergey Brin is.
The founder of Google.
Thank you.
The CEO.
Yeah,
co-founder.
Along with some other
Google.
asshole.
One of those Stanford imports that, just like the lady that I was living with, just
polka dot.
They went, the polka dot. They went full dark side and worked for the feds.
Yes. Or deep state. We'll say deep state. And I don't think deep state's a bad term. It's simply abused. But definitely.
Exactly.
Yeah, they went deep state, and but yeah, and 23andMe.
At least Sergey Brin got something out of it. This other lady just they took her to the cleaners.
Oh yeah, well Sergey Brin was rich already.
He's Russian.
He's Russian. He's rich. He's got a lot of things going for him she didn't have. You know, I mean, she was German, married to a Japanese. They consider her the enemy. You know, or
that is a good point.
German acculturated. And Nemo points out something. Nemo, feel free to jump on the call.
What did he find?
He says owners of 23andMe and Google are also Jews, but he uses a different term.
Sorry. Something else with a K.
Yeah. That's right. Yes. And honestly, it's don't use that term when you come on and talk publicly, Nemo, but feel free to come on. And but yeah, that would not surprise me because Christine, who was on this show once but made a everlasting impression. She came on and her big trip, and Victoria did not know this. So when I asked Victoria about this young lady before she was brought on, and Victoria, of course, for those of you who don't know, I don't know how to express it, but she's this wonderful young lady who's very Christian. And some other political affiliations as well. And anyhow, so she was allowing Christine to suffer withdrawals or recuperate. What do we call it? Recovery. What do they call it when you're getting down from drugs?
Rehabilitate.
Yeah, rehab in her home. Yeah, and but what she had told me already, I asked her. I said, "Is she Jewish?" And she said, "No, not that I know of." So she had never told Victoria any of this shit. But then she came on my show, and she didn't know who I am. It's not like I said, "Hey, I'm the son of Hitler, bitch." She knew nothing about me that we know of, but then she came on with this immediately. this big Jewish trip. It's like, hey, I want everyone to know I'm Jewish. And we're like, oh, how so? And, you know, how did you come across this new knowledge Victoria never knew of in all the years she knew you? And then, oh, the 23andMe. Gotta take it from there.
And not only that, it was only 1%.
Oh, no, it was far less.
It was below 1%.
Yes, it was 0.00. It was, I can't remember the number of zeros. It was
which
so...
on a normal, like, from my knowledge of genetics and my anthropology background, you wouldn't even count that on a genetic test. They would have no reason other than political reasons to report that.
Thank you.
It just doesn't make sense.
As a matter of fact, I said it was fictitious. I said it was fictitious.
It's fictitious, yeah.
Yeah, I said
she might have just even made it up. She probably saw something. She probably saw something that was different.
Yeah. I actually believe 23andMe would do that. They would. I think that they were just randomly spinning wheels and rolling dice and playing craps when they would tell people what ethnicity they were.
So that begs the question: what was the information they actually had, and why did they need to sell it? You know, does that make sense?
No, they have everybody's DNA, but they're not using it. They have everybody's DNA, but they weren't using it. They had always planned to sell it. That was going to be that was the whole intent. And they were just gathering everybody's DNA as part of a deep state sweep. You know, if people are stupid enough to give their DNA,
and they paid for it.
That's
the most offensive part.
Yes, and gifted it to each other, no less.
Yeah, so that's dumb.
Yes, to say the least. To say the least.
How could you trust a company with your genetic information on top of that? I mean, it's just awful. You know,
oh my God.
Not a good idea.
No. And honestly, it's like, but beyond that, the people would be told, you know, they would just, their political agenda was just to tell every black that they're white, tell every white that they're black, tell everybody they're Jewish, you know, and that way they felt that they're somehow contributing towards world peace. You know, this is the Marvel MCU strategy where every superhero is blackified at some point. You know, it's like, well, Captain America was originally black. And, you know, everybody turns black at some point. But you never see the black Superman there's never a white Blade. Like, hey, guess what? No. Blade was really white.
No, that'd be too shocking.
Oh, yeah.
That would be too much.
Oh, it's obscene, and it's ultimately offensive, and it's ultimately racist.
Yes.
But
a true inversion. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. And so just responding to our dear friend Aaron Tice here, who said, it's always such a pleasure. Our exchanges. Good night, my friend. And so I said, the honor and the pleasure is entirely ours, my dear friend and brother Aaron. Okay, so there we have that. And as for, so she came on our show and then came on with this attitude. And the thing that was so weird about it was you have to begin to wonder, because it was, why would she come on our show not knowing who we are and then come at us with this, I'm Jewish, fuck all Nazis trip? Where does that come from? Yeah. If she's not
staying with one.
She was staying with one, so that was on her mind.
For free.
Yes, for free. Yes, for free. She's
who's the real egalitarian here? She's guarantee you she never got a dime from the J-Man.
Yeah.
Hate to be like that, but you know it's true.
But she was, she's claiming people are giving her houses and shit. Remember that? But it's up when you gave her, hey, why don't you take this herb? It'll help you overcome the heroin. And when she was I can't afford it. Yeah.
All of a sudden she was out of money. Yeah. When it was literally, $100.
Yes. Yeah, it might be expensive for your average person, but according to her, that was certainly within
how
her
much
means.
is your life worth at that point? I think you told her that.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. And
And of course, the other stuff is not free either. So it's like,
so true.
The substances.
Yeah, so true. The substances themselves cost a lot more. So she had money for that. So but
she never touched anyone. There was just too many absurdities with that situation.
Well, we actually know someone who also takes that stand. So never touched anyone.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, she claims. 15 hours of paperwork. You shouldn't be that tired from it. Dude's definitely got some stamina, that's for sure. But he's also, like, that's part of his idiosyncrasies, like she was saying. Who knows?
Holy shit. Oh, that's delightful. That's so fucking funny. And, yes. Even the ladies in the chat were saying that consultant in quotation marks. They would consult that with laughing emojis, with the laughing emojis.
Consulting, all right. Yeah. Yeah. Man, I hope we could prompt a bunch of juvenile jokes from that.
Yes. That and the. So who else were we talking about? Had the notional strand of Jewishness? I can't remember. Who else was that? When we were talking about 23andMe and Christina, there was somebody else we were talking about who had that notional strand.
At this point, it's just people just do it just to do it. My great-great-grandfather was in the Holocaust. I've heard people say that shit.
Oh my god! And how does that?
But it's like they're so far removed that they wouldn't even consider them to be, part of the group.
Thank you. That was it. Yes. That was it. We were talking about Vinny Barbaric. The Croatian, saying he's a Moor. So we were saying that was Christine level of self-delusion. Yes. Just laughable. By the way, Aaron Tice says the photo for tonight's episode is unique and well done. Thumbs up. So thank you, sir. Yeah.
Oh, that was the nice, right? That's the nice picture.
Yeah, the nun. Yes, myself in the nun's outfit. I'll give the people the story behind that. If Brooke ever comes on, if we don't think she's going to come on, I might give it anyway. Probably will give it anyway, and has to do with the Blood Boys, the latest one to come in. Believe it or not. I mean, I could just say this much. Basically, what happened was the latest young Blood Boy to come in was originally in a Roman Catholic orphanage run by nuns. So he was kind of scared.
So you had to traumatize them more.
No, he was comfortable with nuns and trusted them as authority figures, so I got dressed as one so that he would let me closer to drink his blood.
Okay.
There.
Whatever you say, Douglas.
Yes. What was it you said the other day? It was quite funny. You said, "You vampire bastard." You something like that. You said it was so fucking funny. You sleazy evil vampire bastard.
Sleazy vamp shit. Yeah. Well, I don't know what I said. Honestly, I don't remember. It was in jest, of course. It wasn't.
I don't.
There's more I could have qualms with you about, but it's just that,
Yeah, I take no offense. You could be honest about it. I would take no offense. Believe me, I've been called so much worse. It's far more offensive.
It's the same.
It's
the irony.
Yeah, far more offensive would be the acts of Vinny Barbaric. Forget about his. Stealing my life. Forget about the money never being paid. Just think about you've known this guy for 10 years, and then he just hits you with a quick and pithy line. I don't know if people are familiar with the vocabulary word pithy, P-I-T-H-Y, but pithy means very short, terse, almost dismissive. So when, you've known this guy and you've let him on your show to ramble to his heart's content, and Brendan, help me out here.
For multiple years.
Yeah, he never.
Twice a week, sorry.
He was never late until the heart condition started kicking in. Then he started
the toothbrushing.
Yeah, but other than that, he never missed an episode unless he was on vacation. He never missed an episode and was here.
He was dialing in from the hills of Romania.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Like on the hill.
Yeah,
he was like dialing in.
Yeah, even in Romania, he would try to check in. But other than that, this guy was like Pavlov's bitch. He was here for every episode, and then he would be upset.
He was almost Krampus level, where he was like, he was like ready to go on the yoga ball.
That's right. That's right. He was ready to go on the yoga ball. That was his dildo.
Yeah.
We can assume there might have been something affixed to it. Remember the old fucking bouncy balls that had the horse's head on it? He probably had one of those. Yeah, and only it was up his ass.
That's awful.
Yeah, and that was why he was squeaking, was to get more of that colonic, what would you call prostate stimulation? Prostate stimulation.
Oh, crap. No pun intended. Unholy. Yeah.
Yes, literally unholy, when he's not rolling it over animal bones, like he was saying, you know, it's just parakeets. You know, dead parakeets' bones. It's why is everybody
everyone
alarmed?
just has that in their basement. Yeah.
And
that basically proves he was going to a Caribbean-style witch doctor.
Thank you. They were
like, put these around you to protect from the deghosting, you know, to add to the deghosting.
Oh yeah, but that was before he went on that trip. That was when he was using them to curse others. The idea is that it's a dead bird, so it flies to your enemy and carries the curse. Yeah. That's the idea.
Which is what Michel was doing with the stuffed crow.
Yes.
Or the stuffed raven.
The raven, yes.
Yeah, they had a stuffed raven that they were like waving around.
But didn't they also have a real one that he had trapped, like, you know, in the house?
No, I thought it was alive, but it wasn't.
Turned out it was stuffed. Probably started alive, and he probably killed it and had it stuffed.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. Yeah.
That was my impression.
So that's even worse.
Of course. That goes without saying. So
like befriending it and then
oh yeah,
sacrificing it.
Oh god, dude, I knew this one woman named Oshi. She had changed her name to Oshi, which is the Japanese word for mute, but she felt that she had been channeled that name, so to speak. I can't even remember her original name, but her I remember her big piss off was the ID. They had to have a last name, and they said, well, if you don't have a last name, then you have to fill in the blank as none, you know, None. And so she filled in the blank, and then her ID card came back, None Oshi. In other words, Oshi was counted as her surname, and then they put None as her first name. That was so fucked up. Anyhow, but you know, she wanted to be one of these one-name characters, like a celebrity, and I can get that, but still. Anyhow, so with Oshi, her son would go hunting, and the way he would do it is like he would like go out in the woods and befriend baby deer and feed them to the point where they would come eat out of his hand before he killed them and stuffed them. And then he would brag about, all these baby deer in my home. I found them by the method of befriending them, and then I could slit their throats, you know, and now I stuffed them, and so that he could never lose that much. This is pedophilia level shit. It's like somebody who's doing that. That's like, you know, candy to kids level.
It is.
Yeah,
it's demented.
It's demented, and it's pure raw
because like
evil.
the whole point of hunting is a sport as like mano y mano or man versus animal. Like you don't want to just make it easy. Yeah. Like it's a whole process to, you know, to challenge yourself. It's
well, you notice the fucker's not feeding wild bears or boars or anything.
Of course not.
No, it has to be Bambi. He has to fucking lure Bambi and
yeah. So there's definitely something wrong there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like the people that hunt rabbits, you know, like that's so easy. I mean, unless you're starving, like come on, really.
Yeah. Thank you.
Like they just sit around and just chew, like. You know, like you can like walk up to some of them. It's like, come on.
Yeah, I admit it would be. There was this one woman who was a friend of mine on Facebook. I had actually met her personally, and I understand it. I do think that people who raise animals as livestock and are killing them, you know, and eating them, I mean, that's a lot more justifiable than people just getting factory meat. But she was raising rabbits, and that had to be a level of callousness. You had to really callous yourself to raise rabbits, feed them, and then kill them for food. That's a level of I couldn't do that. That's hard.
And this is a vampire saying.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, thank you. But then to me, human beings have been the most inhumane creatures. I mean, honestly, it's why.
I mean, that's the easiest. You don't even have to think about that.
Yeah, I mean, to me,
the atrocities. Even someone who's following society, their atrocities are innumerable. I mean,
yes. I mean, just by
And
using
it sounds
our...
like we're being unfair, but it's sorry if you're going by society, like it's
Seriously.
like we said with the phone. The phone
Yeah, the
itself
cell
is already
phone.
killing hundreds of people.
Yeah, there's blood on your cell phone.
Yeah.
And yes.
It gets worse from there.
Yes. Yeah, and
How many?
yeah,
Like
go
all
on.
this Halloween candy is all made by African children, like you said,
Yeah.
slaving to make chocolate for Hershey's company.
Yeah, well, I saw one particular...
But that's fine, you know, because
Yeah,
we're having fun.
Oh, yeah, there you go. There you go. I mean, I saw this one particularly poignant, would be one word for it. Another word for it would be infuriating. This video where there was this black African guy who was an adult, and he had worked on cocoa farms, you know, the chocolate farms, all his life.
Yeah.
And they gave him a chocolate bar. And he's going, what is it? It's delicious. He was like,
No
you know,
way.
yeah, taste bud
Oh my
orgasm.
God.
He said, I've never tasted anything. What is this? What is it? And they told him, that's what you've been working all your life to produce. And he was just, you know, crying and shit. And it's
That's
like,
horrifying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
he had never tasted chocolate in his life. He had
Because
worked
he didn't
on...
have money. He didn't
Yeah.
have enough money to even buy a chocolate bar.
Yeah. Yes. Well, he didn't even know what it was. He had never
Yeah.
seen a chocolate bar. Never heard of it. Yeah, he just knew he
Yeah,
was
so this is like,
Yeah.
you know, they have them in like Uganda, the chocolate plantations.
Yeah.
I think Congo, there's a lot in the Congo, basically the equatorial regions.
Well, my understanding is they're mostly in the old Ivory Coast or Slave Coast, Skeleton Coast regions is what I thought.
Yeah.
You know, up there near Liberia and shit.
Yeah,
You
and also in South America.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
I mean,
and they're not much better, you know.
yeah. Yeah.
Better
Well,
off.
you
They're not
never
much
even
better
hear
off.
their chocolate. Their chocolate can't be that good. I mean,
Well, I've heard of Peruvian chocolate, like Peruvian. And,
okay.
yeah,
Cocoa.
stuff like that.
Oh, of course. Yes, cocoa. But then
Yeah.
that's the one that's got the cocaine shit in it that makes it good. Yes.
No, actual chocolate. But yeah.
Oh, okay. But there's, you know, cocoa was like vegetarian cocaine. So you had all these Aztecs all bloodthirsty while drinking hot chocolate. Believe it or not. Yeah. The warrior culture
Well, that was mixed with different stuff. That was still chocolate,
Yeah.
like cacao beans. But so I've had the actual cacao bean.
Yeah.
So,
What's it like?
So when you eat the bean, it's a whole nother level. It's a real stimulant. Like it might as well be cocaine. Yeah.
Cool. Cool. The closest...
So if you eat,
Yeah. Go on.
if you eat the entire pod,
Yeah.
like because the pod has like many seeds in it, that like football shaped thing.
Yeah.
So if you eat like the whole pod with the seeds and everything and the fruit pulp on the outside, like you're on. You're like it's like being on a level. So
Yes.
so that stuff's real.
Yeah, and no, it's cool. The closest I got to that was chocolate-covered coffee beans. And that's, you know, talk about a big hit of caffeine with a sugary taste. That was cool, but what you're talking about is even better. That's even better. I want that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to find out here.
Of course.
They don't grow it here, you know.
No, of course not. No, it's like, not only that, they don't want you to have it because you'd never go back to eating their fucking mass-produced slop.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah.
No, it's true.
The
The actual fruit of the cacao plant is so delicious.
Oh.
It's like a strawberry mixed with a banana, mixed with a mango.
All right.
It's very sweet and tart.
All right, man.
That's
So-
why they called it the food of the gods, like the Aztecs.
Yeah, there you go, man. I want in on that. That's yeah, and so we did promise to get back to capitalism. Let's try and
Okay. Well, I'm gonna let you do that so I can finish up here.
Oh, okay, but do come back on as soon as you're finished, because after that I can take a break. If somebody doesn't show up, I do need to take a short break. And okay,
Who's still on? Everyone's off. Everyone's dead.
It's just you and me and Aristides.
Yeah, Aristides. Let's we have to activate that plan within the next few days.
Activate the plan.
Yeah, plan Alpha.
Oh yeah.
And Alpha. Please message remind me with that one.
The thing that we were talking about before, the thing that I had to get, the item that I need to obtain.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We will.
I don't know if that's still an option or whatnot.
We will parse the information through the ethers about that.
Yes,
Oh my
sounds
god, that's adorable.
good. He'll remember in a minute. I think
If not, you'll remind him later, I'm sure.
Yeah.
We'll have another private conversation again. Hey, how did I sound when I was all drunk after a 6-pack of 16-ounce IPAs?
Toast, man. That's the worst I've heard you in a while. Are you a lightweight, or is that just you were just coming off a party run or something?
No, it was like I said, it was a number of factors. First off,
You're like buying that strong stuff, huh?
It was, like I said, I was celebrating both the fact that I survived an abortive assassination attempt that was confirmed, essentially confirmed by my doctors, and then I was, also narcotizing myself to the fact that that's my life. I mean, they try to kill me, they send fucking drones. They are like, other people claim my life is fiction and that they've copyrighted it, that I'm officially, like, then they're gonna sell it to MCU so that they'll make me black. It's like no wonder I put myself under. So when we're speaking about capitalism and republicanism and democracy, it all winds up coming together. Let's put it this way. In terms of the thing that the point that needs to be made is that when our friend Marina Sarin points out the failings of democracy, I understand exactly where she's coming from, and I will. Oh, by the way, Aristides, any insights in terms of like? I hope you've been reaching out to her.
No, I haven't bumped the message up again that she never read in the first place, but occasionally I'll send something new.
Yes. Okay.
I can do that. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, I'll do that.
Yeah. Good idea. But she brings up her lack of faith in democracy, and I can understand why, because it's very similar to capitalism. And the point to be made about capitalism is that our man Aristides was pointing out that he feels capitalism can thrive when you have a sense of humanitarian morality or yeah?
Me.
I'm sorry?
What? Who were you just talking about?
Oh, I was talking about Aaron Tice and Marina Sarin.
Okay, you might. I could have misheard. Maybe you said me by mistake, but no. Okay, Aaron. Yes.
Oh, right. I might have said Aristides because
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're talking about Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron Tice. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. So when it comes to what Marina Sarin said about a lack of faith in democracy, is the fact that it turns into a monopolism. Then with Aaron Tice, we were talking about capitalism, and he feels that it can work only if there's a sense of humanitarian morality, and in a sense, through that altruistic capitalism, we would avoid monopolism that also evolves. But he also pointed out parties, and he felt because he had listened to who's the former Navy SEAL wrestler again? Jesse Ventura. That's it. So, who I never went into the full story about how they took down the series with Anya Briggs, because I'd gone into that before, but just so everybody knows, what happened was Anya Briggs was assigned, and she wound up sleeping with both Jesse Ventura and basically, if not sleeping with him, teasing him and giving him the impression that she was his girl, Sean Stone, the son of Oliver Stone, who was also involved with the conspiracy theory series at a time that a lot of people thought he had the potential for politics, and both of them got into a big fight, which was her job, was to tear the whole set apart, make certain they were all fighting each other over whose girl she was, and they wound up tearing each other apart and tearing the whole series apart, and then the whole series crashed and burned. So she sank that ship. She torpedoed conspiracy theory, the series. I can go into gruesome detail about how that all went down some other time, but just so people know, we didn't lose track of that train of thought that was raised while talking to Aaron Tice. So we will proceed back to the socioeconomics of capitalism. And what I'll do is I'll go into a few explanations of how I stand concerning what Marina Saren said, what Aaron Tice said. And because capitalism and democracy should be inextricably linked. So and that's the only way that capitalism will work or thrive. That's the only way it can thrive. Now, say for instance, we take a look at, let me try and put this in. By the way, shout out to JIÄNGJIÄH, who has joined us with Veronica Bartolini, Codebreaker Real Talk. And let's take a look at...
Oh, I wanted to say earlier on, my friend he stopped in the chat for a Tao. It's like 10 Taos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He was messaging me because he'll put it on, he gets a notification. He's just like, hey, I'm gonna like it, turn it on, like you all should be doing every time.
Thank you.
And then he was like, he's been around a lot of YouTube stuff, and his recommendation was try to pay attention to the chat a little more, especially when newbies show up. People have been around. Doesn't really matter. They're either gonna put it up with us or not, But for people to want to stick around who never came before,
yeah,
to not wait a long time for a response in the chat or whatever, it makes them want to stick around if they.
Yeah, well, your point's well taken. Thank you.
But I was like, come on, man, we're a shit show. I mean, but I get it. No, a very valid point. If you really were, at a commercial level dedication of striving for, engagement and such, you would want to pay attention to your chat.
Yes.
And not wait. Make a new person wait for half an hour to get a response or something.
Oh yeah, no. I hear you. It's constructive criticism, well taken, and
maybe we should pay more attention to the chat.
Yeah, well, don't be afraid to interrupt me and bring it to my attention.
I've been looking at a little more this evening.
Yeah, good, and so want to welcome all the newbies, and they're actually not such newbies. They know about us. They've been around for a while. It's just they drop in sporadically. Or show themselves sporadically. But we've got great numbers, so we might as well take advantage of that to speak a little bit about the politics that are my politics and what it means for myself to what I'm trying to push. What would be my agenda? If people are asking where am I coming from with my politics, this is what I will express. So I'm going to express it now. When it comes to the various wars of the 20th century that culminated in World War II, which frankly is the biggest thing to happen in history. We could talk about other things in history that have changed our calendar, like the coming of Christ, etc. But when it comes to the real culmination of history up to this point that has resulted in just impacting humanity in such a manner that we're still living that phenomenon. We're still living World War II. And these were basically a result of the Renaissance era and the concepts of humanism. And their concepts of rational materialism, but I would essentially say, probably in a word, it was humanism. When we take a look at that word humanism, it's not very well defined. And you think of somebody who declared themselves to be a humanist, that would have been Gene Roddenberry, the man who conceived Star Trek. And the individual who conceived Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry, and his sense of humanism is still not well defined. It was non-religious, that's for sure. We know that it was a non-religious or a-religious, not irreligious, mind you. They weren't really actively propagandizing against religion. But in a sense, you could argue that they were. And a good example of that was encountering the Greek god Apollo, that these were beings really from the stars. And they had came us down to Earth, and they basically manipulated mankind. And Apollo wanted to continue that relationship in this extraordinarily famous Star Trek episode. And they wouldn't have it. They said, we can no longer offer you what you want. And he became outraged. This is with the old Star Trek, TOS, the original Star Trek. The original series. TOS means the original series of Star Trek. By the way, Veronica Bartolini, Codebreaker Real Talk, says, I waited for your call, Douglas. Hope to have you on Codebreaker Real Talk soon. We'll do our best, honey. We'll, hopefully you understand my situation is always bizarre, and I am undergoing a lot of challenges. Right now I have there's no words for him. That black hole, Vinny Barbaric, who claims my life it belongs to him, that he's copyrighted it, and we know how I feel about that. The guy was on my show forever and then gives this pithy, this is what I meant to say, imagine how your average person would feel where this person's on every night your show is on, and then when you're trying to communicate with them after they say they're going to get the book out, a mutual product of supposedly your co-authorship, both of you working together as a team, what he called a marriage, and all he has to say to me is, not taking calls, with a little heart exclamation mark, not taking calls. That's it. That was the last communication from the son of a bitch. And so the other one was, it's just everything he had to say was some pithy dismissal of, all that had gone on before was meaningless.
That's very ex-girlfriend-ish.
Yes, thank you.
Where they say that and then they block you or something.
Yeah. That was it. Yeah, and it's so fucking gay, so fucking queer ass gay for this dirty old faggot to, pull that. What would you call it? That girlfriend breakup bullshit, and what a piece of shit. There's no words. But okay, that being articulated, understand this is why I'm trying to raise $300 to pay rent. She says, I know a guy named Jack Slater stole my website and t-shirts. Yep, I also had a man from Peru take my ghost. Real story. And then blocks me. Laugh out loud. Thank you, honey. Yes, truly. She understands. She calls Vinny Barbaric a traitor. Yeah, and says, so sorry you're going through this crapola. Thank you.
To say the least.
Yes, thank you. Yes, to say the least.
Not to discount what she's saying, but
yeah,
Peter's a traitor is he was a double agent.
Yeah.
That's worse. That's wasn't that the lowest in the level of Inferno?
Yeah.
The double agents were worse than the traitors or something?
Yeah. Basically.
Or they were all in the pit. They were all in the deepest pit.
Yeah, just remember that in terms of the original concepts of hell, or what began to really crystallize in the Middle Ages, which they were just emerging from at the time of Dante. When Dante wrote the Inferno, he portrays who's in hell, what level of hell they're in, based on a sense of moral ethics that's profoundly different from our modern concept of moral ethics. So when you see his concept of who goes where in the lower and lower levels of hell, you are basically dealing with the righteous pagans at the top, and you're dealing with suicides at a lower level somewhere along the line.
Yeah, I can't believe he put Virgil in hell. Like, that's funny.
Yeah, well, Virgil, of course, you know, the level of hell they were on was, like, not bad. It's not like it was, they weren't suffering. It was just, it's the first level of hell. They were essentially just philosophizing. That's almost like a Sartrean hell. You know, Jean-Paul Sartre, the hell is other people. So they're kind of like, you know, but it's not
basically
like...
they had to like, what is it called? Like banter with like infinite annoying people asking questions or something.
Yes, yeah. They were all just kind of
that's like a philosopher's hell.
Yeah, yes. They were in the philosopher's hell, which is all right. Philosophers, to them, that's also a form of heaven. So it's kind of like...
Exactly.
Yeah, and but such being said, when they were descending to the lowest depths, it wasn't what we would perceive of by our moral standards, which would be something like pedophiles and child molesters. That's what we would think of.
Presumably.
Yeah, presumably, yeah. Unless you're Vinnie Barbaric or Peter Moon, you'd think they all go to heaven.
Were they defending these people?
Oh yes. That's like, and it speaks volumes that not even the pedos like, you know, Preston Nichols like Peter Moon. Yeah, Aaron Tice will tell you he had nothing good to say about Peter Moon. Hey, go on. What were you gonna say?
No, I said good point.
Yes, yeah. Peter is just, to know him is to hate him. He has no friends, you know, and he's found the cult of the kings of Edom, but he was always part of them. But when it came to Dante's time, they were just emerging from the Warring States period of Italy. In fact, they were full on in the Warring States period of Italy, where you have families feuding with each other, city-states feuding with each other. Your loyalty is the bloodline in city-state, and therefore in that...
So we're talking like Romeo and Juliet era with like...
Yeah.
The families warring each other.
Yeah, Machiavelli's princely states. It's Machiavelli's princely states. Yeah. And so the worst thing that a person could convey is betrayal. In other words, what Vinnie Barbaric or Peter Moon did. That's the worst thing that a person could do, is betray someone's trust. So Vinnie Barbaric, Peter Moon, is in, by Dante's definition, the lowest level of hell. Or is destined for the lowest. Well, he's in hell now in his, because his whole life.
Just being alive is hell now.
Yeah, just being alive is hell for that son of a bitch. Yeah, and but
and this is from his admission, not ours.
Yeah, thank you.
Not our conjecture. This is like him saying, "I need rest."
Yeah.
Rest.
Oh yeah, that, and he keeps having to go to witch doctors for his deghosting and shit, and spending all his money on that. You know, my new secret healing friends. How come he never names these people? Isn't that bizarre? Right. He never names these people.
He always says a doctor or this doctor friend.
Yeah, bizarre. Are they figments of his imagination? It's like... Yeah, how is it? And I'm wondering, how is he driving there and driving back alive? How is this fucker, making it to these places in his car?
In his defense, he's probably driving good for New York standards. They're probably like, oh, this guy's crazy, and then they just, they flip him off or something.
Yeah, by the way, that's the third rail of... You talk about the third rail of politics in America? Fuck guns. It's you're too old to drive. That's the third rail of politics in America.
Yeah, no, true.
Yeah, is
you're
what
taking away my freedom.
Yeah. What is the age limit for when Peter Moon stops driving? And by the way, just for later, remind me to send you this article. I'll email it to you soon. About scurvy's reappearing, and you can go to town on that.
Scurvy's reappearing?
Oh yeah,
because every time I talk about vitamin C, they're like, yeah, vitamin C.
Yeah, nobody's got any vitamin C.
And then their teeth start falling out and shit.
Yeah.
Like, whatever. I don't care anymore. Like, fuckers.
Yeah, I mean, I can't... Yeah, scurvy's making a comeback because nobody's got any vitamin C, and what the fuck? We're drowning in supplemental options, but I guess the shit they're taking is so cheap that it's pissing it right out or something. The body's not chelating any of the shit they're taking.
or they've never touched a fruit in their fucking lives or something.
Yeah, something's going on. Yeah, whatever it
like
is.
I remember my friend and I, who I converted him, which sounds wrong, but he's on board. He's like a vegetarian now, and so we always like had a bag of oranges, and people would like make fun of us. We'd be like, oh, we brought some snacks, and then people would be like, a bag of oranges, really? And we're like trying to explain to them, yeah, like there's vitamin C in here, and it'll help heal your like, you know, your cardiovascular system. And they're like, that's fucking weird, man.
Jesus Christ.
It's just like, well, now look what's happening. They're fucking like, because if you have scurvy bad enough, your old wounds will open up and shit.
Yes.
So it's like, do you really want that to happen? Where your like teeth start falling out, your like scar tissue starts opening up? Like,
well, that must be what was happening to Vinnie Barbaric, because he was brushing his teeth all the fucking time. Remember, there's an element of that there. Yeah, he wasn't taking no goddamn supplements. That was.
Well, he's too cheap. Those older people are super cheap.
Yes.
Like my uncle tried to pull that shit. This dude's like got 5 homes, and he's like, how do you spend all this money on supplements? And then he's trying to like buy budget supplements. I'm like, dude, come on. Like,
budget supplements. That's like, you know, that's like saying I want to retread my tires rather than buy new ones.
Yeah, these people would. That's how insane they are. This must be some kind of sickness, because I can't even imagine doing that.
Thank you. No, it's like, if you need open heart surgery, would you get on the telephone and basically say, I'm taking the lowest bidder? Whoever bids, charges the least?
Take bids? Yeah.
Yeah, taking bids for whoever wants to.
So why would you do that with your health? I mean, it's crazy.
Yes.
And then they have the nerve to argue with me when I like I've literally written articles about supplements and different, like with citations, mind you, not just, we're not talking like Instagram level articles. I'm talking like I actually got marks on them in college for doing them properly. This fucker's like, oh, it's toxic if you take that much vitamin C. I'm like, it's definitively not.
Wait, what?
And they'll
toxic
argue
to take too much vitamin? Show me the person that took too much.
Yeah, there isn't one. There's no example.
And like, right, and even if you did, it'd be similar just to shoveling like 2 kilograms of any powder down your throat. You might not do well.
It would just give you a stomach ache. It would just give you a massive stomach ache, which,
you know, at that point,
if you do that with anything, like salt would kill you before vitamin C.
Yes.
But these people are so insane, and they feel like they figured out everything, and then they're all like rotting away, like you said. So,
yes. Yeah. So I just sent you
literally falling apart.
It's true. I just sent you the email titled Scurvy, so then you could take a look at that. That's all. Yeah, coming back to haunt us all. We're gonna see people looking like zombies and shit.
We're in the fucking dark ages again. You know, it's like, this is crazy.
It's totally unnecessary. Yeah. I'll try and get back to geopolitics.
Pinpoint splotches associated with bleeding between skin layers. So yeah, basically Peter Moon.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, actually, it makes sense, because, like you said, he wasn't eating correctly, and then after Paula left, she probably just, for like years, she probably stopped feeding him right. Anyways. Oh yeah. So after she left, it was just the downhill spiral.
Yeah. And it's true. It's true. And from what I understood, he wouldn't eat half of what she purchased anyway. It was like whatever she brought home, he wasn't eating it half the time anyway, because
it was probably all like fucking fruit and
shit, like oranges. There you go.
Fucking, you're buying pears. Why are you buying pears?
Oh, it was shit like that. It was
kiwis. Oh yeah. I had, my uncle actually said that.
Yeah.
Oh, all you get is these weird fruits. Like when I was in Hawaii, he's like, "Why are you spending your money on fruit? What an idiot! You know, what a waste of money." I'm like, Jesus. Yeah. So that's the kind of mentality that I would imagine Pete having.
Yeah.
You spent $10 on a melon, you know.
Oh yeah. No, that's his. Of course, she was earning all the money, so he had nothing to say. But he just would passively not eat it. He would just, you know, I'm not eating that. Yeah, and so. Yes, there you go. And then when she left him, then he wasn't eating nothing. Because that guy, he, like you said...
He was getting takeout Chinese food and shit.
It was like, I don't think it was even that. I think that fucker was subsisting off, like, Snickers bars or something. Like they paid the guy in the Goonies. That's how he wound up looking like the guy in the Goonies now. You know, they were like...
they just threw him down the hole like a bunch of Snickers bars.
Yeah.
His secret friends would come over and just... Snickers bars in the front door.
Something was going on like that because you know that. Oh, we could go on for hours. It's just so disgusting. Yeah, and the whole thing now with the home. I mean, oh my God, it's like he should have just sold that at the time he was with Paula, moved into an apartment. He would have been safe. His neighbors would be checking on him, or probably they wouldn't in his case. Yeah, they could have been in New York City, and he probably still would have died at home alone in his apartment, but at least it wouldn't be a fucking empty mausoleum that fucking killed him because he was trying to fix the bathroom, and he did so poorly, it looked like the movie set from Hostel or Saw. So when he sent the pictures to Paula and his daughter, you know, the first thing this guy Barbara
like, "Are you okay?"
Yeah, the first thing she asked was, "What's wrong?"
What's wrong?
Yeah, that's what she said was, "What's wrong?"
Well, she's about to find out.
Yeah. Well, maybe she won't. I mean, who's gonna check in on him when he dies? That's, you know, when that fucker dies, it'll just rot in that house for months. You know, she's not gonna find out because, you know, they don't talk.
Well, he's like Gollumized. He's like subsisting on vengeance, so I don't think he'll die for a while.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, he's kept alive by his vengeance. You're absolutely correct. He's that's why
my life is far from over.
Yeah, that's right. My life is the very fact that he said that shows you how far gone he is. But beyond that, what he said was there are many twists and turns between Douglas, Dietrich, and I. He was obviously planning on further strikes ahead. He wound us up defeat gracefully,
which ended up manifesting, of course.
Yes, of course. Yeah, because there you go.
His vengeance is. He's like freaking, you know, one of those ghosts that you can't banish. It's like you like go to the house and it's like throwing pots at you and shit. It's like, fuck.
Yes.
He's like,
no, he's too lazy to do that now. He's just gonna be like the sedentary poltergeist. It's like he's just lying in bed and dying for eternity. And good, you know, need rest.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Rest. Yeah, go rest. Yeah.
Okay, so that being said, this is
there was that dude, that Jim Carrey guy. He was like, my spiritual teacher told me that depressed means deep rest. Your body needs deep rest from your fake persona. And as he's saying it, he looks all depressed.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, his fake persona is being a guru or some purveyor of wisdom.
Right.
Poor
guy.
Yeah. All these guys, there's so many of them are fucked up, and it's oftentimes the people who want to be your life coach that are so badly in need of one themselves. That's Peter Moon. Remember, he was always playing life coach. Yeah. I could teach you how to breathe. Yeah. And it's like, that's like
circle walking.
Yeah. Like Brooke Gibson said, all he was doing was staring at her tits while she was breathing, you know, up and down. Get on the video, Brooke. Yeah.
Yeah, what was his... He tried to say, like, oh, I need to confirm your breathing right. What a weird...
Yes. I got to confirm your breathing right. Get on the camera. So she's breathing on the camera.
Yeah, I gotta try that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Up and down.
I'll teach you how to breathe.
Yes. We'll try that with Marina next time.
Yeah, true. She's a lot smarter than some of these other people.
There you go. Yeah, she's not gonna fall for that. Like, look at what she had to handle with fucking Peter. Yeah. Orgasm, baby. I mean, orgy. I'm sorry. Yeah.
By the way, have you heard about Douglas's story?
Yeah.
Why he's so fucked up? Yeah.
He's hypersexualized just like you. Yeah. What a fucking piece of shit.
Who says that? It's bizarre.
Thank you. Yeah, you're hypersexualized. Yeah, but don't worry, Douglas is too. Yeah, and then starts giving the whole rape story. His sister got raped in front of him. That's how he became hypersexualized as a child, watching his grandfather rape his sister. It's like, yeah, thank you, Peter. That's very real
thanks.
diplomatic. Yeah, thanks for nothing. Yeah.
So we can banish him to the shadow realm in our minds now.
Yes, where he belongs. Let him get some rest, forever dying on his bed.
Yeah.
So also
the shadow realm.
Yes, where hopefully he just, bright light just banishes them all and they all disintegrate. So when it comes to the humanitarian wars, or not humanitarian, but humanist, the humanist wars of the 20th century, basically, we did not get, perhaps this is what Gene Roddenberry wanted, was a form of a-religious humanism that would take us to this liberal progressive frontier where we were all kind of a rainbow coalition. I believe that he was kind of envisioning that. But before he was able to try and purvey that in this positive sense through Star Trek, which is very utopian, and yet Star Trek is realistic. The man who produced it, Gene Roddenberry, was a veteran of World War II, which you could consider the greatest humanist war in history, and it really was a conflict of humanist ideologies. And as a veteran of that conflict, he simply, projected that conflict into space. And that was a humanist conflict between the Klingons and the Romulans and the Federation. I'm not going to get lost in the parallels between the terrestrial cultures right now, because I feel that would distract us. But what I will say...
I have a question.
Sure, of course.
Peripheral.
Yeah.
What is like the definition of humanist?
I've
heard that bandied around. Is there like a solid definition of it, or is it kind of more nebulous?
I don't believe that anyone has really presented us with a solid definition of humanism, but this is what I can tell people. That think of the Renaissance. The best way to think of this is the Renaissance. And what people try and celebrate as the birth of the Renaissance, believe it or not, and these would be the people who are involved with what do they call it? There's, I think it's called the Shakespeare Festival or something. Renaissance Pleasure Fair. So if you take a look at the Renaissance fair, and the people who are involved with that are often not conveying the Renaissance at all, or they're heavily influenced by, well, basically it's Dungeons and Dragons more than anything else. But theoretically,
fantasy.
Yes. But theoretically, it's supposed to be more about the Middle Ages, which is where they wind up conveying. They're not really conveying the Renaissance. They're conveying
medieval
the Middle Ages.
fantasy.
Yes, medieval fantasy, or basically, a kind of romanticized Middle Ages. So they have this romanticized myth, but what they really, the spirit of the fair, the Renaissance, it was originally called something like the Shakespeare Renaissance Pleasure Fair, was supposed to be like a Shakespearean, thespian kind of festival where they were going to show you more the Shakespearean side of the Renaissance and have people kind of, but that didn't really catch on. And so it's been maintained only as kind of like a mutation of itself. It's a mutation of itself. So when we think of the Renaissance, however, that
basically,
is the source.
It turned into LARP, which is called LARP.
Yeah, live action role playing. LARP is an acronym for live action role playing. Yes, it's live action role playing.
And then I guess over time it kind of, what would you call it? Like molded, or basically it influenced the whole. When anime and manga came on the scene, that's what really allowed the cosplay kind of people to manifest. Yeah, because they went into a different direction with it, but it's the same concept. You dress up and you become the character.
That's right. Yeah, and that started with the Renaissance Fair. Fair. They were assuming the roles of various historical figures or archetypes. And in terms of those people involved with that subculture, they celebrate the fall of Byzantium, which is absolutely bizarre. That's history turned on its head. So the reason they celebrate the fall of Byzantium is because they believe, not wrongly, they're not wrong, but they celebrate the fact that that's what led to the Renaissance. But understand, the fall of Byzantium was a apocalyptic, existential event that was the equivalent of the Greater Soviet Union overrunning all of Western Europe. So if you can imagine the Greater Soviet Union having defeated NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, overrunning all of Western Europe at the height of that third world conflict that we subterfuge, that we obfuscate as the Cold War, the so-called Cold War, then you would have seen a profound displacement of population. All kinds of people would have fled Europe. We would have had a new wave of immigration that would have made what people are complaining about today look like nothing. That is like, basically, that was what happened with the fall of Byzantium. The Turks overtook the first Christendom. There was the fall of the first Christendom. So when the first Christendom fell, then all of Christendom in the West was threatened existentially. And it was at that point that you had Dracula, who had survived the fall of Byzantium, the real historical Dracula, had to seek funding for his war against the Muslims, and he went to the Roman Catholic Church and converted to Roman Catholicism. This is why the Romanians feel he was cursed to becoming a vampire, and because of his excommunication from the Byzantine Orthodox Church of Byzantium, of Constantinople. And this is, of course, the history I could never talk about while Peter Moon was here, because he would then interrupt. He was so desperate that this history never be aired or shared. But we can go deeper into that another time.
Yeah, that is bizarre. He would always bring up Dracula or, like, just obfuscate. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Distract.
Well, the moment I would bring up Dracula, he would automatically obfuscate it by talking about the literary Dracula as filtered through his stupid dream. His stupid dream of, I dreamt of the white-back Dracula. And the white-back Dracula, his clothes were all white. And I don't know if anybody knows this, but there was a short-run miniseries of Marvel Comics, which wasn't that bad. They had some stupid original characters for their Star Wars comics. Marvel Comics got the license to do George Lucas's Star Wars as soon as the fucking movie was released. As a matter of fact, before it was released. When they turned out the Star Wars comics, they added stupid characters like a goddamn rabbit, believe it or not, was a big part. But there was one short little miniseries they did where Darth Vader goes to the rebellion. And he shows up in the end, and they never continued the series, but he shows up at the end, and his outfit is now all white. It's no longer all black. It's all white.
Wow.
And so that was like a big political statement. And apparently, I don't know why they didn't continue that. I guess it was just too controversial.
It wouldn't jive with the lore.
Yeah.
Like, I think they were trying to establish like a solid lore, because after they found out it was popular, like there were other people that took it from,
there. Yeah.
Does that make sense? It was only supposed to be one film, and then Lucas decided to make it like a full series, so they had to solidify the lore, the backstory.
There we are. Thank you. And oh, by the way, and in that same comic, I can't remember. I think it was Mark Hamill, or not Mark Hamill. Luke Skywalker and Princess Leia turn out to be relations or something, and they're both somehow related to Darth Vader. So he comes back as their father, but he's all in white. And they're both brother and sister. So that comic concluded with that, but it was supposed to be continued, but it was never continued. And
so it basically spoiled the plot line of the film.
It was far enough after the film where George Lucas couldn't sue for it, but it was. I guess what happened was it spoiled the plot line of the series. Is what you're saying? The franchise that came after. Franchise. That's correct. Yeah. That's correct.
Because he probably gave them some notes or something.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's what must have happened.
And then when they realized that he had a cash cow, he probably
then he shut down on he slammed down on that. He said no more. Yeah, with that series, that miniseries, it had to be.
Because I think from what I saw like a short about it the other day, that when the original film came out, they didn't think anything of it because this was like the era of like B-movie sci-fi shit.
Yeah.
And so when like after the first couple of months, they realized how it was becoming this like cultural wave, and then that's when they basically put all their chips in. So this was within, I think, so it came out in May 1977, and then by Christmas they were selling, or by Halloween that year, they were completely overwhelmed with the amount of demand for Halloween costumes that they couldn't provide all the Halloween costumes that year for the kids for Star Wars. That's right. So basically they realized really quick, like, oh shit, we need to make money off this because they're flying off the shelves. So that's what I got from it.
And then after that, they never stopped, and everything became increasingly stupid.
Yeah, they really went all in. And like, I don't understand with the, like, obviously Lucas is part of the, the cult, because after having $1 billion from Star Wars and
tell them that the guy who wrote half of it was fucking Michael Aquino.
Yeah, no, definitively, because the Jedi is the Jed pillar, which is the Egyptian concept of the spinal column being lit up. Yeah. So when your spinal column is lit up and the Kundalini is activated, that your spine becomes the lightsaber. And that's why the Jedi were these awakened masters who had the full Jed power, the Jed pillar. Their spines were lit up, the Kundalini was activated, and that's why they could use the Force. And the Force was Shakti, which is the Vedic concept of Shakti, which is the Force, the cosmic force of which all, the etheric force, which all comes from. Like, like the famous line, like that Ben Kenobi says in the first film, like, the Force pervades the whole universe, and it's within and without and all that. So they get all that from Vedic. They get all that from the Vedic concept of Shakti.
Yeah, so, definitely.
And that directly lines up with what you've revealed about how Aquino had that whole philosophy of the Jedi.
Yes.
So,
and then he wrote the books.
His writing.
Yeah, and then he wrote a series of books thereafter to basically prove it. And so honestly, his work is probably more true to the lore than the other crap that came out thereafter.
Yeah, true.
And but at any rate, so your point was, of course, that George Lucas was part of this cultic Edomic, the Edomite realm, and they groomed.
Well, he must have been, because he had billions of dollars, and then he still sells it to Disney at the end. When he swore up and down to all the fans, like every time they'd ask him, he's like, "I'll never sell it. I'll never sell Skywalker Ranch." And last minute, he does the switcheroo and sells it all to Disney. It's like.
Well, so it's like Peter Moon with the book project. It's all the money's going to you. We're going to put that book out now, now, and
we
then
care about the fans. We care about you.
And then right after that, no, the book must not go out. It's all mine. And same with that.
Well, like the Destiny swap is what happened to him. He had it all figured out in his head. They told him, look, we got him,
He's going to die. The book is yours. Yeah, he's going to die. The book is yours. Yeah.
Yeah. And they were certain of it, but they didn't, for some reason, I guess, well, we know why. They didn't know the ancient concept of what Shukracharya or Venus, the shining angel, what the shining angel could even do.
Yes. Yes.
They underestimated it by leagues and bounds.
Yes. And they always do. They truly place an infinite faith in the anti-gods. They really do feel entropy is the winning side.
It seems so.
So they truly feel that.
Well, that's funny, because we gave the context of what H.P. Lovecraft thought of them. A big steaming pile of poop.
Yes, that's right. An overweight, fat, what would look like a couch potato American, with a cephalopodic.
The first time I saw that, I brought it up to Douglas. I was like, "Is this shit real?" he like drew it on a napkin for someone, and it's like apparently it was real.
Yeah, no, it was real because he was like, you know, fuck you to all these people. The problem, here's what I noticed.
They kept asking him like they do to you, show me Cthulhu.
Yeah. And you remember how we were making fun the other day of, okay, and I can tell people my own analysis of this, what would happen, you know, if people pressed me enough. You know, I would, you know, give them an analysis just to, like, tell them from what I understand of this and that. But basically, like you and I said, if we were on, like, terrestrial broadcast radio, Joe Rogan level or some shit like that, or if we were at, you know, some level of exposure, like, what's his name? Who's the Jewish guy with all the obscenities that, you know, is going to die soon? They have to figure out what to do after... you know, he was on that stupid, like, he went, like Aaron Tice said, he went off terrestrial broadcast and took it all to the private.
Savage.
No, not Savage. The Jewish. Yeah, they're all Jewish. The other Jewish guy. Yeah, the other Jewish guy who was like, looks kind of like Gene Simmons, except all he does is tell dirty jokes. Howard Stern. Yeah. God.
Yeah, I know. What a creep. I mean, he got famous being a creep.
Yeah.
And then he was like playing all the sides during the pandemic, just trying to basically troll people, saying, you know, I'm all for freedom, and then he flips the script, and so he's just an agent of chaos.
Well, he's always has been, and has been is a good word for him.
And he's a has been.
But with Howard Stern and all the rest of these guys, what was the point I was going to make about these idiots? It was, if we were on that level of exposure. Where everybody was hearing us, that the most common question we would get 99% of the time would be shit like, what happens if Godzilla and Cthulhu fight? Who would win? Godzilla versus Cthulhu? Could Godzilla beat Cthulhu? And it's like, now, of course, it goes without saying, you will find... you know, deathmatch battle analyses of this sort of thing on YouTube. You just look it up, Godzilla versus Cthulhu. But the first thing I noticed when I saw that after the joke we made, because it came up in my, what do you call it? The stupid, you know, as soon as you talk about it, it comes up in the, you know, like, you know, suggested, thank you, suggested materials. And when I went to it, because it's just for, you know, shit grins and giggles, and shit, I noticed the analysis was, you know, different people say different things, of course.
Right.
But the first thing I noticed was that in the case of the video that I happened to land on, the guy who did the analysis drew the conclusion that he felt, Godzilla would win. And, the response... The response from the Cthulhu, the Cthulhu cultists were saying, "Fuck you! You deserve to die!" And Cthulhu is the one true God. I mean, these weren't people were joking. They were just saying saying shit like
they hide behind jest as if they're joking.
They weren't even joking. They weren't even joking. You would think they were, maybe if you were a normal, sane, rational human being, but they weren't coming across as joking. They were saying shit like, Godzilla only has the name of God in his name, but Cthulhu is a god. And Godzilla could
they consider them gods.
Yes, they consider them true gods. And these were all Cthulhu cultists and worshippers. Were all coming in like, this man is stacking the deck to satisfy Godzilla fans. But just the idea that somebody would be so emotionally invested in this.
No, they are.
Yeah.
And they're all overwhelmingly American.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but they were, overwhelmingly American, but also people from other countries, especially Russia, of course. You know, no Muslims, obviously, but it's just the Cthulhu cultists they're a force, and they're out there. And they truly believe. And that's where,
they believe, all right.
Yeah. And that's where Vinnie Barbarick's cultists that he's dealing with, his new secret healing friends who have always been there, and he's always been working for them. And according to Dante, yes, he belongs on the lowest level of hell because he betrays a trust. So there we are, and that's the classical
So
perspective.
all of that led from my question, like, what is a humanist?
Yes.
We got off track.
And back to that, but it's it's all valid. It all goes back towards it's all in the soup. It's all in the soup. These are just ingredients in the soup. But and at least, hey, this is a soup. It's not open running sewer like you get when you go on the deep dark web and you come back as Ian West. Yes, that's
it's palatable. It's like like with whatever, they're not even conspiracy. With those people, the soup, there's like salt and sugar and vinegar. It's like you can't drink it.
Yes, thank you.
Like that stuff that Ian keeps bringing up, it literally makes me ill. It's like you can't digest it. It's not digestible.
Oh God! Well, you heard him and Daryl James, or what the fuck was the guy's name again?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, did I get it right? I can't believe it. Yeah,
DJ. We'll just call him DJ.
DJ. Yeah, and the other guy's a DJ too. DJ Ian West.
Right.
Ian West is the DJ, and then the other guy's a DJ, and they had this. They instantly had a mutual cocksucking society in which you heard them
within
just
seconds
spewing into each other's mouths and minds. Yes, the same crap. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and it's like Brooke Gibson.
And Ian kept saying, "It's all true.
It's all true." Yeah. Hey, remember what Brooke Gibson said? She said, "Oh yeah, all the magnetic levitation rails underground are along the routes where you have the most pizza delivery ovens." Because Ian West said that they used them to bake babies in. Remember that shit? They're just the right size to bake babies in. It's who thinks like that?
This is ridiculous. Yeah.
I mean, well, not only that,
bonkers.
just the idea that somebody would see a pizza oven and that's the first thing that comes to your mind.
It's a sign of illness for sure.
That. Yeah, a baby can fit in that. It's like, no, thank God that guy's not a father. Jesus. And we'll get back into that some other time because it's inescapable. They're out there, people. And they're ultimately affiliated with the kings of Edom. And so these worshippers were coming in. And anyhow, back to what we said about humanism and the Renaissance.
What is it?
So if you want to get a basic grasp of humanism, it emerges from the fall of Byzantium and the birth of the Renaissance. And what happened was all of the... Nemo says Ian needs to be thrown into an oven. I need to
leave it to Nemo.
Leave it to Nemo. That's gonna be our new bumper sticker. Leave it to Nemo. But so when it comes to humanism and the Renaissance, the way that the Renaissance emerged out of the fall of Byzantium was all of the scholars and academics steeped in the ancient Greek secrets of alchemy and lore. They all, the majority of them, fled Byzantium, and they migrated into Western Europe. And that was the launch of the Renaissance. That was basically when suddenly this lost Greek knowledge was preserved by the Latin-speaking Byzantines, suddenly became Western European intellectual property. And what was the first thing that
knowledge,
this fusion,
mathematics,
philosophy, and the first thing
mysticism,
and the first thing that this fusion of both that lost knowledge and the papal church, well, the first thing that this fusion created was a conflict with the papal domination of the church, and it led to the Protestant Revolution, and it led to essentially a disbelief in God as the source of all things. It led to questioning the creation story, led to questioning the narrative of the faith. It led to a questioning of the narrative of the faith, and from that we developed ultimately Aldous Huxley and the dismissal of all religion and replacing it with narcotization. To Huxley, the new faith and his secret faith was, believe it or not, the stoned ape doctrine. I don't know how many people know of this, the stoned ape hypothesis, but
people picked that up, like Terence McKenna.
Yes.
And,
yes.
A few others, yeah.
Yeah, it's that magic mushrooms and human evolution go together like peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah. Brendan's not one to deny that psychedelics have a role in, expanding consciousness.
They can expand your consciousness, but they can't turn monkeys into humans. I mean, that's just
that's a bit of a stretch, right?
Yeah, because reindeers have eat like Amanita muscaria, and they're still reindeers. So, like it can alter them, and they can become more intelligent, but they're not going to turn into a high functioning, quote unquote, human being as opposed to an ape.
Thank you.
The classical evolution is not the reality of evolution is not as we've been presented, like as Darwin level.
Oh. Who's the guy?
Like it's not an equation. Like A plus B.
Terence McKenna. It's Terence McKenna.
No, before him.
Oh, Aldous Huxley. Huxley. Okay. It all goes back to Aldous Huxley.
Yeah.
And
all those hippies were influenced by him through his book Doors of Perception.
Yes.
So they all worshipped Huxley for sure. That's where the band The Doors got its name. From Huxley himself. And,
thank you.
And people like Alan Watts and Timothy Leary, they talked to Aldous Huxley like directly many times.
Yes.
So there you go.
Not to mention Huxley's family sponsored Charles Darwin.
So, there you go.
Darwinism.
That explains a lot.
No one ever talks about who paid Charles Darwin. Yes. I mean, the guy's going all over the fucking world on the voyage of the Beagle.
He was hated, by the way. He was hated in London. Like, there's a building in London that has basically they have the statue, like a grotesque, like a gargoyle on the wall, where it's shaped like a monkey, but it's got Charles Darwin's beard. And the lore is that the family that made that was making fun of Darwin, like, saying he's the monkey.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's what they thought of him.
As well they should have. And but no one ever asks who funded the voyage of the Beagle. It was the Huxleys. It was the Huxley dynasty that produced Aldous Huxley. So they were called Darwin's Bulldogs. That's what they were called. So and so this is what ultimately brought us to humanism, the idea that it ultimately leads to the stoned ape hypothesis that the ethnobotanist Terence McKenna articulated, but he did not conceive. It was conceived by Aldous Huxley, but Terence McKenna became a propagandist for it. And so they're just arguing that psilocybin mushrooms, basically made us human. That there was this period of cognitive development in human evolution 100,000, 40,000 years ago, known as the Great Leap Forward, which then became the call sign for the Maoists and their Great Leap Forward in collectivization and rapid industrialization under communism. So this is where it all comes from, is you get humanism leads to lack of faith in the church, so then it's replaced by political ideologies. So this is what I'm talking about. The wars of the 20th century were the humanist conflicts, the humanist wars, because then you had the wars between fascism, imperialism, monarchism, communism, capitalism, democracy. These are all mass ideologies that emerge from the humanism of the Renaissance, based on the concept that God will not help you. You are in control of your destiny, but it's up to you what destiny should humanity have. What evolutionary arc will it follow? So this is something that if you try to analyze these ideas...
Okay, that makes sense.
Thank you. So if you try to analyze the wars of the 20th century, which culminated in the Second World War, and you were trying to look at the major ideologies, let's look at these terms. Capitalism, democracy, imperialism, monarchism, or rather monarchism and then imperialism, the empire based on the monarchic colonialism, Then, of course, communism, fascism. And you take a look at these various ideologies and you say, what do they ultimately, if you're trying to narrow down the kind of governments that are peripheral, you would take a look at Tibetan Buddhism, would be a form of Lamaism, and a kind of Buddhist clericalism. And they were their own independent state forever until basically after World War II, as people understand it, as people popularly conceive World War II, when the communists invaded Tibet. You had juntaism throughout Latin America. This was not fascism, it was juntaism, just militarism.
Yeah.
And
the generalissimos and colonels. And
yes.
that ran the show, yeah.
Yes, and when you have that kind of warlordism, then people often equate that with Chiang Kai-shek, whose birthday is on October 31st, on Halloween. He was born on Halloween, Chiang Kai-shek, and so his birthday is tomorrow, and that's why I put his name up there. I hope you noticed I put the Diwali-ween. Thank you. I hope you noticed I put that up there on the banner for tonight.
I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you.
I haven't seen it. I'll look.
Okay. Yeah, and but I do want people to understand that when it comes to the modern ideologies, they're all really a form of humanism. That's why humanism is so impossible to define. You understand what I'm saying now?
Yes.
Because all of these ideologies derive therefrom. It ultimately goes back to the Renaissance, the fall of Byzantium, the emergence of the Renaissance, and then, of course, the idea of these various populist ideologies that are based on, say, for instance, when it comes to Napoleon Bonaparte, what is his social revolution? It's basically radical monarchism. It's, I'm the emperor and I'm establishing a court of reason. I am replacing the church with the court. In other words, this is a militant monarchism. And then you take a look at imperialism, which that leads to, but imperialism is now conflated with colonialism. So the idea of colonial expansion is called imperialism. And you can apply the term imperialist to Soviet imperialism or American capitalist imperialism. But when it comes to capitalism and democracy, what both Marina Sarin was alluding to as negative and what Aaron Tice was alluding to as negative, let's take a look at the negatives there. The problem with capitalism is that without some kind of ideological constraint, free capitalism is functionally impossible. If you kept it free at the libertarian level, the ideology of libertarianism is cryptocurrency and piracy. Libertarianism is literally no one pays taxes, and if you want something, you buy it. So at that point, we lose all modern technology that healthcare depends on. Remember what I said about the MRI machine, that the MRI machine is so expensive to turn on that once they turn it on, they never turn it off. It is left on forever. They just leave it at various levels of power. And so when it comes to the MRI machine, it's so expensive that all of your medical costs, which are astronomical. I was, of course, someone who was auditing 10 years of courses in medical journalism. And one of the men who delivered a lecture was an image scan specialist. He was a man who specialized in radiological imaging. And he said, if you want to know about why medical care is astronomical and inaccessible, I am the guilty party. It all comes down to the cost of imaging. Imaging is so expensive. Now, if we lived in a libertarian society, you can kiss that goddamn MRI machine goodbye. No one could fund that.
Yeah.
There's no amount of contributions from your local village could get you an MRI. Your medical services at that point, they all stop. Everything goes back to Middle Ages medicine. You're back to herbs. You're back to foxfire culture, where they're literally like using local herbs and tinctures to deal with what they can.
Yes.
But you are not anymore performing Herculean or heroic life-saving surgeries that replace hearts or heart valves. All of that is gone. All of that is gone the moment you go towards libertarianism. So libertarian
That's what's
is
strange about those people.
Yeah.
Is that they just want to cut everything off. They say we want to cut off every government program.
Yeah.
Just across the board. I mean, that's just insanity.
There's a place where they can move called Somalia where that exists. Where people live without any government programs.
Yeah, and even they have a sort of laissez-faire, right? Like you can theoretically trade whatever you want, but doesn't mean anything's happening. Good.
No, let's put it this way. You can trade whatever you want only to the extent of what can be had, but you cannot buy yourself open heart surgery in Somalia. You cannot buy yourself an MRI scan in Somalia. It's like they can't offer anything of substance that you need for an advanced civilization. You are stuck at the level of the Pirates of the Caribbean. That's what you're stuck at.
True.
That's what libertarianism has to offer. This is the opposite end of capitalism. This is laissez-faire capitalism at its finest. So
and the word itself, libertine, is like it was considered, right, like debauchery at one point, if I'm not mistaken.
Degenerate.
Like being a libertine was like, you're loose, you're having parties every night. Yeah.
Decadent and degenerate.
Decadent. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's something.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think at the most basic level, if you can give up your conceptions of what modern political libertarians would do, versus the rest of the system, or not them. But you could also think about I think it gets to like the core ideologies of like, collectivism versus individual and, liberty and stuff.
I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, forget the modern libertarian.
They're taking the Ayn Randian approach, saying the individual has to forge their way.
No, I think that's just an academic discussion. It has nothing to do with like how it manifested, but just like I mean, like the theories in the theories of like people, like what is it? What might philosophy might be best? Might they like? Do you want more? Every man for himself. Do you want more? Everybody? In one central thing, etc.
It becomes extremes.
Right. No, right. Without the political implications of today, just like the theories of like what a best society is.
Okay, so let's. I think what Aristides, what you're saying is that there are ways to make this work if you take out a kind of doctrinaire approach that entraps them into a cycle of behavior that dooms them. Is that what you're saying?
I just think from very basic conceptual like standpoint, like theories of like how a society might like form and stuff.
Right.
One end is like libertarianism, one end is like collectivism, and that's just regardless of how it like manifested today.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Thank you for that. So one way, here's how I would express it.
Every man for himself versus
no man versus no man for himself.
Right.
Yeah. Every man for himself or no man. Right?
Okay.
So and then there's a spectrum.
So the way to express that is to say that these societies can only function at the tribal level, and the excellent examples of communism and capitalism at the tribal level is, say, for instance, collectivism would be embodied or epitomized, personified by the Inuit or various other polar tribes that they used to use the term Eskimo, though my understanding is that is now considered a insult. So rather than Eskimo, you say northern polar tribal peoples or Inuit peoples, I believe is one of the terms that's acceptable. So with the Inuit people, like the Akvig and various other polar tribes, they are the perfect operational standard of communism that Karl Marx would say, from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs, so that people will be dedicated as whale hunters, hunting seals, getting the blubber, and then there's others who cut it up, and then there's others who serve the elderly, and then at a certain point, the elderly are left on ice floes to die. So this is like, because there's no real way that they can care for the elderly without wasting resources for everyone else, because the elderly are no longer contributing. So there is a dateline on your participating in the community, which is a collective. When you are no longer able to contribute and you only need, at that point they put you on the ice floe and you're left to die. And they accept that. They accept that as
right.
that. Yeah. And so that's a communism at the operational level. It cannot go beyond a certain population base, beyond a certain number, because then it becomes a bureaucracy and it becomes unwieldy. The same with capitalism. Great example of capitalism is certain African tribes in which you buy from the best bow and arrow maker, you buy from the best spear maker, you buy from the best witch doctor, who is not a witch doctor in the term that we're using in terms of Vinnie Barbaric, but an actual shaman who can actually produce efficacious tinctures and medicines and poultices, etc. All of this is a capitalism based on the other tribe comes in and they've got the cattle that they've raised. You can purchase that. So this is a form of capitalism operating based on a meritocracy, and the meritocracy rewards those who excel. But those who drop off, and you'll notice this in Africa, people are either extraordinarily healthy, robust, almost you would consider superhuman, in the sense that they all seem to be born athletes with not an ounce of fat, or they're crawling along the ground and dying. So that's capitalism, people, at its most brutal level. And but it operates. It's operated in both cases for thousands of years. Now, once you take those beyond a certain population base and you try to make an entire industrial scale society operate based on either of those economic principles, you're completely fucked and you fuck everybody else. This is the problem with modern consumer capitalism, is that we wind up, as Aaron Tice was saying, oh, it's the lobbyists. There's no vote that can compete with a lobby. And this is the point I've made that disambiguates fascism from capitalism, or rather, so-called democracy. In the so-called democratic capitalist cultural spectrum, you have this matrix wherein the corporations ultimately control the government. Whereas in fascism, the government controls the corporations. Now, in communism, you don't have corporations to control. Everything is the state. They create paper corporations that are an extension of the government. Yeah. But yeah,
Arm and Hammer.
Yeah, they're not real corporations as we would consider them. And
then, so what would the libertarians be, like Lord of the Flies or something?
It's like, just
like
consider
Karen Island.
The libertarians are basically anarchy. They're anarchy. It's just, if you want to see libertarians, if you want to see, quite, Lord of the Flies, excellent example. and so if you want to see libertarianism in action, you watch the Lord of the Flies. And you move to Somalia if you want to live in that kind of environment. Right. That's the, Somalia is the ultimate example of libertarianism. And everything relies on piracy. The economy is based on piracy. I was going to
say they're all pirates, like One Piece level.
Just, no, that dignifies them.
Whoever is the strongest pirate is the most free.
That ennobles them. That ennobles them. Don't.
Have you seen the latest where they they'll go up to a merchant ship with a bunch of fruit, claiming to be fruit sellers. Yeah. And then the second you let them board, they'll just storm your ship.
Oh, of course. Of course.
And so people were joking. They're like, really? Like, if you fall for a random fruit seller spawning in the middle of the ocean, like, you deserve it.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, seriously. Seriously.
Someone's just got like bananas and freaking melons and stuff in the middle of the ocean. Like, yeah, you should be suspect.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. It's just, but then you have no idea. People just don't get it. They just don't fucking get it. Really, they don't. They just think, oh yeah, well, this is all right. All they can think of is they're catering to tourists.
Nice locals. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is all they do all day is sail around with fruit. Yeah, rotting in the sun. Yeah, that's at any rate, when it comes to the point that I'm making with capitalism and shall we say, we're not concentrating so much on communism right now because we should all at this point literally know how unworkable that is. But I will bring it up only as necessary. But when it comes to the more complicated elements of capitalism, libertarianism is anarchy, and capitalism in general ultimately leads to monopolism. Now, this is why every once in a while the empire strikes back, meaning the government will try and break a monopoly up because they see it's getting too dystopian. When it gets too dystopian, then right now they're trying to take on Google, and we can only wish the government the best. But as Aaron said, the challenge they face is lobbyists who ultimately control the government. But then if the empire strikes back, and the government does break up Google, like they do win sometimes. They do win because in the end, here is the weakness of the lobbies and the corporations. They don't have the guns. It doesn't matter that they can hire mercenary armies to tear up entire populations and fight with other mercenary armies of other corporations in the Congo to get the tantalum, which is in your fucking cell phone, that makes it work. Hence, all your cell phones have blood on them. Really, they do not have and will never spend the money to build navies, air forces, and actual real militaries that can conquer nations. They are not. Yeah. Go on. Yeah. What were you gonna say, Brendan?
No, they couldn't manifest any kind of significant force.
Yeah, no significant force, and the ultimate reality is.
And the Legion, the concept of the Legion, the Empire has to have a Legion.
Yes.
So the United States happens to be that currently, that force. Right?
Yeah, and
the pinnacle of such.
Yes. Yes, not in the sense that people think, but yes, no. I will. There's no point in overqualifying it right now. But go on.
Yeah, there's no point qualifying. But there, a navy could manifest on your shore.
Yes,
we could get there eventually.
Yes. Let's just put it this way: it's not that America's fighting forces are any good in and of themselves. It's the sheer overwhelming force that can be brought to bear in an immediate sense. In what's effectively an immediate sense. The Americans have that. The problem is because the government outsources everything, but it always did when it comes... The military in the United States, this not being a communist country, has never built anything. So the military does not have its own companies, its own industries. They cannot build anything. So everything the military has ever had has been built by private industry. That's always been the case. But that private industry has always sworn an allegiance to the nation state.
I have a good real world example of that. Yeah. So to the point where the only countries that still produce vacuum tubes, because their technology, what's left of their military relies on it, is China, Russia, and Slovakia. So those are the only places that still have factories for people like me to buy vacuum tubes for our audio equipment. Those are the three main countries, and they're all communist. I mean, I think Slovakia is maybe that's it. I don't know the politics of that country very well.
It's right now. It's they voted in a dictator who is trying his best to take them back behind the Iron Curtain right now. Right. But the original,
for some reason they maintain these tube factories.
Well, they were behind the Iron Curtain forever, so that explains that.
Okay,
I mean, But under Hitler, they were a Roman Catholic Slavic nation. So the
I have another question about the politics of that era, but we can finish this first, and then we can get there.
So
regarding JIÄNGJIÄNHÍ and Spain and all that.
Yeah. So understand that when it comes to the economies of shall we say capitalism, and the inevitability of monopoly when not checked by the government, what happens is the government will step in when it's already too late, in a sense, and then try to do some monopoly breaking or monopoly busting. And the biggest problem with the industries of today is they no longer swear an oath of allegiance to the nation state. In other words, until this point in history, industries would side with the federal government in any conflict because that's their major source of income. Now we've got an illegal immigrant named Elon Musk, he's not a legal immigrant. He is a South African white supremacist. He is an enemy of the state of the United States of America and wants to install a dictatorship. And this individual is not going to provide the U.S. military what it needs. So he is an enemy of the state and should be shot and all of his resources nationalized. It's that simple. It's not go on.
He's being sued in Pennsylvania right now, but I have something from the classical world. It's like that people reference is that in the times of like the Athenians and stuff. Yes. So you would have the option of either being, as a rich person, this is like patron level, like elites, they would have the option to either be taxed a portion of their wealth, or they would have to do basically public service in the sense of building ships, raising armies, forging weapons. That would be and then they would get to put their name on the project. So they build a building, it would be named after them. Or so the rich people would be more inclined to pay their taxes in a more wholesome way. They would say, look, I'm going to support all these public forums. That's why Greece had all these forums and huge buildings and these mega projects, because the rich people wanted not only to show off, but then they wanted to remove themselves from being taxed. And because of the psychology of humans, it's like they would want to flaunt their wealth, so they would put more into their project, their personal project, than they would than a taxable project, right?
Yes.
Does that make sense? They would
because they want to be credited. They want to be credited for their philanthropy.
So do you think that's something that could be used now and say, look, if you don't want to pay 50% tax, then you have to do these public services?
That was the norm. That was the norm with the old rich. The old rich, like Carnegie. Yeah. That's how we got Carnegie Hall. That's how we got patronage of the arts.
And all these schools named after these people because they were donating money.
Yeah, Rockefeller Medical Institute, etc. I mean, these people, but of course.
So could we make it back to that?
Well, it's not that that wasn't.
People say taxation is like the final answer, right?
Well, let's put it this way. Back in those days, when those equivalent of today's billionaires or multi-billionaires, the equivalent of today's multi-billionaires in those days were the old rich, who these days are multi-billionaires. They pay to be unlisted, and they just hide themselves. But when it comes to what they were doing publicly, philanthropically, it was something that was a way of giving back to society, but it's not utopian, because these people like the Rockefeller Medical Institute, you're talking about, they wound up buying up encyclopedia companies so they could rewrite history, and they bought up all of the medical.
They destroyed the holistic field.
Medicine, yes, they bought up all the medical universities. Rockefeller bought almost all of the medical universities so that he could reestablish himself as the king of medicine. Medicine was going to be his way, or you weren't getting it at all. And
that's part of the reason why it is the way it is.
Yes.
Actually harming people instead of helping,
right, or at least in certain cases, it's made worse and exacerbated by the introduction of the insurance system. Yes, and the insurance system, we could, but that again is a symptom of capitalism. So you don't have this anywhere else on Earth. Everywhere else on Earth, whether communist or so-called capitalist, has got a national healthcare system that provides you medicine universally.
In fact, the communists make the best doctors as far as like Cuba, right? Cuba and stuff.
Yes. So. Yes. Well, they can. They have a history of doing the best with what they have. But of course, they also are working on an ideological level. I mean, the interesting thing, like I said about my Russian Jewish doctoress, as a Russian Jewess, she acknowledges, pretty much, there's medical murder. That's a reality. And that if I had been admitted, that was a reality that I would have faced. Right. So, it's just
at this point, the Western doctors will acknowledge that too, but they just keep their mouth shut.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe to each other, they'll speak in whispers, but they would never say that to a patient, It takes a Russian to do that. And the only reason why is because, I speak Russian, get it? So I entered her comfort zone. So, so when it comes to capitalism, if you want to prevent monopolism, which is ultimately somebody's going to conquer the market, and for all intents and purposes, UPS is basically the successor to the United States Postal Service. Yeah. And when DHL tried to enter the league, they just got shunted out.
Because they were German.
Yeah. Thank you. But understand
they were like, fuck those Krauts.
And not only that, we
got to create this cabal of Teamster mafiosos.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what was it? It was UPS though that had the big strikes. Yeah, they had the big strikes.
Yeah, they're Teamsters. They're and I got in a row with when I worked for UPS, I was arguing with the union rep. I said, look, I don't want to have to pay all this stuff. And then I said, you realize the history of, and she said, you either pay the full amount or basically they were going to crack my kneecaps essentially.
Yeah.
Or like metaphorically. And then so I said, like, do you realize that this is like mafia level extortion and it just reflects the history of your organization? And she's like, we never worked with the mafia. You can't call us criminals. And I'm like, literally, it's public information. Like,
thank you.
This isn't like me being rude. This is just a fact. And then she like got all nervous because she didn't, people can't absorb stuff like that. Yeah.
No, they can't. They you have no idea how ignorant.
But she didn't realize that she was operating on that model of do it or else, or pay us or else. It's like,
when I had to talk with PG&E, and I brought up the fact that their corporation was a felonious corporation of mass murderers. The person at the other end,
no idea.
The person at the other end just said, "What did you say?" And I was like, "Oh, never mind." And went on with talking about. There's no point. You can't pursue it. But
they can't absorb it. Yeah,
no way. But now we get into the civics of this, which is the real meat and potatoes here. When we talk about capitalism as we have, and we talk about monopolism, this is why Marina Sarin has no faith in democracy. Is she feels that at some point you get... First off, I understand her attitude, which is... Marina Sarin's attitude is, I do not want to be part of some social matrix where whoever wins the vote by what oftentimes is something like 1% or 0.5%, I mean, that gives them the right to tell me what's going to be done in this society, such as we outlaw abortion. Say if Trump wins and he nationalizes abortion is outlawed, there's no sane woman who wants to be in that democracy. Her vote then is negated. And it's like her entire...
Which I brought up the absurdity of all this anyways, but we don't have to go there. Yeah.
Understood. And when it comes to... let's take a look at the image entered by Aristides here. I'm trying to... Where did that go? Oh, maybe he gave it to me in private. Oh, there she is. Yes, okay. Cool. I'll download that. All right, so just a nice image saved to downloads. Thank you. And so I understand what she's saying, and it's true. And we have to face the fact that there are people who have tried to socially engineer a working democracy. One of them was Mark Twain. So if you ever take a look at Mark Twain, his idea for, let me see if I've got this right. Okay, and I'll look up Mark Twain. Okay, and I think it was called, The Curious Republic of Gondor. So, The Curious Republic of Gondor. Gondor is spelled Gondour. He probably pronounced it Gondour. And so that was published in the Atlantic Monthly magazine in 1875. I believe that's after the American Civil War between the states, which he was a veteran of, and he fought on the Confederate side. But in that short story, he articulates that democracy should work in the sense that we all get one vote. We all get one vote. But the higher your educational level, the more votes you get. So the idea is that if you have a doctorate, you say, for instance, well, first, Associate of Science degree, you get 2 votes. Baccalaureate degree, you get 3. Master's degree, you get 4. PhD, you get 5. And therefore, he thought that, but then we have to argue about, well, what about education? Since much of education is indoctrination, what you're saying is you're giving more and more power to people who are further indoctrinated than other people. But at the same time, no one can deny, at least theoretically, they would be more literate. So people have tried to work with democracy to improve it. It's not that this idea is bad, but it's not necessarily, it has its potential shortcomings. But when it comes to republicanism, that's where things are really bad. Because what we have with republicanism is what we've got now. So understand, we do not have a democracy. So when you take a look at the major ideologies of the 20th century participating in World War II, democracy was not among them, no matter what they tell you. When they say America became the arsenal of democracy, it's such a blatant lie, it's offensive, beyond offensive, because America was fighting for republicanism, not democracy. The United States of America is not a democracy. Never has been. It's a constitutional republic. And we have this electoral college.
No one ever brings this up.
Thank you. Of course not. They don't dare. So,
because the original democracy failed with Athens, and that's why they had to come up with republic concepts.
Because
the tyrants took over. Yeah, so I'll go over it when you're done with this. But
yes, and so I spoke about the educational level and about getting, an extra vote for each educational degree. Let's put it this way: the only thing that will make mass democracy work is a universal education. And that everyone is at a literate level that's far higher than what we've got now. And they have to be trained in critical thinking. And only then can we have a working democracy that's based on a vote of educated, articulate, critically
nowadays they punish you for going to school.
Yeah, they do.
Fuck you, we'll never pay for your school because you didn't earn it.
Don't even get me started. Get me started.
Evil. It's so fucking evil.
And the more educated you are, the more you're despised.
Yeah, yes. And even all of our doctors, lawyers, the people that aren't, so those would be considered scammers nowadays, but even the engineers and all the people that keep our world running, they're under so much pressure of debt from their student loans and shit that the society's just crumbling. And then when they try and say, look, we're going to pay it off for some of these people, everyone freaks out. Oh, all these Gen Xers, no offense, Douglas, but
I take none. Yeah, I take none.
They're all fucking, how could you get your shit paid off if I can't get it paid off? It's
no, it all becomes a personal bitterness. It becomes
it's this personal bitterness when that would actually help them as they're aging.
Yes.
If everyone around you has money to fucking take care of you.
But you see, this is because they're not educated.
Sorry.
They're not. Yeah, no, they really are dumb. Believe me, they deserve.
Yeah, they're shooting themselves in their foot.
What's coming
just
up?
The baby boomers.
As Heather Holman said, what's coming up is a gerocide. means a genocide of the elderly.
And I ain't taking care of these fuckers after what they did to me. That's for fucking sure.
Of course not. Nor should you. And no one else will, so you can just watch them die.
No one else will,
Yeah, and no one's going to be taking care of Peter Moon right now. Now. He's just dying it. Oh, yeah. But
his daughter's like, throwing yarn balls at cats and hoping he dies quicker.
Oh, his daughter's busy feeding cats vegetarian dishes and shit.
Oh, is that really what happened?
No, don't even get me started.
Maybe that should be my ultimate vengeance plan, just to go hit her up and say, make friends with her. Like, I heard you were a vegetarian and like cats.
Yeah, there you go. Fucking marry her. That would be vengeance against that son of a bitch. Yeah, I married your daughter, motherfucker.
Aristides, is she at least attractive? Like,
what?
Is she attractive?
Who?
Moon's daughter. Vinnie Barbarick's daughter, Sky Barbarick.
I would think most people look at her and think she's attractive.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Most people that were curses at me.
Yeah, most people that did know Peter.
Oh, that's a good point.
As a random sampling of the population, right? Yeah.
I couldn't see past that. Yeah. Okay. Plans off.
I know.
Plans off, Peter. Don't worry.
We can't see past it.
Don't worry, Vinny. The plan's off. You don't have to curse me double.
I think if he pulled the population as just a fairly good-looking person, they'd be like, yeah, sure.
Okay, fair enough. But you're right. I couldn't get past her looking like.
No. We know too much, man.
No, that'd be horrible to be in bed with her and get a flashback to Peter Moon. I'm just sorry. It would be you'd
breathe
freak
in,
out.
Breathe out.
Yes. Oh God.
Oh my God.
It'd just be.
Yeah. Anyways. Yeah.
So
it's disgusting.
Such having been said, the point is with democracy and making it work. Understand, as I said, we do not have a democracy. We were fighting in World War II for republicanism, and when the Democrats did win, however, what did we get? We got a surplus, whereas under the Republicans, we've only ever gotten deficits, and it always gets worse. I could go into this in grisly detail, and while the Democrats have offered surplus, the Republicans give us the Electoral College, which ensures that they stay in power because it biases all the majority white...
Wait a second, Douglas. That brings up a really good point, that they're always complaining about government spending when their so-called heroes like Patton and Marshall, and they were giving away money wholesale.
Yes.
Wholesale to these countries. Billions.
Yes.
And there's the factor of what you described of them losing the war, but the fact is that when I used to talk to these Reagan heads, these people that would push this stuff, they would say, look, we built up the world because we won and all this stuff. And then now they're saying, oh, look, we have to pull all this money out. We can't give it to our population. We can't give it to these other countries. So does that make sense what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, you're preaching to a converted here. I mean, it's people need to understand.
Their pinnacle is World War II. Of we supported all these countries and we were giving them money wholesale. Yeah. But now they're fighting against that as if it's something bad. It's like it's bizarre. When it was like the ultimate socialism.
Yes.
Like FDR and all these people.
Yeah, well, FDR,
give us all your gold.
Yes. Give us all your gold. That's right. Exactly.
So, America's topsy-turvy. It's completely topsy-turvy.
They're conflicted, to say the least.
Yeah.
But it's becoming easier. Whereas before, the constitutional republic, as I said, a two-party republic offers no choice, or at least it didn't until the Clinton phenomenon, which is really the Ross Perot phenomenon. What happened was Ross Perot ushered in the Clintons. Then at that time, we began to see a difference. With the Clintons, they defunded the military and we got a surplus. With the Republicans, all we get is a deficit while the military gets bloated and fat and the rest of us starve. So the entire thing we need to do to make capitalism work is we know capitalism cannot work in a republic. We know that in a republic with an electoral college, the capitalism inevitably goes into monopolism. And if the government cannot break the monopolies because the capitalists are now traitors, treasonous agents of foreign powers like Elon Musk, who meets with the enemy president regularly, then at this point, capitalism is not the issue necessarily, but rather the republic. So the only way to make capitalism work or thrive, as JIÄNGJIÐ said, is with a true democracy. But a true democracy cannot work without universal education. And the only way you can provide universal education is with relieving people of the pressure of working so they can be educated into critical thought processing. And the only way you can do that is through universal basic income. So at that point, you are no longer truly capitalist, but are veering towards Nazism, National Socialism, fascism, where the government will control the corporations because the people under a democracy would not want otherwise. This is why the fascists were voted in democratically. Understand, all the fascists were voted in democratically.
And it's the only system that makes sense. It's the only system that can keep the peripheral in check as far as the corporations go, like you said.
Yes. So what I envision is the opposite of what that idiot, the former Navy SEAL, Jesse Ventura, said, which is, we don't need 2 parties. We need 15 parties. It's like, you crazy fucking turd-brained idiot. If you want 15 parties, go to parliamentary Europe and look at that mess. Look at that mess of where you got 15, 20 parties.
Just look at Deutschland,
where everybody's bargaining with each other for just a seat.
They have to make, just like the Japanese, they have to make that thing coalition governments.
Yeah, but the Japanese, it's always dominated by the LDP. It's effectively been the Liberal Democratic Party, which is neither liberal nor democratic for years, forever. And that's fine. The real governance in Japan is corporatism, which goes back to fascism anyway. So it's like the voting is just there as window dressing. It's just window dressing in Japan. But in America, we need a universal basic income. We need universal education. And the reason why fascism is necessary is a stopgap towards true democracy. But even with true democracy, the first thing we're going to have is a single party state. And it cannot be the Republicans for all the reasons I've just articulated. It has to be the Democrats. Because unlike the Republicans, they are inclusive, whereas the Republicans are exclusive. So there is a side you have to take if you want to move forward. The other side, you can only move backward. It's that simple. So it's the Democratic Party, and in the coming Civil War, after the Democratic Party wins, which they could only do if I'm given any influence, otherwise they might very well lose. But if I'm given any influence, the Democratic Party will win, and at that point, it's got to be a single party state.
Can't you just dissolve everyone? Why does it
because
have
you
to
got to
remain?
work with
Why
something.
Does it have to remain?
It's not like the Democratic Party will remain as you know it. It won't be the Democratic Party you see today. Think of it as instead Gotthard Morgan
like the
Democrat.
skeleton.
Or rather, it's the foundation for a new ideologically driven single party state.
Wait, what was that word you said?
Gotthard Morgan Democrat. Think of Gotthard Damarung. Gotthard Damarung is Twilight of the Gods. Gotthard Morgan Damarung is the dawning of the gods. Gotthard Morgan Democrat. Think of the dawning of the gods' democracy.
Yes.
That is what that would mean.
So it's a totally different system. It's a
totally different system. It would be, but understand that it would recognize, of course, the fact that the overwhelming majority of the white population in America is of German descent.
And is this going to be a democracy where every single vote counts? Because when they did like the pure democracy in Athens, it lasted about 20 years, and that it completely fell apart. They tried it. They did an honest try where everyone was registered as a demos. That's where the word comes from, as a populace, as a single vote, and each person voted on each item as a collective, and it lasted 20 years to where it completely fell apart into tyrants. That's where Lord Tyrannus, it's literally his name, the tyrant, the tyrannus, like he was one of the leaders that took over Athens, and that's where we get the word tyrant from. Was after democracy fell, the first democracy, and then that's when the Aristotelians and the like Plato and stuff. That's when they had to bring out the idea of the republic.
Yes.
To actually like put it on stilts. To put
and don't forget, Rome was a fucking republic, and what happened was they developed the concept,
which was based off of them.
Aristotle.
Or Plato, excuse me.
Yeah, and Rome developed the concept of the dictator, and the dictator transliterates into the speaker, as in the speaker of the house.
Yes.
So understand, as in taking.
Because he was the highest. Theoretically, he was the highest orator, because they considered rhetoric as being the pinnacle. I mean, you have to have rhetoric to rule anybody. Yeah.
Well, you need to be able to articulate your points, as I'm doing right now. And the point is that what I realize has to be done, and the only logical thing that can be done, is that if you want a mass democracy where the votes count and everyone gets one vote, then it's a matter of education. In what happened in Athens, who had the right to vote? Not the slaves. The slaves didn't vote, and they had fucking slaves. So they were a democracy with slaves. Understand that?
Basically just the men,
and so
the rich men, the elites.
Thank you. So
what would they actually? So what I recall is they allowed the merchants. There was the working class.
Yeah.
So kind of like the caste system, the ancient world had this. It was the working people, so the craftsmen, the artisans.
You mean guildsmen? These were the guildsmen. As you say, artisans and craftsmen, but they're not peasants or slaves.
No.
Yes, but go on.
No.
Yes.
No, because the people farming and stuff would never be a part of it. So it would be those people, the guildsmen. Then it would be the merchants. Then it would be the elites, and they would be the people voting.
Right.
So let's make that clear.
As for the guildsmen, they were like the Silicon Valley moguls of their day. They controlled the crafts and technologies in their families. Their family would have the bloodline of we're going to be glovers. For instance, people made gloves, and gloves are incredibly difficult to make and incredibly important to make. But so that's how you got the name Glover. These were the men who made gloves, the family that made gloves. Then you had other men that were glass blowers and etc. And other, these would be dynasties of people that would be consulted. They were the lobbies of their time. And this is why something like, say, for instance, the movie Dune is so of disinterest to me. Anything with Dune, I don't understand why this captivates people so much. This work of Dune and the constant obsession with Dune is what all you see is an incredibly two-dimensional society where you see people who are literally bioengineered at that point into their guild or their I can see certain societies functioning like this, but what you see there is a incredible stratification and static society in Dune. And this, of course, came with the elimination of technology. They eliminated technology. They're relying more and more on quote-unquote psychic powers. If you remember, Dune is very techno-poor. It's very technology-poor social spectrum. So when it comes to where we're at, that's not what we're advocating. But in terms of democracy, if we want a universal democracy where everyone votes, then we have to have universal education. We have to have universal basic income so that universal basic education is possible and everyone being trained in critical thought. And it will take generations, literally around 4 or 5 generations or more for this to work. So we need a century of progress in which this takes place, in which there has to be a single party dictatorship. That was exemplified by fascism. They were voted into office and they became the single-party state. So in our case, it would be, unlike the fascist model, we wouldn't be voted into power. It's force majeure by the simple fact that we're going to be faced with civil war. So it would be by right of force that a single-party state would be established, and then the education process would begin, where people are made literate universally through a universal basic income. But the ownership of private property would be obviously a priority, that people would be allowed to own private property so that they have something to lose and therefore something to fight for. But of course, everyone must serve, and therefore a draft, 3 different drafts, that would at least make people socially aware, civically conscious. That would come by all women being drafted, young girls, starting at the age of 16, drafted for at least a year of service in a national police force that would function as a national guard to help with humanitarian disaster relief. Then the men would be drafted into a universal military conscription. And those conscientious objectors who didn't want to do either or didn't qualify for either would go into the 3rd draft of civic service, delivering Meals on Wheels, helping the elderly, working with the universal healthcare system as paramedics or as hospital orderlies, nursing interns. All of these people would not be professional. You would have a professional cadre that would train them, and those careerists, of course, would be the backbone of the draft. And but that would at least provide everyone universal awareness of serving the society as a whole, and it would render everything much safer. And I could go into detail as to why, etc., etc. But the point is, this 3-draft system would make everyone earn their right to vote. You cannot vote until you serve. However, the service is not voluntary. It is a draft. And if there are those out there that somehow manage to escape all 3 drafts, that you're not going to work as a hospital orderly or in the military or in the police constabulary, the national unit, which wouldn't be a mere constabulary, it would be a United States police force, or the name of our democracy on the death of the constitutional republic may no longer be United States. It would probably be United America. And so the United American Police Force. Indeed, we would probably be bilingual by that point, and we could use the term United Americano, which would be more of a Latinization of the name. Now, Brendan Zoget dropped off. I guess his battery died or something. Hopefully he's safe. Let's send him a message. I pray thee be well. Let's hope he responds ultimately. Let's see what he's got here. Okay, this would be like a repeat of what I've sent him before, of course, when this sort of thing happens, and it's it just happens all the time. All right, so let's get this cut and pasted, get this going here. Okay, I'll start it. Okay, I pray thee be well. Caps lock. No. Yes. And hopefully Brooke Gibson or George Edward Knight will join us soon. And let me take a look at what other people are saying in the chat, of course. That could keep us going for a little while. And, okay. There we are. Okay. There we are. No, it needs editing. Okay, edit. Then the @ symbol. Okay, Brendan Zoget. There we go. Okay, so hopefully he responds to that. And with that, we go back into what is now turning into a lecture. And let's take a look at these wonderful people in the chat. Okay, and so I said, love you at Sheila Gavin. And El Nemo put his Oh, yes. We do need to raise money. So, again, we're aiming for 300 United States dollars at this point. And for God's sake, please contribute something. I'll need $100 contributions to make this work. So I need people out there, 3 of you, to give 100 United States dollars each, or if at all possible, whatever you can spare. Anything at this point, whatever you can spare. Let's see if we got any new incoming. And all right, so we'll check into opening some of these other accounts here, Gmail accounts. Okay, so I transferred whatever I had in either PayPal account into my bank account, and yes, again, 300 United States dollars. I'll try and get 100 for my gang brother, but that's almost impossible to count on. And I think my point has been made in terms of democracy versus republicanism, why we have to side with one party over the other, and then, of course, that will have to be completely remolded into a working single-party state, and the democracy will have to be reintroduced in a graduated level of reintroduction. Just like I've talked about the graduated level of response, which a policeman is trained in, we need a graduated level of reintroduction of democracy. First, at the county levels, votes would be allowed after a generation or two of education, and then at the state level, and then ultimately at the federal level of votes. So, as I said, we'll need 100 years of progress to get back to a mass democratic participation at the national scale. At which point you would have had people who for several generations had served, at least for a year in their childhood or their adolescence or their years of puberty when they would otherwise be causing the most trouble in the military. Again, these would be 1 year hitches, just 1 year hitches. We would have a professional cadre in a sense, but they would not be called such, or they would be called something else, because the term professional has come to be meaningless with the, well, postmodern military system as it stands today. It's a joke. This is not a professional military force. It is a force of welfare recipients. These are bozos who are unemployable in any conventional sense. So they are simply, you don't have a military, you've got a welfare state and a jail dodge. That's what we've got going on today, and that has to be completely defunded and refunded via the draft system that I'm talking about. So, okay, with that, it would be a social revolution. Okay, so if someone else doesn't join us very quickly, I'll probably end the stream. And because I think we've gone pretty far tonight, and unless unless somebody's willing to, go on.
I'm pretty good with that. It's been, I feel like it's been a week already, and it's only Wednesday, so.
yeah, that's cool. So you're okay with ending the stream now? You're all right?
Yeah. Cool. I'm good with.
Okay, that's cool, because what I can do. Yeah.
Not right this minute, but I'm saying just kind of.
Yeah.
Not hoping for much more.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I do want people to know I am aware of geopolitics, keeping my finger on the pulse. We do want to talk about that, go back into that swing of things. We'll be forced to by what's going on. Now, because Brooke did not come on, I'm not, going into some of the chronology of what happened before the hurricanes like I was going to with her. Hopefully she will return to the fold. I've spoken to her personally, and things seem to be as well as they can be. She is going through some challenges, and we'll see what happens. We're doing our best to help her and provide her suggestions. I took Aristides' suggestion for her situation, and I relayed it to her in text, and I know she's read it because she entered a text in response, not necessarily to what I said, but I told her your own suggestion, we won't bring it up publicly, but if you don't remember your suggestion about her living situation, I can remind you privately. So I did relay that to her, and I think it's a viable option. Okay, so all that being said, let's take a look at the call, at the chat, one last roundup of thought process, and then we'll, Bob Rule 77 said, great stuff. Well, bless you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. So let me give him a personal thanks. Thanks so much. Okay. At Bob Rules. Okay, with that, we're going to process.
Yeah. I have the Aldous Huxley Dwarfs of Perception.
Okay. Wow.
PDF. I'm not gonna like post it in a chat.
No, thank you. Yeah, that's
I have it.
Yeah.
I have it.
Cool.
Later.
Cool. Yeah. Sounds good. And
he's just fine. He's just fine. Yeah.
And let me see now. What was that other PDF? Oh, do me a favor and put the link to those.
The Karl Marx racist. Yeah, that one I found a public link for.
Oh, great. Did you put that in the chat?
Yeah.
Oh, good. And give it to me in the private message as well. Give it to me in the private message as well, both those links. Or I'll try and cut and paste them.
Yes.
Yeah. And okay, let me do that. And if you send it to me in the private link, what you sent, that's helpful. And we look forward to everyone educating themselves. That's incredible that Aaron Tice just bought it immediately, and I appreciate that profoundly. He just went and purchased it, but God, he could have saved that by, just waiting for you, because you deliver. Yes. Generally, Aristides 90% of the time can get it. If he can't get it, it's like, wow, they've really scrubbed it. Yeah, Aristides,
I get.
Yeah.
Okay, 90% is very generous. Over 50% of the time, yeah, I can absolutely get like any book, even if you think it's like rare or suppressed or whatever. I'll have it in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, he's the man. He's the man. He truly is. And so there we have that. And
I have my ways.
Yes. And believe me, he's a gift. Aristides is a gift. And I'll need more gifts from all of you out there. And somebody out there, whatever you can give it. And we'll need it now. I mean, it's bad. So we're heading towards crunch time. All
link. Okay, I'm gonna put the link in there now.
Thank you.
Gonna register in the chat.
Yes. And for all of you out there, especially the ladies who support me, love you all. And
been very, very good about posting links and stuff when I've been, absent.
Yes. Nemo, you mean?
Nemo, posting your PayPal, etc.
Yes. Yeah, that's true.
No.
That's true. Thank you, Nemo.
He comes through, man. He does work.
He does. Nemo, you're the man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so hopefully you'll be speaking with us soon, Nemo. Hope you're doing all right. And with that, we're going to end the stream. And so let's press those buttons now. And there we are. Vril's entered the donation. So hopefully that uploads. Just breathing. Give it a few minutes, because it's got to be up there for a few moments before, if you give it to give it a chance to upload when you publish the production, because the production tends to cut off the last few comments. It takes a few minutes for their being up there.
I know. Plenty of shows I would listen till the end, and it would just cut you off right in the middle of the sentence.
Yeah. So it cuts off things. It's
It's more the more the rule than the exception.
Yeah. It fucking sucks. It's weird. It's really weird. And all right. So all that being said, hugs to the gentlemen, kisses to the ladies. Join us on Sunday. And hopefully I've paid my rent by then. Holy shit. Yes.
Well, look, we'll be in touch. Wait, it's just StreamYard. It's just us here now, right?
Yeah. No. I'll end the stream now. So but yes, all of you. I'm counting on all of you. Let's end that stream. There we go.
I thought I had you in private.
Oh no, soon enough.
Excuse us, everybody.
No worries. Soon enough.